Hey everybody, how's everybody doing? Just ran over here if you missed it and you're following the YNW Millie updates. State dropped the witness tampering charges, so there is no YNW Millie witness tampering trial this week. It's done. And his double murder trial is set still for 2027. But we're gathered here today for day 4 of the Au Pair Affair murder trial. So this is Brendan Banfield. This is Fairfax, Virginia. Right before I fired this up, I heard Judge Penny speak, and she mentioned voir dire of a witness. So I have been waiting to hear about these digital forensics. I hope this is what we're finally getting from the state. I think this is critical. I want to see what it says. I'm very curious. But we'll see if that's what this is. They only have 2 witnesses left, and they plan to rest. So let's get into it.
That works. All right, good morning. All right, before, I think we are at where you're going to have the voir dire of your expert, correct?
Judge, we would call Iris
Before
Dalley
you,
Graff.
all right, right, before you do that, I just want to make sure, are you just moving her in as a expert in blood spatter? Because the response to your motion seemed to be
This
that
is
way.
important.
It's blood spatter and forensic analysis.
What do you mean by forensic analysis? I think that's where Mr. Carroll and I are a little confused.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't realize the court had any confusion after our last motion. I thought we were clear that she's going to testify to the matter that was produced in her report. Mr. Carroll has had a copy of that. It is blood spatter analysis.
Right.
Right, and
Blood
how
spatter, yes.
that appears on the crime scene.
Okay, so that's all.
Yes.
I mean, there was a part of her report that talked about firearm reconstruction.
We are not
shooting.
going into that at all.
I think that was the main concern of Mr. Carroll.
Oh,
That
they
was
wanted
part of
to?
the concerns, Judge, and when they basically,
Thank you.
sorry, the wanderer.
That's okay.
That was part of the concerns, Judge, but when they withdrew their report or they committed to not presenting the
Right.
report, then we didn't really
Interesting.
enter into some of the other aspects. Some of the other aspects that I would want to address are there are some leaps made in that report regarding the bloodstain pattern analysis, and there's some areas where evidence is
Right.
linked, but.
I understand, but is that just a cross-examination thing, or is that qualifying her as an expert?
If I will say this, if it's just blood spatter analysis, then I've looked over her credentials, and I think that aside from a couple of questions, I'm not going to have any objection to it, but I do need to ask a few questions.
Okay, I understand you have to ask a few questions, but it doesn't seem like that's something we have to do outside the presence of the jury if they're not going into shooting construction, reconstruction. I don't know, I'm asking you, because it just seems like it's more of you're going to object to some of the questions she might be asked or
Yes.
something along the lines, but not to her expertise in blood spatter.
Blood spatter, I don't have an objection to her expertise.
All right.
And just to clarify, so we're using the correct language, it is bloodstain pattern analysis. if
That's
that is
fine,
objectionable.
blood stain pattern analysis. You don't have objection to that,
No
correct?
objection, no. I believe that's.
All right, I think we can do that in front of the jury then, just to save a little time. After I read your response to the motion, I just want to make sure we were on the same page because it seemed like we were not on the same page.
Understood.
Now we're on the same page. Okay, excellent. So any other preliminary matters before the jury comes out?
No, Your Honor.
No, ma'am.
Okay, let's get the jury.
All right, so as they get the jury out, you guys, I think this is also a critical witness, but their last witness is supposed to be 15 minutes. So I don't think they're going to present digital forensics. They're going to have a bloodstain pattern analysis expert come in. My guess, they might talk about other things, but I'm sure they're going to tell the jury that those 5 droplets on Brendan's jeans on the thigh of the pant leg, that could have been caused. It's consistent with spatter from stabbing and in the positions that Brendan and Christine are described as being by Juliana. So it would go a long way to let the jury draw a conclusion, even though they could probably make the inference if they wanted to, that, hey, those 5 droplets, Brendan's responsible for killing Christine. Could that be countered? Sure. But if the jury is already inclined to think, well, this is so crazy, I think they're guilty, but I just want to see the evidence to be sure, I think this goes a long way to get them there.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
But interesting that they
Commonwealth's next
dropped
witness.
the
Judge, we
other...
would call Iris Dalley Graff.
Interesting that they were also going to go into firearms reconstruction and then said, nope, never mind. Also, big shout out here, Sheriff Chuck, dropping 5 gifted subs.
You don't have your runner. I don't.
You guys now have access to the Elaine Rita Hoff emoji. So big thank you here to Sheriff Chuck. Angela, I hope you feel better. Being sick sucks. Trakisha, thanks for being a member for 17 months. Says thanks for all you do. Y'all hit the like button. Please hit that like button. Also, I'll post an update on the Fat Joe Tyrone Blackburn hearing a bit later. Pretty short and sweet. Judge denied Tyrone Blackburn's emergency motion discussing criminal charges against attorney Erica Morea for illegally recording. Judge said, in her affidavit, she said she was in New York, which is a one-party state, so nope, not at this time. They set some deposition dates. Fact discovery deadline is now February 13th. She doesn't want to extend it any further. And then Tyrone Blackburn, after the judge was trying to wrap up the hearing and get out of there for about 10 minutes, was talking about how he needs someone to walk Terrence Dixon in and out of the depositions because he's worried about goons threatening him. We are in the last 2 witnesses for the state's case in chief. They're going to do a bit of voir dire in front of the jury, although the defense doesn't plan to object to this witness. They are coming in strictly for the purpose of doing or giving their opinion on the bloodstain patterns. So, and again, if you're joining late, YNW Melly witness tampering dropped.
All right, good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Fine, how are you?
I'm well. Could you please state and spell your full name for the court record?
Okay. Iris Dalley Graff. Iris, I-R-I-S, Dalley, D-A-L-L-E-Y, Graff, G-R-A-F-F.
All right, thank you. Can you tell us about your current occupation and where you're currently employed?
I'm self-employed. My husband, I have a forensic training and consulting business.
What is the name of that business?
Graff Investigative and Forensic Training.
Thank you. How long have you been employed as a forensic analyst?
Basically going back to 1989, not all of it with the same employee.
Can you tell us a little bit about your employment history? Where else have you worked?
Well, in law enforcement, I began in 1989 with the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation, where I was a sworn agent for the state. Began in the criminalistics division, people commonly refer to as the crime lab. I did crime scene investigation and forensic serology and microscopy. Trying to think what else. Eventually added to that bloodstain pattern analysis, trajectory and shooting analysis, forensic animation, graphics in analysis.
An animation would be crazy.
A lot of things. Eventually focusing just as a crime scene agent, where I did just the crime scene investigation everything associated with that, and without the additional bench work in the laboratory. Left that to be, when I retired from the Bureau after 20 years, then I was a member of another company that's a forensic consulting company until, I believe it was 2016 that we separated, and my husband and I have our own company.
All right. And that company that you worked for after the Bureau, what were your responsibilities there?
Well, in that company, I was one of the founding members of that company, and we did primarily analysis of crime scene information, especially bloodstain pattern analysis and shooting analysis, those kinds of things.
All right. Who were your clients in working for that company?
It was open. It was law enforcement or anyone who was interested, anyone who wanted assistance. So some of the clients were prosecutors, some were defense attorneys, some were individuals who something happened to someone and they wanted an expert opinion. So sometimes it was private individuals. We also did a lot of training, which I still do, and we have open enrollment, so anybody who wants to sign up for a class can. Most of our clientele there are law enforcement, however, have had attorneys, prosecutors, defense attorneys, defense investigators. We had a medical doctor in one, a coroner. So it's open to whoever wants to put forth the effort to be in the course and do the things we require.
Is that the same type of training you provide now through Graff investigation and training?
Yes.
All right. Do you teach anywhere else outside of the classes that you teach for your company?
Haven't been in recent years, haven't been employed, like, if you mean like a university or something like that, no.
Okay. But you had in the past, is that correct?
In the past, I was an adjunct professor at a university while I was also a public school teacher.
All right. Do you belong to any professional organizations?
Yes.
Which organizations do you belong to?
The International Association of Identification, which is the largest and oldest of the forensic professional organization. The International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts, the Association for Crime Scene Reconstruction, the Rocky Mountain Division of the Bloodstain Pattern Analysis.
And let me ask you, have you held a board position with any of these organizations?
Yes.
And what was that position?
Well, with the International Association of Identification, I was on the Crime Scene Certification Board for a year. With the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysis, I was president for 2 terms. With the Association of Crime Scene Reconstruction, I was the secretary for about a dozen years. I didn't keep track.
Okay, thank you. Have you ever testified as an expert before?
Yes.
All right, and have you testified in Fairfax County as an expert?
Yes, I have.
All right. Can you tell me a little bit about bloodstain pattern analysis and how it fits within what you've described to us as your experience as a forensic analyst?
Well, bloodstains are common in any violent scene. So we look at blood and what blood does. Blood is a fluid, as it is in its natural environment in your body. And as a fluid, we can look at it in terms of the science of fluid dynamics. What do fluids do? That's what blood does. So based on that, we do a lot of experimentation and things to see what blood does on specific surfaces with under specific types of forces applied to the blood. We look at all the characteristics of blood to include how blood moves, how it forms margins along the surface of a pattern, why that margin is formed that way, the consistency of blood and how that changes over time, what happens to blood, especially when it's airborne, and what shape it is in the air, and that because that determines what shape it will be on the target surface. so that when we see a blood stain on a target surface, we can determine, one, whether or not it was airborne, and if it was airborne, then we can determine something about how it formed this pattern and sometimes where it came from. So to identify the general trajectory of the blood from the source. And then, of course, combine that with things like the DNA analysis that tell us something about who the blood could or could not have come from.
So let me stop you there. With an understanding of how bloodstain pattern analysis fits into forensics, the education and work experience you've described for us, does that give you the ability to be an expert in bloodstain pattern analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would offer Ms. Dalley Graff as an expert in bloodstain pattern analysis.
All right, Mr. Carroll, you wish to voir dire?
Your Honor, actually, I don't have any objection to her qualification as an expert in bloodstain pattern.
I'm sorry. It's just the jury has trouble
I
hearing you.
apologize, Judge, I don't have an objection to her qualifications as an expert in bloodstain pattern analysis.
All right, then so moved as an expert in that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so back to a little bit more about blood stains. Can you explain to us the different types of blood staining that we might see present at a crime scene? Flow, spatter, transfer. Can you tell us what those are?
Well, there are a lot of different end results of bloodshed, and they can sort of be categorized according to what the final bloodstain looks like. But in doing the analysis, I look at all the characteristics of the stain and then see which mechanisms can be excluded. So, for example, as I've already referred to, if blood is airborne, the stains that will be created from that are going to be circular or elliptical. That's because blood in flight actually breaks into spheres as it leaves the source. Well, a sphere is circular, so if it hits a surface, that stain will be either circular or elliptical, depending on the angle. Then we look at a lot of others. By the way, that is called spatter, if it's circular and elliptical, and there are various things that will cause that. Another type is contact stains. That is, blood on one surface comes in contact with another surface. We call that a transfer because blood is transferred from one object to the other. And then depending on things like the volume of blood and the texture of the surfaces that come in contact with each other, the shape of the object, then the transfer may be actually a pattern that reflects the original surface. That will be, by the way, will be a surface stain. We also have to look at the surface itself. Is it absorbent? If it's absorbent, then blood as a fluid will diffuse along the fibers. It's called capillary action. So it may be somewhat distorted if it's an absorbent surface. If it's not an absorbent surface, well, then we look at those issues because now you're going to have a different look at the margins in particular. We look at contact stains that happen with motion because if there's motion that pushes blood across the surface, one of the things that does is there's a displaced volume of blood, and you end up seeing little, what looks like lines through the pattern. We call those striations. That's an indication of movement. We can look at the overall pattern and see whether or not blood was on the surface and then that blood got moved, that something pushed the blood, or that blood is on some other surface that comes in contact with motion, in which case we call that a swipe. That is that some of the blood then will be transferred as it's in motion. Again, there will be striations because that's what shows us motion. And then that will have a displacement of volume, so the volume is not consistent all the way across there. Depending on the surface, there may be a really feathering at one end or the other, but you'll also have some places where the liquid blood forms a margin. And so you can see those are a little bit smoother edges, but across the pattern, sometimes you can tell generally the surface, what the surface was that pushed it onto the transferred surface. Flow is simply blood that's on a surface and it's under gravity. So if a blood drop or a volume of blood is on a non-absorbent surface, then gravity will cause that blood to go downward, whichever way down is. So that if it's on contours, it'll follow the contours, but always going down if it's flow. It will have generally parallel margins, generally a consistent volume of blood across from margin to margin until it gets to a stopping place, basically. That can be because it went down, say, going down a wall and hits the floor. And then you have a little pooling, depending on the volume. You may or may not have pooling, but you can see that it's associated with the flow. There are several types of contact patterns that can happen. So we look at it in the context of the scene. What do we know about the blood that's here? And we look at like the condition of the blood. If sometimes we look at drying times and how, if we know approximately when the blood shed, what does it look like now? Which means you also look at the metadata of the images to determine when was the image created. Is this an aberration of the delayed time in recording the image, or is it something that's actually part of what was originally there, and so forth? So it has to be taken in context of the scene.
Okay. Let's, for a moment, talk about cast-off as it pertains to spatter. What does that mean to you?
Well, cast-off is another form of actually spatter. It's circular elliptical stains. Again, blood in flight will break up into spheres as it travels through the air. And if it comes off of a surface of some moving object, which is where the term cast off comes from, that some object with blood on it moves, blood comes off in a column, and because of the motion, you see it landing on the surface as a linear distribution. Characteristics you look at in the possibility of cast off is you're looking for circular elliptical stains with a progressive change in shape, so that if it hits at the surface at 90 degrees, it's going to be circular. If it hits at an angle, then it's going to be more elliptical. So if blood comes off of something that's moving, then you'll see this progressive change from circular to elliptical in some type of a linear distribution. So it can be a straight line or it can be a curved line, but clearly a line. So that would be a way that you look at to identify cast off.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to review photographs, video, and objects from the scene of the crime that was created when Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan were killed?
I did look at documentation specifically in the bedroom and items collected from that bedroom.
Okay. In your analysis, did you have the opportunity to look at the autopsy of Christine Banfield?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you make any observations of the 8 knife wounds that she sustained, the 2 cutting wounds and the 6 stab wounds?
Your Honor, I'd object to the observations from the ME's report.
All right, if you want to approach, let's
Sure.
Okay, there we go. And yeah, I think Sheriff Chuck, I think you're on the money. I said it a little bit in the chat too, but you know, what if the defense just gets up there and says, all right, could these same droplets be consistent with if Brendan Banfield runs in there while Joseph is stabbing Christine and he goes right up against Joseph Ryan to pull him away from Christine and the blood is spattering? How do you know? How do you know the difference? So, and remember, in opening statements from the state that said it's not just Juliana's word that we also have the blood evidence. So here they are. This is their second to last witness. I have no doubt that the jury is likely to convict Brendan Banfield, but has the state really reconstructed what happened? Or is it just enough that even if Juliana's version of events doesn't make sense, surely it had to be the two of them doing this? Well, lots of people in the gallery. I mean, I guess they kind of only show this angle here where nobody wants to sit in front of the camera view. Right? Because this is the normal angle, so maybe it is always as full. But they just don't pan out as much. Kind of a long one. We'll jump the morning recess, but let's see how long the sidebar takes. Thanks for becoming a member. Justice for all. I
And
like
Judge, I am
the
going to
5 and
ask the
4.
question a different way if
Okay.
it has the same objection. Ms. Dalley Graff, when you looked at the autopsy for Christine Banfield, did you have the opportunity to observe the injuries that were documented in the
Yes,
report? Okay. And did that information help to inform your opinion about the blood evidence that you observed in the bedroom through the photographs and documents you were provided?
well, the autopsy report itself doesn't inform me as far as looking at the blood stains, the characteristics of the blood stains,
Just manner of
and
death, cause of
evaluating
death.
possible mechanisms for the blood stains. Another,
So then we'll move on from that. Talking about
Oh.
Joseph Ryan, in review of the autopsy of Joseph Ryan, as well as the photographs from the scene and the officer's body-worn camera videos, did you make any observations of the location of the blood on Joseph Ryan's face?
yes,
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would like to display Commonwealth's Exhibit. Sorry, give me just a moment.
Yeah, interesting that the state moved on like that. Oh, the mechanism of death in the autopsy for Christine didn't help me inform my analysis about what was happening. We'll move on from that. So now they're going to talk about Joseph Banfield's autopsy, and particularly the blood that was pouring down the face, or apparently pouring down the face. Hey, Slim Life, good to see you. The sigh. Also, you guys, Defense Diaries has been doing a rewatch of the Zachary Adams trial. I think they might be coming up on day 4, which is Innocent Man Walking, Jason Autry Day. And Trial and Error podcast, Katie, Dana, and Kinsey have been jumping on to watch the trial with them.
Your Honor,
So
if I can have a moment.
check that out. They're doing it like every day, piece by
This
piece.
was ready this morning.
It's been cool to see Katie and Dana react with Bob and Allie to what's going on. And Kinsey too. Kinsey the intern. Yesterday they watched Terry Britt's testimony together. They went out of order. That was a time.
Do you have the connection for the HDMI to my computer?
I think the defense plans to call witnesses. Bittersweets. I'm kind of annoyed the state didn't tell us like the time Joseph Ryan pulled up
Right,
to
Judge,
the
I'd like to
property.
display Commonwealth's 238.
Like little things like that.
To the witness and to counsel. And this would be admitted, this would be offered under seal.
All right, any objection to 230? It disappeared.
I know it disappeared because I have to,
All
I
right.
have to be creative here for just a moment.
Any objection to 238? Under seal. Yes, that's fine.
Oh, they're approaching again. All right. And also, I should have mentioned, I forgot I haven't streamed since before we had the panel show going through the recorded conversation that Dr. Katie Spirko had with Janet Britt. And, even though that recording was only about an hour long, there was so much more information and lore, like the Brits, this area of Tennessee, weird stuff going on that we were able to discuss during that panel show. So if you missed that, that would have been Thursday night of last week. So after our day 3 stream for this trial, go and check that out. That was a lot of information, a lot of discussion, and really great questions and insights from the chat as well. Because remember, we had a simulcasted, it was like 5 different chats put together. So that was a really cool convergence. That's awesome, Gwennon. Watching a random Dateline episode and Bob and Allie pop up. What I love in particular about Ali Mata is in like 2 seconds, she'll already have relevant statutes pulled up, even for states that she doesn't practice in. Just very like that type of librarian research skill is, not everybody has it. You have to know what to search for to be able to find information quickly. And she's just very sharp with that.
Ms. Dalley Graff, can you see the photograph that we're identifying as Commonwealth's 238 on your screen?
I do see a picture on the screen.
Okay, is that a still that you pulled from the officer's body-worn camera?
Yes, it is.
Okay, did
Oh.
you enhance the color in this photo?
Hello?
I may have shifted the histogram to make things more visible. I don't recall specifically, but one of the things because part of what I do is analyze from video as well as from still images, and if things are in shadow, then you can simply shift the histogram to make them a little more visible, which also sometimes increases the contrast.
Okay.
But I didn't add to the color or detract from the color. I simply shifted to make more or less visible, and without seeing the video in its raw format, I couldn't tell you exactly whether any of that is in this particular image.
Okay. I see that there is a shadow on the right-hand side of the photo. If you had adjusted the histograph, would you still see that shadow, or would that have been removed?
Objection to
Excuse me?
leading.
I'm sorry. All of us have trouble hearing you when you did.
I would object to leading.
All right, leading.
Judge, I asked if she had adjusted, would the shadow be removed? It's a yes or no question. It doesn't suggest its answer.
A yes or no question would be leading, correct?
Not if it doesn't suggest the answer.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead. You can answer it, ma'am.
Okay.
Do you want me to ask again?
Yeah, because I'm not sure what I've heard was a yes or no.
Sure. The shadow that we see to the right in this photograph, if you had adjusted the histograph, if I'm saying that correctly, would you still see the shadow?
Histogram.
In adjusting the histogram, some of the shadow, not necessarily all of it, is removed so that if there was a shadow, say, across the face, then it may be shifted just enough to reveal that without actually taking out all of the shadow.
Okay.
I have
but
a
you
problem with
did not change
this.
the color. Did you change the color of the blood in this photo?
So remember, if you weren't listening to, after they have this sidebar to introduce this exhibit that they want to keep under seal, it's a screenshot from the body-worn camera of one of the officers. So it's not like the crime scene tech took a photo of this and that's the photo she's relying upon. She's already relying on something that isn't going to have the best quality, taking a screenshot, a still frame from that, and then enhancing it in certain ways. Now, I have questions when things are already pixelated and you try to adjust so that way what looks like shadows and hard to see because it's just too dark. If there's different creases in the clothing, then certain parts of bloodstains could be dark and start looking like shadows as well. So how do you know that you're properly lighting shadows and then what you're seeing is the remaining residual blood, and not that you're washing out brighter parts that might be catching the light because of the way the clothing is creased. Like, but okay. And what a freeze frame.
Didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, are
Did
we
you
gonna get a
change
picture?
the color of Mr. Ryan's skin in this photo?
No.
Did you change the positioning of his body in this photo
No.
or any of the objects around his body?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd offer the photo as evidence.
Any objection? If you want to approach, again, I need you to use.
All right, we're approaching. And I really don't see how much we can tell about the spatter if an individual is, there's conflicting theories of what happened, right? If Brendan, either way, there's a possibility that Brendan and Joseph were both standing right in front of Christine. It was just a chaotic scene and everybody's all in this one room. So I think it's plausible, no matter who is doing the stabbing, if the two individuals are close together, there could be some spatter. And again, this is on the thigh. And I think this is critical for the state. This is the evidence besides Juliana that they promised.
Judge, if we can terminate the display.
Remember, we ended day 3 with the stipulation that Christine's DNA was present on Joseph Ryan's zipper and the button area of his jeans. We heard that a lot of stuff wasn't sent for testing, even though it was swabbed. Separate issue, the firearm, the blood on the firearm handle was never swabbed, so even if they wanted to, they couldn't test it now. But for the things that were swabbed and never tested, the state could have decided to send that stuff for testing anytime between then and this trial, and they just chose not to. We heard about some mystery letter the state popped up like whack-a-mole to object to.
No, I know, like, can you get the actual frame? Thank you.
Joseph and Christine can't be eliminated from the knife handle.
All right.
Is it 4 droplets? I've been saying 5.
Judge, if I can have
A series of droplets.
what I'd like to have identified as Commonwealth's 170 displayed to counsel and the witness.
Yeah, I think you might be right. So, seems like after those additional questions, whatever they were trying to upload with the still and the shadows with the altered histogram is not going to be allowed.
All
But
right.
let's see what this next picture
So let's
is.
look at your figure 16. Embedded is the original photograph and then a photograph that you have made markings on. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would offer into evidence as Commonwealth's 170 under seal this item.
Any objection to this?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm happy to
Yeah, if you want to approach, that's fine.
approach.
Oh, all right. So they're objecting to this next exhibit. This is going swimmingly. And who knows? I mean, if the jury's already made up their mind, they're just going to be like, oh, the defense doesn't want us to see the physical evidence. So, which I would hope that a jury would be open-minded to, you know, still expecting the state to put on the physical evidence, even if they think the story must be that it was Juliana and Brendan that plotted this out together. Brad also says image histogram and color histogram are two different histograms and they didn't specify which. I was just playing with the thingy. Same for always, forever.
right,
I also
Judge,
think of
I'd-
Ashley.
Like to cast to the witness and counsel what I would have identified as Commonwealth 171. Ms. Dalley Graff, do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
Okay. Is this the photo that you received from crime scene, specifically Fairfax County detectives, to perform your analysis?
this is one of the photographs that was included.
Okay. I'm going to zoom in and take you over to the lower right-hand corner of the photograph. Are you able to see Mr. Ryan's face in the corner of the photograph?
Yes,
Okay. Judge, at this time, the Commonwealth would offer as Commonwealth 171, the original crime scene photograph, and we would offer that under seal.
Any objection to 171? All right, 171 under seal.
Okay. So can you tell when this picture was taken relative to other pictures that you looked at in
yes,
terms of the progression of events?
yes.
Okay, and when was this picture taken?
What's your legal objection?
Foundation.
All right.
Judge, I asked if she could tell when, relative to the other pictures she has received, this photo was taken. I'd like to believe her answer is not going to be a time and date. It's going to be, again, relative to what else was occurring at the crime scene to explain the location that we see here.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next
Okay,
question.
That's fine.
Hold on. That's actually a great objection, because remember how much testimony we've already heard about, everyone was walking around the scene, somebody was stepping on the knife, things were moved, obviously anyone trying to render aid, EMS trying to render aid, which they should be doing, that's going to, in a way, disturb the scene. And I think the state has tried to leverage that to walk away from some of the things that they didn't do, some of the things that they didn't secure that maybe they should have done. And here, it worked against them. It worked against them because they can't lay the foundation for when this particular photo was taken. And because there's been so much testimony that there was a lot of movement within this crime scene, you don't know if it's before or after somebody might have been trying to render aid to this body and things might have been moved.
What do you see on Mr. Ryan's hand?
I'm sorry, on Mr. Ryan's.
In this photograph, what do you see on Mr. Ryan's hand?
Yes, the right hand is bagged.
Okay, and if I zoom back out, what is he laying on, as best you can tell?
I believe it's,
I'm sorry, Judge, I object. I don't think you can walk it through.
Your legal objection.
My objection is foundational. It's
Okay.
also leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading. Your next question.
Sure. All right, let's just talk about his face.
Just moving on from the hand in the bag. Just going
What
on to
did
the
you
face.
observe about Mr. Ryan's face and the blood on it?
that his blood, I'm sorry, his face is basically covered in blood. In this particular image, I'm looking especially at under the chin because the overall solid, if you will, blood pattern ends at the chin.
Objection, Your Honor. She's going beyond the scope of the question. She's asked, what did you notice about the?
No, I'll overrule that objection. Oh, okay, that's good.
Please continue.
So I see, in addition to the solid covering of blood over the face, that on the chin and down towards the neck, there are flows, multiple flows, and they are not all in the same direction. In particular, I see a flow coming from the heavier stained up on the face, going under the chin and toward the, from the left side towards the right side, and down kind of towards the right shoulder. And that would indicate a direction or an orientation at the time the flow occurred, because flows always go downward. I see some that are coming from the right side. If we go over to kind of in front of...
Non-responsive to the question.
Judge, she's describing her observations of the blood flows. There are several. She's working her way through those
Overruled.
observations.
Overruled, go ahead.
Please continue.
So I see a flow that's coming down from the face that appears relative to the body, pretty much vertical, that is going from just in front of the right ear, basically, and then coming down towards the neck, more to the center of the neck, so that would have been upright at one point. So those are two different directions, but there are multiple flows. And just as a point that only liquid blood flows, dry blood doesn't move. So at the time the blood was wet, that indicates that that portion of the head was in different positions. But each of those separately has to have occurred when that surface was more upright, that is, so that the blood flows down. So the direction of the flow was downward at the time the flow occurred.
Did you make any markings on your figure 16 that highlighted your observations?
I'm sorry, I don't know which is my figure 16.
Sorry.
But
Let me do this, Judge, at this time, if we can remove the photograph from the display. And if I can cast to the witness and to counsel. Just one moment. Commonwealth's 170. Do you recognize this photo?
yes,
Is this your figure 16?
yes,
And are the green markings those that you made to reference the things that you've just spoken about?
yes. I added the green arrows showing directionality of some of the flows.
All right. Judge, at this time, the Commonwealth would offer into evidence as Commonwealth's 170 under seal, figure 16.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Judge, is the court's software working to be able to have Ms. Graff draw on the picture in front of
Yes.
her and then have it printed out?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Graff, turning back to what was admitted as Commonwealth's 171. If I can have that published to the jury. Sorry, just one second. It skipped ahead.
All right, so now the jury gets to see this without the pre-made markings, and then
Can
she
you
has to
mark
redraw them.
with your finger on the screen in front of you the location of the blood flow and the directionality that you just discussed?
Okay, there are multiple flows. So just to demonstrate, if this works.
I want to watch her draw.
Ooh. Sorry, it's very wide mark and the flow is very narrow. But for one, and then there's that's going from the chin, from the left side of the chin down towards the right. There's a second one that's somewhat parallel to the previous. Then there's from the, what I discussed before, from in front of the right ear going down. There's a couple of them there. There's a couple that are coming from the right cheek that are going a little bit to the left.
What?
Okay, thank you.
Let's run this back. If you are listening, this is a good time to watch her face. Watch her describe, now that she has to draw on her own. She cannot use the exhibit that has her pre-made arrows drawn. She has to describe this for the jury. Watch her face when she's done answering.
Chin, from the left side of the chin down towards the right. There's a second one that's somewhat parallel to the previous. Then there's from the, what I discussed before, from in front of the right ear going down. There's a couple of them there. There's a couple that are coming from the right cheek.
Right
that,
here, coming up.
Are going a little bit to the left.
Okay, thank you. Judge, I would like to offer the marked photo into evidence as Commonwealth's 170.
What, I already have a 170. You want to make it 172?
Uh,
Oh, wait, because you had showed a different picture for 170 with the marks already there.
Correct. So can we do that as 170A?
178? Okay.
Thank you.
I'm not sure I'm a
You
fan
have to hit the
of
print.
spatter analysis when there's multiple people in close quarters. Like maybe it's somewhat more useful when you have like a
Sorry,
singular
Judge, there's not a
linear
print button.
shot.
printing.
I'm
There's
sorry.
like
It's
a
printed.
bullet defect in the wall, and then there's a spatter, and you think the person was standing this
Yeah.
far away. Like
But I would let you know nothing is happening.
that kind of works for me.
It takes a couple minutes. So you can go on to your next question.
Okay.
But in a crowded room with chaos, I don't know.
All right, so if I can
pulled you out the
drop the
bushes.
display, please. Kelly, were you able to isolate?
And there's no objection to 170A, is that correct?
Just email it to me.
All right, 170A.
No objection.
Okay, thank you.
I feel the same offer, and it's like this, but that, but this, but that, thinking about this case. Yeah, Cassine, remember they told us that at the scene, Joseph Ryan's head was on a dog bed, and to me, dog beds can be pretty, like, thin, so to me, that's not really much of an elevation of the head. But, you know, the state didn't go into detail about that, so.
Yeah, it's still not, it's blinking, but nothing's.
Wonder who their last witness is. I still want to know why we didn't get to hear about the button-up shirt.
Is it in the shared drive?
I actually think it's better for the state that Judge Penny allowed the state to try to lay foundation for some of these things, and then they couldn't do it for several different exhibits. So page B, I don't think we've heard any about this in court, but outside of court, when it was still Eric Klingen prosecuting this case, there were news reports where he was talking about how other women had come forward that there had been affairs. And one said that he mentioned he wanted to get rid of Christine, but it wasn't like explicit language. I want to kill Christine. And then that was shortly before Juliana fell ill and then took a plea. So we haven't really heard about that. But in the back of my mind, that same article mentioned a jail call between Brendan Banfield and Juliana, where Juliana says, I hope you're not only with me because you're worried I'll turn on you. And then she gets sick and pleads against him. I feel like the prosecution told her that there were other women and she lost it. But, I mean, you kind of were the other woman. So how do you get there? Like, it just opens up a whole nother can of worms. But nothing in front of the jury on that part. I think my own theory is I actually think that Juliana was responsible for both shots on Joseph Ryan, and that Brendan Banfield may have said, I shot him on the 911 call because Juliana's an au pair and didn't want her admitting to using a firearm and shooting somebody. Just a theory. But I believe the testimony we heard was that it was the Glock 43X that they think was responsible for both shots. Or that they did more testing on and we didn't get complete testing on the other firearm. That's what it was. So again, there could have been evidence that made it more crystal clear if the two firearms were actually used, if they were, you know, what blood was on the one firearm handle, but they didn't properly collect the evidence from the handles of the firearm, and then it was limited in what they asked for testing for. So something that could have been more conclusive just isn't. Just isn't. They're going to do a break. I think Penny's whispering to her court admin, we're going to do a break.
Judge, between the printer and the issue with this additional photo, I might request for 5 minutes
All
to,
right, well, we can go ahead and take our morning recess early. Is
Thank
that what
you.
you'd like to do?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute recess so she can
Thank
get the
you.
pictures taken care of. Just don't talk to anybody about the case and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Maybe they'll take this break and they'll come back in on fire, on, you know, standing on two legs, good questions for this witness, and give us the blood evidence that they promised would do more. It would take Juliana's testimony, and which hinges on Juliana's credibility. And I think there's a twofold credibility issue with Juliana. Either you don't think she's, I don't want to narrow it down to what you think, because I think both things.
11:10 then? Ma'am, since you are under, you're testifying now, please don't discuss your testimony with anybody to include the prosecutors at this point, okay? Do you understand?
You said to include prosecutors?
Right, you can't talk to anybody about your testimony now because you're in the middle of your testimony. Okay, okay, thank you. All right.
Oh, why are you confused? You are an expert witness. You've testified before. This is not your first rodeo. And your confusion is specifically that you cannot go talk to the prosecutors? Oh, lady.
All rise, please.
So let's wait for them to shuffle out. But with Juliana, what I was saying, and these are things that I've pondered, like, I don't have a solid conclusion. We'll be able to skip this. But with Juliana, I think the state has two angles of credibility issues. Either there's a situation where maybe Juliana's fully innocent, and that's she's taking a plea because you're telling her she can finally go home after she's sick. She's sitting there. She's over it. She's done trying, and she can just move on with her life if she just takes this plea and sticks to what she needs to say at trial. That would explain why she just randomly during her proffer session pointed to 5 different messages and said, yep, Brendan sent those. Yep, Brendan sent those. Yep, Brendan sent those. And when defense got wind of that and was like, well, that's problematic because Brendan wasn't home when these messages were sent. And then on cross, Juliana, can you identify those same 5 messages that you've previously identified, sworn during your proffer session to the state? You said these were Brendan's. I don't recall. I can't do it, because she knows it would mess up her plea deal. Now, is that because she doesn't want to get caught trying to downplay her own role? Is that because she lied to get the plea just to get out of there? Is that, and then another option, is that because she planned this thing on her own but brought Brendan into it so she can get herself out of it? Like, there's multiple ways that Juliana could be seen as having a credibility issue. So you need this blood expert. This is what you promised us in opening. You've got one more witness after this you say is going to take 15 minutes. And this is how the thing that's supposed to rehabilitate any issue that somebody might have with Juliana's credibility, this is the way it's going. I think the strength behind this case is the prejudicial nature of there's an affair, this is weird, poor Joseph was a patsy because Brendan and the au pair are just too weird. Who would do that? They don't seem like good people. So, all right, so let's skip this break. We should still actually, I don't think they're back yet. So we are now going to be caught up live time. So there's that. Yeah, Paige B says, I think she was the bait, lured the guy in. I mean, like, it seems easier to have the girl do the chatting with the guy you're gonna lure in. Even if you guys are both planning this thing together, maybe you have the girl who's usually home anyway do whatever you need to do on the laptop to pretend to be Anastasia 9, who's supposed to be Christine on this FetLife website talking to Taco Supreme, and or finding, because I tried to find other people, right? It makes more sense to have the au pair that's at home be in charge of that part of the planning. And maybe Brennan is the one going to the gun range and procuring a firearm and doing whatever else. So, yeah, Sheriff Chuck about this witness says she wanted to go talk to the prosecutor so they could tell her what her testimony will be now, since nothing else is scripted. Nothing is as scripted. Amanda says not helping the confidence. Janice says this is a train wreck. And I think a part of this, the defense has been trying to get ahead of the idea that the state failed at the investigation just because they were trying to give some leniency to someone that was one of them, right? And I don't really know if local law enforcement views an IRS special agent as being necessarily one of them, but it's still law enforcement in a capacity, and there might be some grace given. But we heard the defense attorney say, well, it's not notated in the CAD report. So unless you actually listen to the 911 call out loud and hear the words that are being said, anyone that used the CAD report or just breezed through the 911 audio and didn't listen to every word and catch all the details might not have known that Brendan Banfield said he was law enforcement, that he was an agent on that 911 call. So was it in anybody's state of mind while they were going through that crime scene? Oh, this guy is law enforcement. Did you see any handcuffs on him? No. Just put him in a tub, right? So the failure to collect evidence, the defense is getting ahead of the theory that it was just a kind favor to one of our own. I don't know if that's the case, but the defense is trying to get there. I think it's much more likely that on first appearance, people walking in there, they had a call that there was an intruder. They walked in that door with that in mind, that there was an intruder that had been shot. and they felt like what they saw was consistent with what they heard. So I think there's confirmation bias at play, more because of they went into the scene thinking there was an intruder, and maybe that put some tunnel vision on what they're looking for, what they're looking to collect, or not collect. Although they do enough of a search around the house to find Christine's phone in the bar, the table, the bar thing downstairs in the kitchen. So they searched. They did swab some stuff, but they didn't send all the swabs off for testing. I don't know. I don't know. And then we hear that the stuff that law enforcement does seem to look at, the digital forensics, there was infighting over it. I don't know. They were not both arrested at the same time. Juliana was arrested in October of 2023, about 8 months after the shootings. And then in September of 2024, Brendan Banfield was arrested. Remember when Juliana was arrested, she was charged with the murder and then the firearms charge for Joseph Ryan. She was not charged in relation to anything involving Christine. So, let's see. Kelly says, it's not believable to me that the only message and everything else was on Christine's laptop when she was home. Maybe Joe really did attack her and the au pair pulled an Autry. That's my stance. And I mean, I really think there's enough here to... It's weird. Every time I feel like, well, what if this is what happened? Then there's always something that makes me go, but what about that? Or we can't definitively know because this thing wasn't done. We don't know this other piece of information. So again, that brings me back to, I think the jury is going to be looking at, you've got this guy here in court that, and I don't know what they can see from where they're sitting, but the tissues during the 911 call were a little off-putting to me. They were just a little off-putting to me. They just were. That was my gut reaction to him with the tissue. You guys heard me out loud when he was doing that with the tissue. I think I stopped and said, look at the screen, guys. So there's that. It's a little weird. Odd affair. Moving into the bedroom. I don't have kids, but I think it's one thing to move into the room where somebody was brutally murdered, where two people were brutally murdered. The person was your wife. Maybe you agreed amicably, like, we're gonna do our separate things even though we still live together, but that's still a brutal murder. Your daughter's still living in that house. You start moving your family members into the house. The au pair moves into the bedroom. I don't know. I'm dealing with the real estate stuff that I do. The owners of the company are helping, and they thought it was weird at first. They found this flip. They're doing a flip on a home. The owner was a commercial real estate agent. So they thought it was a little bit odd that she just wanted to hand this off, but realtors do get realtors. They end up doing a double close, which means, well, I'll say Robert, they purchased the home. So they now have title. They own the home. They do this flip. And then the original owner's like, wow, the work you're doing is so amazing. I want to buy it back from you. I'm serious. I really want to make a serious offer. And it turns out, and Rob had mentioned, there was some weird, what looked like a sex dungeon in one of the bedroom areas downstairs. It turns out this woman wanted to sell the home because her husband had moved his mistress into the home and painted rooms pink and made this home all for this mistress. And when the husband died, and through the inheritance laws, I guess maybe the divorce wasn't finalized or how the title was held, the wife or ex-wife was the rightful owner of the property. So she's got to deal with the property. It's not the mistress's just because the guy painted it pink for her and built this room. And she wanted nothing to do with it. But because they've completely transformed the house, she's like, maybe I could actually call that home. But there was no way she could just, when the husband died, just go take the home and go in there and and live there, because the thought of the affair would have just been too ick. And here we have not just an affair and some relationship chaos, but 2 brutal murders, and you keep your daughter living there. I think that's really hard to overcome. I think that's really, really hard to overcome. Is that a rational thing that 2 people would do? That, you know, presumably the husband could have afforded to move if he really wanted to. Yeah, the pic swaps also. They swap out the picture frame.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh yeah, and the Backstreet Boys shirt. I thought that was weird too. Like, if you were really going to go murder Christine, would you wear a Backstreet Boys shirt?
And Your Honor, just to clarify, your clerk let me know we could try 170A again.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh. They're going to try again. Yeah, I agree. Everyone on the state treated this like a noise complaint, even though there were 2 dead people. Speaking of Backstreet Boys, I've been watching Chopped, like old seasons of the cooking show Chopped. And Joey Fatone from NSYNC was just on, competing against Layla Ali and 2 other celebrity chefs. But those were the 2 finalists. So I thought about you guys and the Backstreet Boys shirt this weekend while watching Chopped. I should stream myself watching reality TV, maybe a Twitch party. I get so excited when the person I'm rooting for on Chopped is the one that wins the 10,000. And oh my god, if they start crying. Like the last episode I watched yesterday, the guy had just decided like him and his wife are struggling to have kids and they decided to adopt and they're gonna like use the 10 grand to set up for that. And I was rooting for him since round 1 and he won. Oh, I was so excited for him.
All right, your next question then?
All right, thank you. We're going to try that again, Ms. Dalley Graff. Your Honor, this is Commonwealth's admitted under seal 170. Ms. Dalley Graff, this is the picture that you drew on just a moment ago.
I think that's 171, just to let you know for the record. This is
Thank you.
171.
171.
Okay.
Ms. Dalley Graff, you drew on this photo a moment ago and we marked that as 170A. We're going to try that again with what appears to be hopefully smaller line on your screen. Can you, reminding the jury what we were talking about, the blood flow on Mr. Ryan's neck, can you identify with the marker on your screen where you see blood flow and in what direction?
There are multiple flows, and if I can show, just going across, beginning on the right side, this will show. So there's downward from the chin towards the neck, and then there's from the chin towards the right shoulder. And then there's downward from sort of in front of the right ear down towards the neck.
All right, thank you. And what did the different direction of the flows indicate to you?
That there were different positions while the blood was wet and flowing.
Thank you. Judge, I would offer the marked photo as new Commonwealth's 170A unless it needs to be marked as B.
No, 178 is fine.
Okay.
Is that, any objection to that? 178, it's going to replace the other 178.
Are they
Right,
doing this?
178.
Are they doing this just to corroborate Juliana's story that he was still moving and had to be shot again? So in other words, this little bit of evidence from this photo, what this is supposed to show, just bolsters the credibility on that one detail from Juliana?
170A. All right.
Thank you. And if the clerk could print, I'll pass it up. Thank you. All right. If we can drop the screen. And if we can publish Commonwealth's 241 to the witness and counsel. All right, Ms. Dalley Graff, do you recognize this clip from Body Worn?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would offer into evidence as Commonwealth's 241 under seal.
Any objection? You approach?
Nope. Yeah, maybe movement that they staged the scene. Because I guess the theory would be if the blood was flowing, there would have been movement before, but I don't know, like, it didn't really look like there were dragging marks of blood, and they didn't swab the one deep pooling of blood on the carpets. So,
All right, 241 is an evidence under seal.
like maybe rotating his body so it looked like he fell
All right,
backwards from the
so
bed.
looking at this photo, what did you notice about Mr. Ryan's hand position from this body worn camera of Officer Buckner, previously admitted as Commonwealth 6?
In the body cam, we see Mr. Ryan laying supine or on his back with both arms, forearms across his chest, the right hand partially overlaying the left hand.
Okay, and are his hands over the location? Well, let me ask you this. Did you have a chance to review the shirt that was provided as physical evidence in this case?
I reviewed the images of the shirt in this
Okay.
case.
And did you, in your review of the images, observe a defect in the shirt?
Yes,
Okay, the circular hole, was it a circular hole from the,
Objection leading.
sure.
All right, sustained.
What defect did you observe in the shirt?
there was a defect, a somewhat circular hole through the shirt. It could be located based on looking at the shirt and on there's actually an imprint on the shirt of some individuals, and
Backstreet
you
Boys.
can locate it relative to those individuals, and other markings on the shirt helped to identify where it was located.
Where was the defect
Okay.
in relation to
And-
Lance Bass?
Did the defect in the shirt line up with any defect in Mr. Ryan's body based on your observation of the photos?
Why are they having this
Objection
witness?
to foundation, Judge.
Overruled. Okay.
Based on comparison of the information from autopsy images at the autopsy and looking at the shirt, the defect in the shirt appeared to be consistent with the location of the defect or the gunshot wound to the chest.
All right, and in this photograph that we have here, this still image from the body worn camera, Commonwealth 241, are Mr. Ryan's hands over the defect in the shirt made by the bullet that struck him in the chest?
Well, looking at the image, you can't see any of those figures that I just described as being part of the imprint on the shirt, that the left hand is overlaying that, and therefore would be overlaying the defect.
Thank you. All right. Judge, if we can remove the image.
I think the state's going to say, like, obviously he was turned facing, but if you think you're alone and
Ms. Dalley Graff, I'm
attacking
gonna
somebody,
ask, if
you
the
might
court could
still
please
turn to someone entering the
display to the
room.
witness and to counsel, Commonwealth's 172. All right, Ms. Dalley Graff, do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
All right, and if I can show the witness Commonwealth's 173. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
And going back to 172, Judge, the Commonwealth would offer this into evidence under seal.
Any objection to 172? 172 under seal?
And I would ask that be published to the jury. And we're going to toggle back and forth if we can. I'd offer at this time, Judge, Commonwealth's 173. It need not be sealed.
All right, 173, any objection?
Show us. Thank you for another
All right,
5
173
gifted,
and
Sheriff Chuck.
And I'd ask that be published to the jury.
If you just turned
All right,
green,
so
it uses
resting
the
on
Lane
this
Bredehoff
photo.
emojis.
What observations did you make of Joseph Ryan's right hand?
That there's transfer bloodstain on his right hand.
Okay. Did you notice anything
Oh,
on
we
his
have the
arm?
picture, guys. Warning.
There's also some transfer on his arm, just below the wrist.
And if I can ask you about the palm, what about this contact transfer bloodstain pattern on the right palm did you observe?
The transfer is across the inside of the palm, which would be consistent with the palm being exposed at the time, or the hand being open.
Okay. And if I can toggle back to 172, removed from the gallery view.
Yes, sir.
Do you think there's only one way to interpret that, though?
Tell me what you noticed about the transfer pattern on the outside of the right hand. And I'm sorry, this is the left hand. Nope, this is the right hand. What did you notice about the transfer pattern on the outside of the right hand?
Okay, if I understand, you're talking about the pinky side of the right hand, that there's transfer, it appears to go around the hand across the back and around that side of the hand.
Okay,
And it's also on the fingers, and the pinky, the small finger, is basically covered.
okay. What did you notice about the spaces in between the fingers?
That if we look at the first and second fingers, the index finger and the middle finger, you can see a line of demarcation. That is, there's a line that you can see that there's blood on one side and not blood on the other side.
And what does that mean?
That something shielded the blood so that it didn't go on that unstained side, such as if the fingers are simply held together at the time that the blood is deposited, then the blood would not get between the fingers.
Okay, so you're holding your hand up for the jury with your fingers closed together, is that correct?
Yes, with the fingers fairly tight, fairly close together, side by side. So that would obstruct blood from going between the fingers. So if blood is coming across, then it'll be on the back of the fingers. But where that skin is in contact would leave this line of demarcation, the place that blood was blocked from going.
Okay, thank you. And again, back to 173, when looking at the palm, do you see those same lines of demarcation? It's helpful to zoom in.
The same lines of demarcation are not visible in this photograph.
All right, and how did you describe the blood transfer to this part of the hand?
It's a transfer, something wet with blood.
Sorry, Your Honor. Okay.
Or what's your objection?
I don't think that she's previously described it, and may we approach?
Yes.
Another approach. Yeah, Touche says just caught up on the YNW Melly. Remember, state dropped the witness tampering charges. No witness tampering case for YNW Melly. Touche says definitely got the vibe that the state was up to something that got derailed. Just wild. Same vibe, and I can't exactly tell the full approach of what they were trying to do, but it just seems like a messy side saga. So, although I guess they have a positive conviction out of it from the other two. So a side story with a small victory, but not for the big fish. Thank you for becoming a member, Terry. Also love Friday. I always think of that Archer, the show Archer, where Cyril is dating Lana. And he's like, Archer, we have a date. Every Friday we have stir fry. Guess what we call it? And Archer's like, Stir Fridays? And Cyril's like, damn it, that's better. That's what I think of every time I think of Friday spelled that way. Jeffrey, are you talking about Brendan Banfield? He is not in prison for another case. YNW Melly is in prison for coming up on 8 years as of the time of his trial, his retrial for the murder case. So if you're talking about Melly, yes. And the witness tampering case initiated from while he was within custody. It was said that he was sending a kite through inmates to get a message back to intimidate MH Mariah Hamilton. Yeah, I love that skit. I think about it every time I make stir fry. Okay, so maybe that's it. Mavhawk says they're trying to say he wasn't holding a knife when the blood was transferred, I think. But I mean, there's still, to me, it's just like, if you panic, the knife falls out of your hand and you're in a bunch of chaos. Like, I feel like there's multiple ways that blood could get on your hand. So I get that it's like the state is trying to say that one theory is possible. Which to me, that seems like the role a defense attorney typically plays. Like, hey, couldn't this also be consistent with this other possibility? But yeah, again, I think that the state is all the way at the top of the hill as far as advantages because of just the dynamics involved in this case between the au pair and Brendan Banfield. I personally think the window thing was a big fluff. Like, I know a lot of people before the trial started, they were like, oh, they planned it out. They got these triple pane windows just so no one would hear the murder. I think that was a whole nothing burger. Yeah, Brienne says I think the blood would still get under the knife. Yeah, that's a good point. I would like to see another motion for bail or bond. Because when you're charged with witness intimidation, that's a very strong factor to consider for denying bond. Remember, we heard the same thing with Jeffrey Williams. You know, he was making terroristic threats to the mall cop from the scooter incident. And apparently the officer himself ended up saying, or someone that heard it said they didn't think it was a threat. But that was something that was used by the state at the bond hearing to argue that bond should be denied.
Okay, so Ms. Dalley Graff, I think we were talking about the contact transfer onto the palm of the hand.
Yes.
Just to reset us, can you describe
Reset us.
how that stain was created on the hand?
Some surface wet with blood was in contact with the hand, so that blood transferred from the wet, bloody surface to the hand.
All right, thank you. And Judge, if we can remove the display. And Judge, if you would, supposing the next objection, I would ask this photo be shared with counsel and with the witness. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
Okay. And did you make markings on this photograph to highlight the areas that you just explained to the jury?
I did.
So Judge, rather than having her draw again on the photograph, I would offer this photo as Commonwealth's 174.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge, I do have an objection to the markings.
No, I'll sustain the objection.
All right, then we'll go back
More drawing.
to Commonwealth's 172. If you could, mark on your screen where you observe the voids on Mr. Ryan's fingers.
The lines of demarcation and the portion that's not bloodstained would be where there was a blockage between the fingers.
All right, Judge, I would offer this marked photo into evidence as 174A.
Under seal.
Yes, please.
Any objection?
No objection to
All
that, Your
right,
Honor.
under seal, 174A.
What if your hand is
And
clenched?
Judge, if we can take that down.
I'm gonna be in my sink later, like putting my hand under flowing water.
173,
Need some blue
previously
paint.
admitted, if we can have that published. Ms. Dalley Graff, on this photograph, can you indicate where you see transfer of bloodstain on the arm,
On the
wrist?
on the right arm, in the area inside the green marks.
And Judge, I would offer the marked photo as Commonwealth's 174B.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
174B.
And that does not need to be under seal.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if we can take that down. And Judge, I'd ask that Commonwealth's 175 be shared with the witness and with counsel. Ma'am, do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
All right, and is this Joe Ryan's left hand?
yes.
Okay, what observations did you make of the blood stains on his left hand?
That he has primarily transfer across the back of his left hand with some volume so that there's associated flow.
All right. Did you make note of a line of demarcation?
Yes,
Okay, and where is that?
Do you wish to offer this in evidence?
I'm sorry, yes, Your Honor, I apologize. I'd offer in evidence, Commonwealth's 175.
Any objection to 175?
No objection.
All right, 175 in evidence.
All right, and if that can be published.
All right.
Okay, so they're probably going to show us something bloody again.
All right, so you know what, before you mark, let's talk about the rest of the hand so we can see it clearly. What other observations did you make of the blood stains on Mr. Ryan's left hand?
Well, there's also transfer on his left thumb and sort of laterally, just below the left wrist. And also note that there's some volume to include what appears to be blood clots on the transfer.
Okay, and can you now mark on Commonwealth's 175 the line of demarcation and the transfer that you just mentioned?
Transfer
Well, let's run that back. How did she describe this? Because she's talking about the clot that's in like that C shape.
All right.
All right, so you know what, before you mark, let's talk about the rest of the hand so we can see it clearly. What other observations did you make of the blood stains on Mr. Ryan's left hand?
Well, there's also transfer on his left thumb and sort of laterally, just below the left wrist. And also note that there's some volume to include what appears to be blood clots on the transfer.
Okay, and can you now mark on Commonwealth's 175 the line of demarcation and the transfer that you just mentioned?
Transfer across the left back of the left hand from the green line towards the fingers would be areas of transfer. Flow towards from that area towards the wrist. Then another transfer just below the left wrist. Transfer on the left thumb. Another small transfer on the outside of the left thumb.
Okay, were you in your review of the photographs in this case able to determine if anything lined up with the void on Mr. Ryan's hand?
Judge, I'm
Void.
going to object. I think that just the question itself goes to what we've talked about.
I'll sustain the
Okay,
objection.
That's fine.
Next question.
So tell us, much as you did with the right hand, how did this blood come to be on Mr. Ryan's left hand?
Some object wet with blood was in
Objection.
contact with the back of his left hand.
All right, thank you.
You didn't object?
Also looking at this photo, did you make any note of the blood stains on or around Mr. Ryan's jeans?
Yes,
What did you note?
that there are, excuse me, some contact stains or transfer stains on the jeans in various locations.
All right, can you identify where you noticed those blood stains on the jeans?
There's a transfer on the left front of the jeans. There's a transfer on the inside of the jeans waistband at the buttonhole.
Thank you. Did you review the certificates of laboratory analysis submitted in this case?
I did.
And whose DNA profile was present in the swabs of the blood from Joe Ryan's hands?
I believe there was a DNA profile from both Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan.
All right. Judge, at this time, Commonwealth would offer Commonwealth's 175A as the marked item.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 175A.
All right, so looking back, and Judge, if we can drop video. Did you have the opportunity to fully review Officer Buckner's body-worn camera?
I reviewed several body-worn cameras. I don't recall who was wearing which camera. I would have to look that up in the record.
Okay, but if we can go back to Commonwealth 241 and have that published to the witness and counsel and the jury, it was under seal.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the still image that we were referencing before from Officer Buckner's body worn previously as admitted as Commonwealth 6. In your review of the video, did you observe the police officers at the scene to move Mr. Ryan's arms?
I did see that in a body cam video.
Okay. Did you observe those officers to touch Mr. Ryan's arm?
All right, I'll sustain as to leading.
Okay.
Lots of sustained objections.
I'm going to move on.
Okay.
And moving on every time. When you can't lead, you have to move on. This is like the 4th time that the state has moved on.
All right, so looking at previously admitted Commonwealth 123. And Judge, this was admitted under seal. If I can have it published to
Yes, ma'am.
the jury, the witness, and Mr. Carroll, and counsel on the left. Drawing your attention to Mr. Ryan's arm. Did you make any observations of the blood patterns on his left forearm?
Yes.
Okay, what did you observe?
I observed what appears to be small blood droplets on his arm in a somewhat linear distribution. Also observed transfer stains on his arm, in particularly 4 transfer stains that are roughly parallel to each other.
All right, so let's talk about them one at a time. Let's talk about the blood drops that you observed. Can you circle or highlight those items on your screen? Sorry about that. Okay. And how are those blood droplets formed?
These would be blood drops falling from somewhere above. Again, blood drops falling or under gravity takes them down, and when they're circular, would mean that the blood is dropping straight down. So if it makes a circular stain, that surface was fairly horizontal at the time that the blood drops were deposited.
Okay. If the blood had been coming at him from an angle, what shape would they have taken?
But if it's coming at an angle, then that sphere in air would translate to an elliptical shape on the surface.
Okay. Judge, I would ask to print and admit this photo as Commonwealth's 170. Well, this, you want to do 123A and? That's fine, whatever you want to do. Nope, that's fine, 123A, keeps it clean. Yes, please.
This is a bit confusing though, because Juliana says he was stabbing
And
her
if we
while
could
laying on
clear
her.
the markings. I can do it if you want, or I don't know if you, okay. All right. You spoke of a transfer pattern on the arm. Where do you see that transfer pattern? All right. Judge, if I can have this marked as Commonwealth 123B and printed?
Any objection? No, Your Honor. Okay, B under seal.
So we won't get to see where she
Thank you.
marked.
All right, and then I'm going to take you to a different angle. If I can remove the display, please. If we can share Commonwealth's previously admitted 101 with the witness, the jury, and I do not believe this was under seal, Judge, but I'll defer to the court.
101 is under seal.
Okay, then this remains under seal.
Oh, no,
Ms.
she was
Dalley Graff,
drawing. Can you guys hear the
if I zoom in a
printer
little
when it
bit, we've got
hums?
another angle here.
It's like really faint in
Can
the
you again
background.
highlight the transfer pattern that
From
you
court.
observed?
Printy McPrinterton.
Okay, thank you, and I would offer that marked photo as Commonwealth's 101A under seal.
I guess, Judge, the markings are actually covering up what she's testified to as transfer.
Oh,
But you got the other picture as well, so.
Okay, I just want to make sure there's no other connotation given to the way that was drawn. In having a circle would probably be a,
I understand that.
Your Honor, she's a bad drawer.
okay,
I think we were talking about our conversation about the other picture we have for marks.
okay, thank you.
So no objection.
No objection.
Are you able to tell us whether or not the transfer pattern was made at the same time as the drip marks?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Based on your training and experience, are you able to discern anything about the markings in this photograph that would enable you to gauge whether or not they occurred at the same time?
To determine sequencing, you need to look very closely at individual photographs of this area, multiple photographs of this area, looking to see if we can see actual one stain on top of the other. If we can make that determination, then you know that the one that's on the bottom has to have happened before the one on the top.
Her face
So
again.
in this case, I don't think that I was able to actually pinpoint where one was on top of the other. They happen at different times. They're different mechanisms. Nothing here indicates that they were simultaneous. They may have been very close together in time. I don't know. But if you don't have those specific characteristics to point to, then you don't determine sequencing.
All right, thank you.
Well
If we
then.
can pull this photo down. Judge, I'd like to have 181 displayed to the witness and counsel. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes?
Judge, I would offer 181 under seal.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 181 under seal.
And I apologize, we're bouncing all around in the numbers. All right. Ms. Dalley Graff, I've zoomed in, and I'd like to have this published now to the jury. This is another view of those same transfer stains, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What can you tell me about what is happening on the interior of the arm at the base of those stains?
There is a flow pattern on the interior of the arm. It extends from the transfer pattern, what would be up the arm, that is towards the elbow, and then terminates in one stain.
All right. Can you tell me about how the blood moved down the arm to create that stain?
It appears that excess
Object.
volume
I would
of blood
object. I
was in the
think that's-
transfer.
Excuse me, hold on.
I'd object. I think that's exceeding the scope of what blood spatter analysis that we
You want
discussed.
to,
Oh, what a time. What a time. So, Sweetie Pie, is it just me or is she not a great prosecutor? I mean, might be bad facts. I liked her opening. This is the same prosecutor that did the opening statements. It was concise. Although, unfortunately, I think this is under-delivering. This blood evidence, to me, sure, maybe it's possible that this was staged, but it's not telling me that it's more likely than not that this happened the way Juliana says it happened. And the state told us that the blood would corroborate what Juliana said. And again, I don't know who their last witness is going to be, but they said they'd only be 15 minutes. With this lawyer's guess of time, maybe that would be an hour, because we are approaching 2 hours into this hour-long witness. I don't know. Good to see Miss Good Janet in the building. Says, it's performance appraisal time for me, and I'm just tuning in today. What did I miss? I need to get caught up. I would characterize it as a lot of struggling from the state to get testimony on the record about what this blood evidence shows. Either they're failing to get stuff admitted because the defense is objecting and it's being sustained, or the witness doesn't really know for sure. We're finding out that there's transfer of blood and that there's no
The blood that you see from
sequencing.
the transfer, how does that come to be or to connect to the blood that we see on the interior of the forearm?
That excess volume in the transfer was flowing, what would have been downward at the time, in sort of toward the inner aspect of the forearm. And when a liquid drop meets a liquid drop, they merge, and then they all flow together. And this only goes a short distance, so you can see where it terminates on
Why?
the inside of the arm.
What would have limited its distance?
Well, a limited volume for one. It's probably no more than just a really small volume from each of those transfers, just enough that it's fluid enough to flow, and as they merge together, then continue together in one flow. The blood loses energy, partly because it's leaving volume behind. There may have been more resistance on the surface at this point. The change in position, that it flows here, and now you change position, so it stops because it's no longer downward.
All right, and that takes me to my next question. Tell me what you would be able to say about the position of the arm when the blood was flowing based on gravity.
Well, flow again is always in the direction of gravity or downward, so that means that the forearm was in some raised position so that downward would be towards the elbow instead of towards the wrist.
Thank you. Is it possible that that flow led to the transfer?
Objection, Your Honor. It's leading.
overruled. I'll allow that question.
Well, flow doesn't become transfer. If it's flow, it's going to keep going in the direction of gravity until it loses volume or something causes it to stop. It doesn't separate. That is, blood has cohesive properties, has surface tension that holds the fluid together, which is partly why, that's part of the reason why blood in flight is a sphere. It's pulling together. So you would need something to break those forces to cause part of the flow to go one direction and part another direction. And there's nothing here that would do that. That's not what flows do on their own. They just go with gravity. And you see that if you have a flow going one direction and you turn that surface, the flow doesn't separate into separate flows. The whole thing, one flow can make a corner, but that corner would be an indication that the thing was oriented so that what was down is now a different direction.
What about
Thank you.
capillary
I think we
action
can
with
take down a
blood?
picture.
Yes, ma'am.
That might not directly follow gravity.
If I can have you take a look at Commonwealth's previously admitted 100, which was admitted under seal. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
Okay. Judge it. This time I would have it published to the jury.
It is.
Thank you. All right. What observations did you make in conjunction with your reading of Commonwealth's admitted 151, the lab from DLI, about Mr. Ryan's pants and any blood stains observed there?
My recollection of the analysis was that both profiles, DNA profiles from Christine Banfield and DNA profiles from Joseph Ryan, were found in stains on the jeans.
All right. Let's talk about them one by one. Specifically, did you examine the area in the photo of the button and the zipper?
There was a sampling from that area that I read the DNA analysis report for that sample.
Okay. And that sample of blood, were you able to determine if it was a flow, spatter, or transfer?
The stains on the area of the button and the buttonhole were contact stains or transfers.
Of course,
Alright.
you're concluding that. So the blood, remember, we only have Christine and Joseph's
Looking
DNA on the
at-
blood, and they're saying that it was
I may
transferred.
advance to Commonwealth's previously admitted 101. Slightly better angle. Did you make observations of other bloodstain patterns now on the leg of the jeans?
Yes.
All right, tell me about your observations on his right leg pant, right pant leg.
Well, there are several bloodstain patterns or blood stains on the right leg. In particular, there's a stain pattern of somewhat parallel transfers that are finger-like in shape.
And
Where are the
can
gloves?
you mark on 101 where you've made that observation or which transfers you're referencing? Okay. And in your review of what was previously admitted as Commonwealth's 168, the certificate of laboratory analysis from Bodie, was there a mixture of DNA found in that blood?
My recollection is that this is another area where both profiles were found in the stain that was sampled in this area.
And you say both profiles of,
The profile from Christine Banfield and the DNA profile from Joseph Ryan.
okay. And again, could these stains be cast off or spatter?
No,
Could they be falling blood?
no.
going to move on to,
Did you want that in evidence?
yes, please, if we could have that printed, and I would offer it as Commonwealth's 101A,
I already have 101A. Do you want
101B.
101B under
Thank
seal?
you.
No objection. Okay. 101B under seal.
All right, if we can take that down. And if I can have Commonwealth's 222 shared with the witness and with counsel. All right, do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
And did you examine Mr. Ryan's, or this photo of Mr. Ryan's hip?
yes,
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would offer the item into evidence as Commonwealth's 222.
All right. Any objection? All right, 222 in evidence, not under seal, correct?
Not under seal.
Okay, 222.
All right, so this angle is a little tricky, but tell me what you observed about the blood stains on Mr. Ryan's hip.
there are multiple circular and elliptical stains, most of them fairly small, that are on the front and the side of the left hip.
All right, let's see if we can zoom in a little bit more. This larger stain that is now in the middle of the photo for reference, tell me what you observe about that stain.
This is a larger stain. It appears to have some satellites, that is secondary blood drops. So when wet blood hits the surface, it can form droplets out of that volume. It's called satellites, secondary stains. And they appear to be possibly a little flow associated with it. And that flow, as you're looking at it, would be from front to back.
All right, so again, using gravity as our rule, what position was the body in when that stain struck the hip?
Oh,
I would object, based upon this photo.
Sorry.
I would object to scientific foundation in order to even, that we have some sort of scientific foundation
So
before.
foundation is your objection?
Yes.
All right, so if you want to lay a foundation.
Sure. To your knowledge, how does gravity work?
Gravity is a magnetic pull towards the center of the earth, and it causes things to under the force of gravity, to move toward the center of the earth or downward.
Okay. And the blood that we see in this picture, in what direction did it flow?
The small flows that appear to emanate from the larger are front to back in reference to the body, and here going towards the floor.
All right. And so in what position would the body have been relative to the earth when the blood struck the body and flowed?
That his left hip was exposed when the wet blood contacted the skin and flowed towards the back or towards the floor.
Thank you. Let's zoom back out just a little bit. Looking at these droplets of blood, what can you tell me about that pattern?
There are small circular to elliptical stains which indicate blood was in flight when the blood made contact with this part of his skin.
All right, thank you. So let's move on then to what was previously admitted as Commonwealth's 133. All right, if I can have that displayed to the witness and counsel.
It's already admitted.
And it's admitted, so to the jury as well, please.
In the gallery, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yay, we
In the
get to see
gallery.
it.
All right. Ms. Dalley Graff, tell me about the blood stains that we observe on Mr. Banfield's jeans, previously admitted Commonwealth 133.
If we're looking at generally the area of the knees, that there are multiple contact stains.
All right. Were you able to determine whether or not those contact stains, strike that, let me rephrase.
Oh.
Did you have the opportunity to watch, as you've said before, the body-worn camera, specifically any portion where first responders are entering the room?
Yes,
Okay, and did you observe Mr. Banfield's position on that body-worn camera when first responders entered the room?
when first officers entered the bedroom, yes.
Okay. Was his position consistent with the transfer patterns that you see on the knees of the jeans?
In the,
Timing.
There has to be some indication. There has to be more in order to be able to arrive at the conclusion that she's asking for, not just look at the body cam.
You want to approach, Marcy?
Yeah, so I mean, there is a gap of time between even just from when the 911 call that actually connects, the 8-minute 911 call connects to the point in time where the officers arrive and get upstairs to where Brendan is. But the state is asking this witness to draw a conclusion based on what she observed from the body cam footage of whenever the body cam footage had the vantage point. Good to see you, Juanita. Hope you're doing well. This is... Don't worry, I think there's a lot of people that are lost. Like, I'm sure the chat will explain. If you hear any of my commentary earlier, or even on day 3, day 2, day 1, I'm like, but it could be, but I don't know. Ah, okay. So in the chat, we're talking a bit about the Michael Black case where Iris Dalley was also an expert witness, and Slim and Bones is familiar. So Iris was also, it was the theory of staging in the Black case, which I'm not familiar with that case. I had just
All
done a
right,
Google
so
search.
at the knees, we have transfer stains, is that correct?
yes.
Okay. Zooming in, tell me about
What?
these stains on the left of our screen that appear different.
Yes, there's linear distributions of circular and elliptical stains. This would be on the jeans above the knee, going up to pretty much the top of the jeans.
Okay, and again, remind us how elliptical stains.
So I think they're able to say that it was consistent with transfer. Those smears, if you will, the apparent smears on the front side towards the knees of Brendan's pants. But they can't get into whether or not it's consistent or inconsistent with what Brendan was doing when Bodycam walked in. So again, the state isn't able to get into anything that goes to potential sequence, their theory of the order of events, and what Brendan and or Juliana were doing throughout this morning's whole event. So that seems to me like a loss for the state once again.
Come to be.
Elliptical stains occur when the sphere of blood traveling through the air comes in contact with the surface at an angle so that the circular shape of the sphere translates into an elliptical shape on the surface.
Thank you. Judge, if we can take this down
All right.
and move to Commonwealth's 135. If I can have this published, this is Commonwealth's previously admitted 135.
All right.
Is this a close-up on those stains?
This is a close-up of some of those stains.
Some, that's fair. And if I can have the court's indulgence, pull this down for just 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
We're gonna pass. They have to have more questions. They're just kind of airballing that last exhibit.
If I can show you, Commonwealth's previously admitted 186 and have that published.
I don't have a 186 in evidence.
All right, Commonwealth would offer 186 into evidence.
Any objection to 186?
No, you're.
All right, 186 in evidence.
All right, so here we have the same genes in a manner that Detective Leach photographed them to allow us to see the blood more closely. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if you can describe your opinion or share with us your opinion about the blood spatter that we see on the left.
There are linear distributions of small circumelliptical stains. They're actually from about the knee to the crotch, and just bracketed to show that general area.
All right, and are those stains cast off?
These stains could be cast off. They're consistent with cast off. We see some progressive change in shape looking across some of the lines. So cast off cannot be excluded as a mechanism to produce these stains.
Thank you. And were you able to review the certificate of laboratory analysis that was admitted in this case, identifying the DNA contribution to those stains?
Yes.
And do you recall whose DNA was found to be in those stains?
The DNA profile of Christine Banfield was found in this area.
Thank you.
Oh, is that compelling? Am I missing why that's compelling? Like, we
All right, Judge,
found
if we can pull that down.
DNA of the victim in the midst of the scene where the crime occurred.
Judge, at this time, I would offer into evidence as Commonwealth's 187.
Any objection to 187?
No objection.
All right, 187 in evidence.
All right. Ms. Dalley Graff, from 187, were you able to make any observations about Mr. Banfield's shoes?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask counsel to take a look if we can pull this down. We can display Commonwealth's 188 to counsel and the witness. Is this a photograph that you pulled from Commonwealth's 187 to highlight the blood stains that you analyzed?
Yes, this actually shows parts of two different photographs, but I took out the background to focus on just the shoes and the stains on the shoes.
All right, Judge, at this time, the Commonwealth would offer as Commonwealth's 188.
Any
this
objection?
photograph,
No objection.
188 in evidence.
and we'd ask that it be published to
That's
the
fine.
jury in the gallery. All right, tell me about the staining that you observed on Mr. Banfield's shoes.
But on the right shoe, where you see the one closest is the right shoe, and then the one we're looking down at the toe area of the right shoe, there are circular stains, particularly up close to where the shoelace loops. You can see a circular stain moving out into the toe, a circular stain. On the side of the right shoe, there's a larger stain that can't be determined. It could be just a contact with something wet with blood, or it could be merging where if it's blood falling there on the side, then as it traveled in the fabric actually made one larger stain. So the mechanism cannot be determined. The left shoe appears to be a transfer from some area of wet blood.
Is the blood stain or the blood stains on the right shoe, is that consistent with transfer, or could it be consistent with transfer?
Well, there are in particular two that are very circular. So when I do the analysis, I look at all of the pictures, all of the images in context to see if I could identify if this is transfer, then there should be a circular area somewhere of that approximate size and shape to see if I can exclude transfer, because this does appear to be a somewhat absorbent surface. I didn't find anything, so it appears more that it's falling blood, because falling blood will make a circular stain.
Thank you. And did you make any observations from your review of the body-worn camera of Mr. Banfield's hands following the entry of law enforcement into the room?
They're bloody.
Yes,
What did you notice about his hands?
both hands were blood covered.
All right.
We saw that in the little clip that we watched when they were
I
walking
can
him out of the
show you
house.
what has been previously admitted as Commonwealth's 112 and 113. We'll start with 112. All right. So, in your review of the bloodstains found on the carpet, did you make any observations regarding these stains found between the bed and the basket?
Yes.
Okay, and what were your observations?
Well, there are multiple blood stains between the bed and the basket. Some of those appear to be saturation, where a lot of blood absorbed into the surface. Some appear to be simply transfer. There's something that was very wet with blood is in contact with the surface. Others are much smaller stains. They appear to be circular to elliptical in shape.
Okay,
Not-
let's start with this
No.
photo. Let's take it little bit by little bit. Identifying this stain here at the bottom of the photo, irregular in shape, what type of stain is that?
It appears to be both transfer and saturation.
Okay. Were you able to identify anything that might have matched with the shape and pattern of that stain to have created the transfer?
I could not determine what transferred that particular pattern.
Okay, were there any objects that you observed in any of the photos nearby that were also saturated with blood?
Yes.
Okay, what did you observe?
Well, in particular, there was bedding that was over this area when officers first arrived, and some of that had a fairly heavy amount or large areas of saturation within that bedding that was sort of crumpled or on the floor above this area.
Okay, let's turn to look at the dots of blood here closer to the laundry basket. What can you tell us about that staining?
That from this image, there no particular dispersion or irregular dispersion, but there are very small blood stains in the area, especially as you're approaching up to the laundry basket.
Okay, and from your review of the certificates of analysis, was Joseph Ryan's DNA present in that tested area?
Yes.
Okay. If I can pull this down for just a moment. I'm going to ask Commonwealth 191 be shared with counsel and the witness. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
Okay. And the yellow circles on the photo, how did they come to be?
I put the circles on the photo.
Okay. Judge, at this time, the Commonwealth would offer this into evidence as Commonwealth 191.
I'd object to the markings, Judge.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
All right. If I can have this pulled down, please. All right, directing your attention then to Commonwealth's previously admitted 113. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
All right, and just for orientation, is this the bed frame that we have on the right of the screen?
yes, that would be the sideboard of the bed frame.
Okay. Tell me about the large blood stain that we have here. And Judge, I'm sorry if I did not ask that this be published.
It is
Oh,
published.
okay, so we
thank
get
you.
to see it.
Tell
Pull
me
it up.
about that large saturation stain.
Overall, it's an indication of volume of blood that's on the surface, and I certainly would want to look under that area to see how much volume might be there. It also has, especially on the margins, you're looking to the right side, you can see the outlines of, or the shape that is fairly circular in a linear distribution. Looking at the photograph going from the top down towards the bottom, you see these, that appear to be individual circular stains.
Okay, can you, as best you can, using the screen, identify the linear pattern that you see? Okay, and can you draw perhaps either an arrow toward or a circle around the circular stains that you see? I'm afraid the circle around may end up too large, but
Yeah.
let's give it a try.
So the width of the line makes it
I know, thank you.
kind of obliterate the circle underneath.
All right, thank you. And again, what is it that the nature of the circular stains mean to you?
Taken together with the volume, that this appears to be where a volume of blood was projected, blood drops traveling through the air, and some of those droplets fell from that trajectory down to the surface of the, in this case, the carpet. So that creates the linear portion of it in association with the volume that you see immediately to the left of that the same thing is happening there. Droplets falling on top of droplets creates a volume and on an absorbent surface, a saturation. All of that is consistent with what's called a projected pattern, where a volume of blood pushed through the air, then the droplets fall, and they fall on top of each other, creating this larger overall pattern.
Thank you. If we can pull this down, please.
You don't want to print that?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
You have to put it back.
If we could print, and I would offer it as 113A.
Okay. I think it's
It moves.
off on the side.
Hold on, I can make it happen. Or not.
And remember, they were,
Okay.
we heard that could blankets have
Any
transferred blood
objection to
on the
113A?
carpet
No.
on
No,
day
113A
3?
evidence.
All right. Are we good? Okay, just wait.
You're fine.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Wait, I forget, Hal. Is Steele part of that appeal for Hannah Payne? And don't call her my BFF. People will get confused. Good to see you.
All right, if I can share Commonwealth's previously admitted 111.
Steele and Andrew Fleischman, they're going to duel to figure out who gets to do the oral arguments. I'll join
All
you for
right.
that one if you want.
For location purposes, Commonwealth's 113 was a close-up of which area of the staining that we see here?
It's approximately parallel to the sideboard.
All right, can you make a mark, just perhaps a dot on the screen for that stain?
I'm sorry, the previous pattern is what I just marked.
Oh, thank you. I can't see it on mine. All right, and so looking at the area of blood below that stain, what can you tell me about those markings?
Well, looking on the photograph, looking below the area that I just marked, there's at least 2 areas of concentration that are, as you're looking at the photograph, just below and another just to the left. These are somewhat overlaying. They indicate, there's an indication of volume. These are not, it's not just single falling blood. It's definitely not cast off or impact spatter. It's not flow. It's just areas of concentration and saturation.
And can you perhaps just put a dot in the centers of those 2 concentrated areas? Okay, thank you. So in the perimeter around those concentrated areas, what observations did you make of the staining?
But if I understand, we're talking about going around that general area. Again, there's multiple things that could move some of the blood in that area. Some of it could be transfer. That is something that's very wet with blood, could be on the surface, possibly moved from one place to the other or moving on the surface. I can't really tell. There appears to be multiple things happening. It's just I can't identify just one and only one action in that location.
Okay, well, let me ask this. If you were to draw a perimeter around the outermost edges of the blood staining that we see on the left, would the entirety of the blood contained within that perimeter be saturation?
It's not all saturation, doesn't
Okay.
appear to be.
What else does it appear to be?
Well, again, some of it could be transfer,
Okay.
like something very bloody, either being moved in different location or moved on the carpet, either one. So it's not an even distribution through that whole area.
Okay. And looking at the blood stain now to the right of the photograph, what can you tell us about that stain?
That there is saturation there, there is some transfer there. There is what might be some spatter up as you're looking at the general area. There's some smaller stains at least up just above and slightly to the right of center of the larger bloodstain area in front of that chest of drawers.
Thank you. And Judge, if I can have this printed and offered into evidence as 111A.
Any objection? 111A.
Let me know when I can pull it down.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, Judge, if I can offer, well, if I can ask first that Commonwealth's 219 be shared with the witness and with counsel. Judge, at this time, I would offer Commonwealth's 219 into evidence.
Any objection? Yes, so that's the marking, so I'll sustain the objection.
All right.
It would be under seal. Even though it's not admitted.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask Commonwealth's 221 be shared with the witness and with counsel.
221.
All right, Ms. Dalley Graff, do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
All right. This time, Commonwealth would offer 221 into evidence under seal.
Any objection? All right, 221 in evidence under seal.
All right, Ms. Dalley Graff, we've got now another angle of the blood on the carpet that we've talked about. Can you identify for us the droplets that you previously testified to having come from Joe Ryan on the carpet near the laundry basket?
Well, there's an area that, on the carpet that has smaller circular and elliptical stains between the bed and the basket.
Thank you. And then did you also observe any blood stains on the wall?
Yes.
All right, and can you circle where those stains were observed to be?
Sorry, the marking covers up.
It's okay, we're gonna zoom in on it in just a moment. Judge, I would offer this as Commonwealth's 221A. I'm sorry, this is 221?
Yes, 221A.
And now 221A with the markings, please.
Any objection? 221A under seal. Okay.
Let me know when I can pull it down, thank you.
Yes, you're fine.
I think part of why it's so hard is like we're not seeing the stuff most of the time. And when we are, it's like stuff that we already saw, but she's just giving her opinion on it.
I can ask to share with the witness and with counsel, Commonwealth's previously admitted 118.
118.
Are we going to get objections and closings?
And that can be shared with the jury in the gallery as well.
Yes.
Ms. Graff, do you see here now a closer picture of the blood on the wall?
Yes.
All right. Tell me about that blood stain and what observations you made.
Well, the largest blood stain you see is clearly elliptical with some excess flow or a tail, a part of the volume that continued in the direction the blood drop was originally traveling when it impacted the wall. So this droplet was traveling downward and at a slight angle as you're looking at the wall, slightly to your right. There are other stains in the same area that are much smaller but exhibit very similar characteristics, that they're the leading edge, the place where the blood droplet first met the wall, is rounded, and then you see that round shape transferring into elliptical. And those drops are all going toward the wall and then downward.
And you reviewed the certificate of laboratory analysis for that particular item, swab 39, is that correct?
I did.
All right, and did that contain Joseph Ryan's DNA profile?
I really would have to look at the report again. I don't recall.
Okay, that's all right. Did you make any observations regarding the blood spatter that was located on the laundry basket?
I did.
All right. Judge, at this time, I would ask to share Commonwealth's previously admitted 120.
120, okay.
Tell me about the blood stain patterns that you observed on the laundry basket.
Well, there are multiple circular and elliptical stains Some of those appear to be in a linear distribution, with the caveat that the side of the laundry basket has a lot of openings, so you don't have the full pattern there, but some of them do appear to be in linear distribution.
And we understand that linear distribution is consistent with what?
Well, you get linear distributions in projected stains, in cast-off stains, in impact spatter. All of those would have some linear components to them.
Thank you. And were those stains swabbed and tested as item 41 to your knowledge?
Yes, some of these stains were submitted for further analysis.
All right, and was Christine Banfield's DNA present in some of those stains to your knowledge?
Some of them had Christine Banfield's DNA profile.
Okay, thank you. All right, Judge, if we can pull this down. Judge, at this time, I would offer into evidence Commonwealth's 196.
Any objection to 196? Is that a no? Okay, no objection. 196 in evidence, and thank you.
Judge, I'd ask that be published.
I have an issue with how that was worded, because the testimony that we have, and as it should have been testified to about the bloodstains from the picture of the hamper and the rug, the testing that we heard testimony for was for the hamper and the rug blood spatter, just discussed as a group. And it was worded as Christine and Joe cannot be eliminated. But yet, this witness is testifying that the profile was a match. We don't have an objection there, but like, lady, what are you doing?
Thank you. And were those stains swabbed and tested as item 41 to your knowledge?
And not all of them.
Yes,
She
some
said
of these stains were submitted for further analysis.
All right, and was Christine Banfield's DNA present in some of those stains to your knowledge?
Some of them had Christine Banfield's DNA profile.
So the testimony that we have is that it could not be excluded. Not that it confirmatory. It is her DNA profile. So I don't think that's the way, like, the DNA experts that we had speak very carefully and precisely for a reason. But now this lady's just up here saying whatever she wants to say. So that's weird to me. But okay, anyway.
Thank you.
Anyway.
All right,
Not
Judge,
all
if
of
we
it
can
was
pull this
tested.
down. Judge, at this time, I would offer into evidence Commonwealth's 196.
Any objection to 196? Is that a no? Okay, no objection. 196 in evidence, and thank you.
Judge, I'd ask that be published. All right, Ms. Dalley Graff, do you recognize this picture of Mr. Ryan's backpack?
This is an examination picture of the backpack that was under or partially under Mr. Ryan's left leg.
All right, so this is after it has been opened and spread out, is that correct?
Yes, this would be an examination where everything has been removed, photographed separately, and now looking at just the backpack alone.
This might be important.
Okay, so start us off with the thing that seems to confuse almost everyone. The circle that we see in the middle of the backpack,
Testifying.
is that something you drew?
No,
Okay, to your knowledge, is that stitching on the backpack?
I can't tell from this photograph. I'd have to see a close-up. Oh, yes, I can see the stitches.
Okay, there we go. All right, so tell me about the blood stains that you observed on this object.
Multiple circular and elliptical stains.
All right, and what pattern of travel are those stains consistent with?
Well, some of them have some satellite or the continuation from the leading edge outward, which would indicate downward relative to looking at the photograph. Others are pretty indistinct. You can't really determine from some of them what they were, but all of this is relative to this surface.
All right, Judge, if we can pull this down.
So we're not getting sequencing? That's it? Was the blood placed there? Because that seems like a critical question. Is there coagulation with that blood? Because if the state is not asking questions that suggest that the blood in the backpack was stained, I would think, and I do lean towards concluding, that that backpack was already open before Brendan Banfield got to the home. I think it says a lot that the state didn't get into that type of questioning with the backpack. Because whatever the blood says or suggests
and Judge,
on
if
this
I can show what was
backpack does
previously
not fit
admitted as
Juliana's
Commonwealth
story, does not fit the
124.
timeline.
124 under seal.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm going.
So, Ms. Dalley Graff, did you examine this photo relative to the one that we just shared and admitted into evidence as Commonwealth 196?
Yes.
All right, so tell me what observations you made of the staining on the backpack as it appears in this picture
All right, we have
relative
some
to
more.
196.
We have some more.
Well, I look at it in the context of the scene, how it was originally photographed before it was moved by officers in the scene, and to identify the patterns or the shapes of the stains that we could see in the examination photograph compared to what is visible here, to see if we can see the entire pattern or the portion of the pattern, to determine if the blood is deposited while it's in the orientation, location, everything that we see in this image, just by comparing those stains during examination quality and the in-scene context.
Okay, and what did your examination reveal regarding the location of these stains and the location of the items in the bag?
Well, one of the largest of the stains that we saw in the previous photograph, you can see a portion of it going into a fold as you're looking down at the lining as it was laying there when they first photographed it in place.
So they're
Okay.
saying,
And
I get it. They're going to say that because maybe it has the sateen style texture that the blood wasn't absorbing and that the only reason it's running downward is because the law enforcement officers moved it and maybe stood it up. Or at some point the backpack got stood up. And that's why there's a downward motion. Because it's not an absorbative, it's not the most porous material.
is that consistent with the location of the objects in the bag as we see them photographed here?
Lead me.
I'm not sure I understand the question. We're
Okay.
talking about just the lining?
Yes.
Or, well, it appears that at least part of that lining is not exposed when we look at the overall shape of that. So we
Judge, I'm
see only
sorry.
part of that
I'm
shape
going to
here.
object to that question that we approach.
I also stand
Yeah,
objection.
she's not.
Okay.
We have the foundation issues. We don't know when things
is the
were moved.
lo-
We're assuming.
Is the location of the items as we see them photographed here consistent with the stains that are beneath them?
Objection,
All right,
Judge.
sustain the objection.
Okay?
Oh. Yeah. Not
Was
a good
there
look.
staining on the items as they are photographed here that created a pattern with the staining on the lining of the bag as evidenced in 196?
Judge, I'd object. I don't know, well, actually, I'll see if she can answer.
I'll overrule the objection.
There are some small stains on some of the items. However, what I'm looking for is to see, can I see the entire pattern that was on the lining with these objects in place? If all of that staining happened with these objects in place, then we should see those
Judge, I think
stains.
I would object. I think we're going to
All right, I'll
where
sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay.
Was the stuff in the backpack or removed after the fact? So the lock pads, the chain. And let's run that back. There was a lot of ifs in her answer. A lot of ifs in her answer. So she wasn't really getting into an observation. She was talking about what she might have been looking for, not whether or not she actually saw that.
There are some small stains on some of the items. However, what I'm looking for is to see, can I see the entire pattern that was on the lining with these objects in place? If all of that staining happened with these objects in place, then we should see those
I think
stains.
I would object. I think we're going to
All right, I'll
where-
sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Based on your review of the certificates of analysis, was Mr. Ryan's DNA observed in the stains to the liner of the backpack?
My recollection is those were the DNA profile of Joseph Ryan.
So now DNA profiles of Joseph Ryan.
In your review of the body-worn camera, were you able to make any observations regarding the placement of the Glock 19M, Mr. Banfield's service weapon, at the time of the officer's first entry into the primary bedroom?
Yes,
Okay. And where was the Glock Model 19M?
on the, I believe that'd be the southeast corner of the mattress.
All right. And did you make any observations of the blood pattern in the area of the weapon?
On the weapon itself, on the pistol, there was what appeared to be contact all along that entire side of the gun.
When you say that side of the gun, which side of the gun?
The side that was up as it's laying on the mattress.
Scribble, scribble.
Okay.
We need the EJF directionals, not the
In your
southeast corner of a
expert
mattress.
Based on the location of the blood on Mr. Ryan's hand, the location of the blood on his pants, the location of the blood stains on his hip, and your
What's your
review
conclusion? This is it, guys.
of all of the evidence in this case, including the autopsy reports. Are you able to opine as to whether or not Joseph Ryan was in the position where he was found when police arrived, when those bloodstains were transferred?
That's a
Objection, Your Honor.
double
I
question.
think this goes,
Compound. So we have a compound question issue there too. Listen to this question again.
Autopsy, all of the evidence, and your review of all of the evidence in this case, including the autopsy reports. Are you able to opine as to whether or not Joseph Ryan was in the position where he was found when police arrived, when those bloodstains were transferred?
objection, Your Honor.
right,
I think this
hold
goes,
Approach.
So there's an issue. She can't get into that because there's no foundation on the timing of the arrival, but she's also conflating within her question that the transfer happened like simultaneously. Speed up a little bit. Although we'll just get to skip the lunch break. So some of it.
I do not have any further questions. Thank you so much. I
Cross-examination.
appreciate your patience.
All right, cross-examination.
Judge, would it be appropriate to go now, or?
Well, how long
I know
is
we didn't
your-
have a break for the,
How long is your cross-examination?
I anticipated probably being at least as much, if not
Okay,
more.
all right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and
wow.
take our lunch break now.
Oh, boy.
So we'll come back then at 1:45 to give you an hour, okay? So again, do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? We'll see you at 1:45.
Wow. He's going to have her up there for like 2 hours. Maybe longer. Oh, boy. Oh, no, that defense won that approach. So you have an expert up there and you can't get them to give their overall opinion.
Again, ma'am, since you're still having testimony, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody to include the prosecutors, okay? All right, thank you. See you at 1:45.
That was bad for the state. Let's run that back. Sorry, I should have said that out loud. Well, listen, they go up to this approach because she's trying to get your ultimate opinion, the ultimate conclusion from your analysis as the expert. What is your opinion of all of this? What do you conclude? That's the thing that they need the jury. They need this lady to say, hey, things were moved. It looks like it was staged. It's consistent with somebody moving things after all of the chaos happened. And look what happens. They approach because the defense objects.
I do not have any further questions. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Major L for the state. Major L. And then we hear that the defense wants to cook for just as long, if not longer, with the same witness. So they're going to be on their lunch break until 1:45. Let me put up a banner for anyone coming in. Let's see. Court is on lunch until 1:45 p.m. Eastern. All right, so that will be up. Yeah, wow. Brooklyn's to strike her entire testimony. I mean, that backpack would have been critical to me. If you want me to say, yep, I think even if there was somebody on the fence in the jury, if you had some testimony in there from this expert that says, look, that backpack, that blood was placed there after the fact. That backpack, would have been closed during the stabbings. Or at least Spatter never made it to where the backpack was. But what I see here from this backpack is consistent with coagulated blood being flicked or something after. It was already coagulated by the time it touched the lining of this backpack. Then I'd be like, oh my gosh, they opened the backpack either mid-attack or after the fact. But it seems like Joseph Ryan had time to open up his backpack and potentially start taking objects out. Now, one explanation for how that could be is if it's a master bedroom that has like an adjoined bathroom, maybe Christine happened to be in the master bathroom and he just quietly was taking stuff out. Other than that, if Christine's, that could be consensual. I could be back in, this was a consensual meetup initiated by actual Christine. If we're not clearing up this backpack issue, I'm all the way back in 4 different possibility land again. And yep, it's going to be an hour lunch. During this break, I want to look at an article that Adventure Erin had sent over, and now there's a second one. So we're going to have 2 articles to look at from Adventure Erin. So make sure, shout out to Adventure Erin in the chat. Yeah, I'm waiting to see what defense does. Defense does have a pretty slow approach to the questioning, though. So I think they've, if they want the jury to pay attention, especially after lunch, like what if they come back with the itis? Like, you've got to pep in the step. You've got to have some energy. Because remember, with Juliana, that long cross, even though that's some salacious stuff that we were talking about, it dragged quite a bit. So, yeah, Alyssa, I agree. I really think that was beyond terrible for the state. I think that's a great way to characterize it. And again, the jury could still convict, but if you think Brendan Banfield, this is for those who are thinking like he's guilty, like I would vote to convict him. How do you feel about this witness, just in general? Like, what if you were watching this witness deliver the same type of analysis in a case where you weren't sure? Do you find this witness compelling? So I have questions. Yeah, like what if Christine was actually Anastasia 9? I think the state just opened up more reasonable doubt for me based on what they couldn't get into with this witness. And yeah, okay, so let's get into what Adventure Erin is sending over here. Blood spatter analysis is junk science that has resulted in multiple wrongful convictions. So some examples here. David Cam with 2 M's, Julia Ray, and Joe Bryan, to name a few. Yes, I think, guys, do you think the state has proven beyond reasonable doubt that there was blood and a stabbing and a shooting? Yes. Oh my goodness. Yeah, EJ, perfect. Thank you for answering, EJF. I think you are a great, you are my target audience for this type of feedback. EJF, I think he's guilty, but are they proving this beyond a reasonable doubt? No. Dizzy says I didn't find her even a little compelling. Like, this is the type of witness that, like, I know Nick Starro is having his hands full with the animation stuff going on in the Uvalde trial, but this is the type of witness that, like an Ian Runkle, a Nick Starro, like, just looking at the screen like, what are we doing here? Yes, the other thing, bittersweet. I think it was interesting, the spatter or droplets or whatever, contact/transfer, we're using interchangeable terms here during this testimony, on the Izod genes, the lighter colored genes that belong to Joseph Ryan. So that's interesting. Like, that seems to be, to me, standing position. I don't know. Brienne says, good reminder here that we can't convict people on vibes. Unfortunately, I think people do get convicted on vibes. I do agree that the standard is that that's not supposed to be how it works, though. But reality doesn't always line up with what the written rules are. Yeah, Jimmy says, I've been working and lurking. Love our lurkers. And all I got from the testimony is that there was blood at the scene. I think it's very interesting the things that they could not ask. Not just the things that were objected to, but again, the things that the state didn't even attempt to ask. If there had been objects in that backpack. Sahanis says, do you think the au pair testimony was necessary to convict Banfield? Absolutely. I mean, I think based on what they offered her, which I think is a tragic offer, like just a crazy, if the state believes, and the state, by putting Juliana on the stand, they have a duty of candor to the court. Their decision to put the witness on the stand strongly suggests that they think their witness is truthful, that what she will testify to is truthful. And they didn't offer to correct anything. So even when it was done, and then we had that redirect from the state of Juliana, where, you need all these Netflix deals because you have no support system besides the media. Like, I think the state is vouching for Juliana's truthfulness still, after what I think was kind of an inconsistent testimony from her. Then they give her this sweetheart deal, and whether the judge sticks to it or not, I think this prosecutor, the prosecutor we saw do the direct and the redirect for Juliana, I think that prosecutor really looks at Juliana as having engaged in the plot, so she thinks the plot actually happened, but that Juliana was entirely and wholly a victim. And, she has a justification for any and all of her actions. I really think that's how this prosecution team sees Juliana. And I think that's quite different than, you know, maybe Juliana's innocent and she ended up taking a plea deal just to finally get out of custody and not have to take it to trial, where she risked being convicted by a jury who said, you're a weirdo. You moved into the bedroom right after this. Of course we think you plotted this, right? So I think the state thinks that Juliana has a full justification for her story, but that the story that they had her tell on the stand is the story. I really think they believe it. So I don't know. Shout out to Sheriff Chuck for another 5 gifted memberships. We're going to say that this is sponsoring our read-along here. Again, shared over from Adventure Erin. This is an analysis by ProPublica saying, is it forensics or is it junk science? So thank you for sponsoring, Sheriff Chuck. Let's see here. We've got a little subtext here that says, dubious forensic techniques have spread throughout the criminal justice system for decades. Here's what ProPublica has learned about junk forensic science techniques and how they proliferate. So this is by Sophia Kovac, Pamela Kaloff, and Brett Murphy. This is from January 31st of 2023. So it's been decades since the intersection of forensic science and criminal justice first became a pop culture phenomenon, popularized by countless TV shows. And I forgot, I said in some chat I was going to show you guys my shirt. I had to dig it out, my Benson and Stabler shirt. So speaking of popular TV shows, movies and books. But the public's growing awareness of forensic techniques obscures a far more complex field that's chock full of bogus science, and the people who champion it, often for profit. For years, ProPublica has reported on these dubious techniques as they've wormed their way into every corner of our real-life criminal justice system. So what's legitimate forensic science and what's junk? Let's start with the basics. So what is junk science? What is junk science? Junk science refers to any theory or method presented as scientific fact without sufficient research or evidence to support it. Do you guys remember when we looked at Michael, what the heck was his last name? The dentist. This is like a bunch of cases in Missouri and Kansas. There's a few different states where they overlap with where they've done their expert dental science. But the guy came up with, if you use an orange hue of light while you're looking at the evidence, and he named the method, he named the science, he called it science. He named it after himself and just called it science. And all he was doing was using a specific hue of light to look at things. And now it's been deemed to be entirely junk. But it was like hailed. He testified. Hey, I looked at it through this methodology that I came up with and named after myself. These pretty light bulbs. That's junk science. So some types of junk science have virtually no supporting evidence, while others are oversimplifications of real but complex science findings. And I think this is the tricky part. When you have an expert on the stand and you're told they're an expert, and their common sense is like, well, that makes sense. The expertise layer that's added on top, the jury likely is inclined to just accept what the expert's telling them, because common sense gets me part of the way there. I could see how that would work that way, but I don't know the technicalities, but I trust that this person does. So, adding to the risk they pose to the justice system, many forms of junk science are very subjective and depend highly on individual interpretation. So here we've got how to spot junk science in forensics. When ProPublica has reported on junk science, we found many common traits. They could include that it has limited or no scientific evidence or research supporting it, that it is presented as absolutely certain or conclusive with no mention of error rates. It relies on subjective criteria or interpretation. It simplifies a complex science. It takes just a few days to become an, air quotes, expert. Yes, okay. Adventure Erin says Dr. Michael West and the West phenomenon. Let's get some examples. So tracing the spread of junk science throughout the criminal justice system can be difficult, but ProPublica has followed forensic junk science in various forms for years. So 911 call analysis. So police and prosecutors trained in 911 call analysis are taught that they can spot a murderer on the phone by analyzing speech patterns, tone, pauses, word choice, and even the grammar used during emergency calls. These are known as guilty indicators. So the idea of someone on a 911 call giving a pregnant pause, they pause for a long time. Is that suspicious? Is that suspicious? Maybe. But is it the type of science that you should be able to opine upon in front of a jury? So let's see. A misplaced word, too long of a pause, or a phrase of politeness could reveal a killer. Analysis of 911 calls, and we're going to talk about a podcast, and I want everybody to take a listen to this case of Andrew Hayes in Tennessee. So the DA in Shelby County, Tennessee is now saying that Andrew Hayes was wrongfully convicted. They're charging the daughter of somebody that knew the victim. I just started looking into that case yesterday, but a woman by the name of Stephanie Tinsley, who is related to Mark Tinsley. So if you're thinking that name sounds familiar because of Alex Murdaugh, I think they're husband and wife. So Stephanie Tinsley wanted to look at cases where there might be an issue. She gets in touch with an attorney. I think his name is Jeff. Can't remember his last name because the captions were kind of not spelling it correctly. And he's like, well, hey, this case is interesting. She goes down the rabbit hole. She does this podcast explaining all of it. It's called Everything They Missed. So I'm going to recommend that to you guys. If you're interested in that type of thing, I've gotten through just the first 2 episodes as of last night. I stayed up late and I just got too tired. But I've pulled the appeal briefs. I've pulled the petition for writ of ericorum nobis. And I think we're going to do a little dive maybe this weekend on that case. But they have, Stephanie ends up building a rapport with the woman who's now charged and ends up getting a confession. But there's a jail call that they played on episode 2. And it's like the last thing I was listening to before I called it a night. And in this jail call between the mother and daughter, the actual perps, they're speaking to each other after they were held for interrogation by the police. And it's like they're apprising each other, to use Adrian Love's words, of what happened while they were being interrogated. And you're hearing like, well, I didn't tell them anything. And the daughter mentions, well, I did let them know about Wayne. The guy Wayne, whose last name happens to be Bobo, doesn't seem to have any relation to the Bobo family from the Holly Bobo case, but just a coincidental name. And then the mom goes, oh, something to the effect of, good, well, that corroborates my story. And I'm listening to that thinking like, well, that's an interesting word to use. But at the same time, is that a science? And the reason it's an issue to call that a science and place a level of expertise over it is it's something that should be within the kin of the jury. I'm not an analysis. I don't have any training in this. But if I was sitting on a jury and I was listening to that jail call, I could make the same conclusion that I just made on my own. I don't need an expert to tell me those things. And when you couch this type of thing as being a science, you're bolstering a certain interpretation. Whereas the jury should be able to just decide for themselves. So that is a sideline there. That is the Andrew Hayes case. It seems like they're just waiting for the proceedings to play out, but the district attorney has said, Andrew Hayes, wrongfully convicted. He's innocent. We have the people now thanks to the work of Stephanie Tinsley. So definitely check that out. Again, that is the Everything They Missed podcast. On YouTube, the episodes only have like 200 views. And I was hooked listening to it. So I think anyone that's interested in what's going on in Tennessee, what's interesting in true crime podcasts, interested in wrongful convictions, it's got the whole shebang. So back to this article here. Let's see. Analysis of 911 calls appears in the criminal justice system in lots of different ways. Some detectives say it's a tool to help build a case or prepare to interrogate a suspect. They've used it to help extract confessions. Others present their analysis to prosecutors or enlist Tracy Harpster, the program's creator and a retired deputy police chief from Ohio, to consult on cases. So when they say the program's creator, they're talking about this 911 call analysis training. During Harpster's career, he had almost no homicide investigation experience or scientific background. Yet he created this program. He developed the 911 call analysis technique based on a small study for his master's thesis in 2006. After teaming up with the FBI to promote his findings nationwide, there was enough demand from law enforcement to create a full-fledged training curriculum. Since the technique's development, 911 call analysis has been used in investigations across the country. ProPublica documented more than 100 cases in 26 states where Harpster's methods played a role in arrests, prosecutions, and convictions, likely a fraction of the actual figure. In addition, Harpster says he has personally consulted in more than 1,500 homicide investigations nationwide. That's a lot. That is a lot. That is a lot. Despite the seeming pervasiveness of the technique, researchers who have studied 911 calls have not been able to corroborate Harpster's claims. A 2020 study from the FBI warned against using 911 call analysis to bring actual cases. So now FBI's like, whoa, 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 whoa. A separate FBI study in 2022 said applying 911 analysis may actually increase bias. And again, I think that goes back to, and it's something that we got to discuss a lot during the YSL trial. That's why I always go back to YSL. We have like 200 days of subject matter to relate back to. But the idea that when you call it a science and have somebody else tell you the thing, that you could make your own conclusion about without needing to have any expertise, it slants towards whatever side that expert is testifying for. So it may increase bias. And academic studies from researchers at Villanova and James Madison Universities came to similar conclusions. Ultimately, 5 studies have not been able to find scientific evidence that 911 call analysis works. In a 2022 interview, Harpster defended his program and noted that he has also helped defense attorneys argue for suspects' innocence. He maintained that critics don't understand the research or how to appropriately use it, a position he has repeated in correspondence with law enforcement officials for years. The research is designed to find the truth wherever it goes, Harpster said. All right, so an example here that they give, ProPublica chronicled how 911 call analysis was used in the case of Jessica Logan, who was convicted of killing her baby after a detective trained by Harpster analyzed her call and then testified about it during trial. So let me, in case when Erin shared this link, if it's off the screen, here is this article again, if you guys want to go through. They've included several links already for deeper reading that I think would take us beyond the remaining 30 minutes that we have. So definitely check out this article. It's there in the chat again in case it's been flooded off the screen there. So, yeah, Mavhawk says, is this the state's next witness? I would die if they call someone to analyze the 911 call. Oh, goodness. And here we go. So bloodstain pattern analysis. So relevant to the witness we still have on the stand. Bloodstain pattern analysis is a forensic discipline whose practitioners regard the drops, spatters, and trails of blood at a crime scene as clues that can sometimes be used to reconstruct and even reverse engineer the crime itself. The reliability of bloodstain pattern analysis has never been definitively proven or quantified, but largely due to the testimony of criminalist Herbert McDonnell, it was steadily admitted in court after court around the country in the 1970s and 1980s. McDonnell spent his career teaching week-long, quote, institutes in bloodstain pattern analysis. And remember, this is specifically, bloodstain pattern analysis is specifically what the state said they were qualifying this expert witness in at police departments around the country, training hundreds of officers who in turn trained hundreds more. While there is no index that lists cases in which bloodstain pattern analysis played a role, state appellate court rulings show that the technique has played a factor in felony cases across the country. Additionally, it has helped send innocent people to prison. From Oregon to Texas to New York, convictions that hinged on the testimony of a bloodstain pattern analyst have been overturned and the defendants acquitted or the charges dropped. In 2009, a watershed report commission, and what's going to be a problem here? I think this is the state, if the state didn't put Juliana on, then they might only have this bloodstain evidence. So what if that created a sufficiency problem? I think having Juliana and the bloodstain is a way to prevent, a potential, motion to set aside the verdict, sufficiency of the evidence issue. In 2009, a watershed report commissioned by the National Academy of Sciences cast doubt on the discipline, finding that the uncertainties associated with bloodstain pattern analysis are enormous, and that experts' opinions were generally more subjective than scientific. More than a decade later, few peer-reviewed studies exist, and research that might determine the accuracy of analyst findings is close to non-existent. When McDonnell, who died in 2019, was asked whether he ever considered changing his course structure or certification process after seeing students give faulty testimony, McDonnell answered in the negative, so no. You can't control someone else's thinking, he said. The only thing you can do is go in and testify to the contrary. Well, that's an interesting way to put it. ProPublica has also reported on how bloodstain pattern analysis was used to convict Joe Bryant of killing his wife, Mickey. So they have a deep dive in here. If you guys want to look at that, check out the article. Oh, bite mark analysis. Let's keep going. Let's talk about bite mark analysis. Bite mark analysis is a forensic technique that purports to match bite marks on a victim's body to a suspect's teeth. The technique gained recognition after being used in Ted Bundy's 1979 trial in Florida, in which he was convicted of killing Florida State University student Lisa Levy and Margaret Bowman. A Florida-based forensic dentist named Dr. Richard Souverin testified that marks on Levi's body match Bundy's distinctive teeth. But the practice has come under scrutiny. In August 2009, the National Academy of Sciences issued a report on the flaws of the technique, saying there's no evidence of an existing scientific basis for identifying an individual to the exclusion of all others. In September 2016, the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology found that available scientific evidence strongly suggests that examiners not only cannot identify the source of bite mark with reasonable accuracy, they cannot even consistently agree on whether an injury is a human bite mark. So we can't even definitively conclude that an injury is caused by dental impressions, caused by a bite, a human bite. Yet we're trying to use an analysis of whatever the injury is to conclude that a specific person, a specific human, caused that bite. So, oof. Since 1982, according to the Innocence Project, at least 32 people have been exonerated after being convicted in cases that involve bite mark evidence. 9 people have been freed after being convicted in part based on inaccurate evidence presented by Mississippi dentist Michael West. There we go. The West method. And pathologist Dr. Stephen Hain. And 7 of those cases involved bite mark analysis. So, in a 2011 deposition, West admitted he no longer believed in bite mark analysis and said it shouldn't be used in court. And I was going to think of Chris, or Chris Duncan. So we talked about that. We did a 4th of July stream about Chris Duncan's case, and it went down this whole deep dive. I haven't seen C. Rich in here in a while, but that's who initially had sent over, go look at the whole backstory of all of these different cases that are under review because of Hain and West. And so we did a long stream that was 4th of July of 2025. This case with Chris Duncan, he had his conviction vacated last year, but the state's been trying to appeal those decisions and hold him, and I believe he was finally just granted bond. I'm losing track of my own updates. Let me get a second here. When I don't sleep well, it's harder for me to recall details. Let me see the last update. Okay, so he was released on bail early December. So there we go. State is still appealing though. So, and I'll link to the deep dive. This is the July 4th stream. If you want to bookmark it. And then let's get back to this article. So, yeah, the case of Jimmy Duncan, a Louisiana death row inmate who was convicted for killing his girlfriend's toddler, in part based on allegedly manufactured. We'll see if they mention why they say manufactured. Bite mark evidence. Weston Hain prepared the evidence. And Hain testified at Duncan's trial. West did not respond to ProPublica's request for comment, and Hain died in 2020. Duncan has maintained his innocence since his 1998 conviction, and he's awaiting a court decision on his appeal. Louisiana prosecutor, and this was written in 2023. So his conviction has been vacated. The vacating of the conviction is being appealed, but he is out on bond as of early December. So Louisiana prosecutors say they still believe Duncan is guilty. Prosecutors in the case acknowledged questions around bite mark analysis in a January 2025 brief, but argued there's no consensus that the technique is junk science. So in that 4th of July stream that we did, we talked about the details, the nitty-gritty of what went on in Duncan's case. Well, part of the problem, these words manufactured and prepared, you have one of these guys standing there hitting the decedent with a mold. So Jimmy Chris Duncan agrees to let them take a mold of his teeth. And then one of these experts is on video slamming the mold post-mortem into the decedent's body. Yeah. Well, like, I don't think I need to give any commentary. It's within the kin of you, chat. You guys can make what you want of that information. Yeah, I think that's Jimmy Chris Duncan. I think I see Chris Duncan used more. Because, like, I think he goes by Chris, so I think often when I've seen people talk about the case, like, as a more human, like, you call him Chris. But yes, Jimmy Chris Duncan. I believe that is the case you're thinking of, the 33 years. So, right, quick stream math, 1998 to 2025-ish is a little bit, we're almost there. 33 years. Maybe there's another one. Yeah, so 25 years on death row. But I don't know when the actual death took place. Hayward. All right, so we've got other junk science examples. FBI using unproven photo analysis. Scan, so scientific content analysis. Did they just take that because analysis starts with the letters AN, or where does the N come from in scan? Did they just want did they want it to sound cool? But a means of dissecting written suspect statements while looking for markers of deception. While police and prosecutors kept using roadside drug tests with known high rates of false positives. We just talked about a interesting case down here. I think it was a Florida case with involving THC where the guy was completely sober. All right, so there was a second article that Erin shared. Let me pull that one up. Let me find the link. Adventure Erin taking us on adventures. Okay, Adventure Erin also says Ray Crone, Krone, did 30 years. Adventure Erin also says, fun fact, Dr. West called Innocence Project attorney and director of strategic litigation Chris Fabricant a sociopath. Well, if you can't beat him, just go ad hominem. Hold on, I swear I saw a second article link from Erin. Okay, wait, I found it. It was just way further up. Oh, interesting graphic. All right, so another piece from ProPublica. Let me drop this link again because it was like lost in the sauce in there. Second article. And we've got about 15 minutes for the lunch break here. So, from his basement in upstate New York, Herbert McDonnell launched modern bloodstain pattern analysis, persuading judge after judge of its reliability. Then he trained hundreds of others. But what if they're getting it wrong? So here we have How a Dubious Forensic Science Spread Like a Virus by Leora Smith. This is from 2018. So the prosecution's star witness, a forensic specialist named Herbert McDonnell, set out an array of props before the jury. A medicine dropper, a mirror hastily yanked from the wall of the courthouse bathroom, and a vial of his own blood, drawn that day at a nearby hospital. Oh, is he going to spatter live in the courtroom? We do an art project? Like, you know, like the museums where they do the live art exhibits? Is that what we're doing? It was a strange sight in the 1985 Texas courtroom, and the jurors, the judge, and even the defense attorneys watched, rapt, as McDonnell laid the mirror flat and then climbed up on a chair, holding the vial and dropper. McDonnell's expertise lay in an obscure discipline known as bloodstain pattern analysis. He claimed he could reconstruct the events of a crime by reading the bloodstains left behind. Like a professor performing a classroom demonstration, he dipped the dropper's tip into the blood, with a practice hand, released a single drop onto the mirror. It landed with a muted thud, forming a perfect crimson circle. Blood landing on a flat surface should not spatter, McDonnell told the jurors with satisfaction. He let another drop of blood onto the white shirt he was wearing. Blood lands differently on fabric, he showed them. A defense attorney shot up from his chair in protest. This was a murder trial. There was no mirror at the crime scene. No medicine dropper. The demonstration was not reliable science, he argued. The judge disagreed. Okay, in the other case here, the 33 years is Keith Allen Harward. Thank you, Mavka. And hey to Mrs. K. Grift. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. All right, so let's see. We've got judges disagreeing. This is fine. I'm just going to pretend that this is Judge Creed McKinley for the purpose of what I'm visualizing. McDonnell's testimony would be pivotal to proving the Fort Bend County prosecutor's theory that 21-year-old Reginald Lewis had murdered his family. I think I remember this case, or hearing about it, not like live while it was happening. Shooting his mother and two brothers and setting his father on fire. McDonnell had identified dozens of minuscule blood spots on Lewis's clothing, and he said they placed Lewis at the scene during the crime. The jurors gave Lewis 4 99-year sentences. McDonnell kind of took over the courtroom. Lewis's attorney, David Bankston, recalled, his disbelief still fresh. It's almost like having Mr. Wizard. But McDonnell's testimony that day did more than mesmerize the jury. It gave bloodstain pattern analysis its first toehold of legitimacy in Texas courts, spreading it quietly but surely further into the justice system. 2 years later, Texas's First Court of Appeals ordered a retrial because of evidentiary flaws. 2 retrials ended in hung juries. And I always think, like, if we have 2 hung juries, do we not have reasonable doubt? But okay, well, all right. But it expressly rejected Lewis's argument that bloodstain pattern analysis was a novel technique that should not have been admitted and was not scientifically recognized or reliable. McDonnell's studies are based on general principles of physics, chemistry, biology, and mathematics. This is a quote. And his methods use tools as widely recognized as the microscope. I could go do some bullshit with a microscope right now. Does that mean what I'm doing is scientific? But okay, he uses a microscope. His techniques are neither untested nor unreliable, Judge James F. Warren wrote for the court. To support his decision, Warren cited 4 other cases, Tennessee, California, Illinois, and Maine, that had already affirmed bloodstain pattern analysis' use at trial. 2 of those states had based their decisions on court testimony by McDonnell. Warren's hearty defense of McDonnell and his methods percolated through Texas courts, reassuring hundreds of the state's judges that bloodstain pattern analysis was reliable enough to be admitted at trial. They would allow it again and again. Over time, a parade of spatter experts, often trained by McDonnell or by someone he trained, dazzled juries across the country with their promise of scientific surety, often tying bows of certainty on circumstantial evidence. Judges in Minnesota, Idaho, and Michigan would rely on the Texas court's decision when deciding to admit blood spatter in their own states in the 1990s. Those decisions, in turn, would be relied upon by other states. All right, so I love this graphics design where they're making the different states all citing back to, I guess, what they're calling persuasive precedent, persuasive case law from Texas. I don't know about all 4 states, but I'm assuming these 4 states are not all within the same circuit court as Texas. But yeah. But they make it look like this bloodstain pattern. They're like very, very interesting graphics design here. Blood spatter testimony spread through courtrooms across the country like a superbug. Its path, the steady case-by-case, decision-by-decision acceptance of a new forensic science by the justice system, if one that's rarely, if ever, been retraced. But it reveals the startling vulnerability of judges and juries to forensics techniques both before and after they've been debunked. Although the reliability of blood spatter analysis was never proven or quantified, its steady admission by courts rarely wavered, even as the technique, along with other forensic sciences, began facing increased scrutiny. So remember, this article's from 2018, but we're seeing this witness today in a 2026 trial. I almost said 2016. 2026. So, what a time. In 2009, a watershed report commissioned by the National Academy of Sciences cast doubt on the whole discipline. 2009. Finding that, quote, the uncertainties associated with bloodstain pattern analysis are enormous, and that experts' opinions were generally more subjective than scientific. Still, judges continued allowing spatter experts to testify. Subsequent research, funded by the Department of Justice, raised questions about experts' methods and conclusions, but little changed. All along, attorneys like Benson continued challenging the admission of bloodstain pattern analysts. But they came to learn that a forensic discipline, once unleashed in the system, cannot easily be recalled. Well, yeah, because you'd have to look back at all these other cases. And it's like, what a weird feedback loop. Like positive reinforcement of uncertain outcomes. So we have this forensic science, we start to use it, we have an appeals court saying, nope, the judge was fine for letting this go through to the jury. And now all of these other states are like, all right, Texas said it's okay, let's start doing it too. So this is why they're comparing it to the spread of germs, of bugs, and how those cells can replicate very quickly. So you have this type of blood spatter analysis testimony coming into case after case after case. And I'm sure a lot of those are ending in convictions and conviction after conviction after conviction. And now, oh, well, we don't want to overturn this conviction. Why don't we want to overturn it? Well, one of the reasons we've got this compelling blood spatter testimony. So all of these attempts for appeals for any of these convictions that are sprawling about where this type of expert testimony is used at trial, it's reinforcing its use case for no reason other than we're already doing it. I don't know where I was. Okay. They continued allowing this to spatter. Bankston, we're at the birthplace of blood spatter. All right, we're going to get into upstate New York. About a 4-hour drive northwest of New York City, down a quiet winding road, a house with bright red, of course there's red, siding, peeks through the trees, nondescript except for its fitting hue. Yep. At first glance, the home is typical. A side door opens into an overstuffed kitchen, where a stairwell descends to the lower level. Down those stairs, in a sprawling warren of rooms, forensic history was launched more than half a century ago. Modern American blood spatter analysts didn't originate in a federal crime laboratory or an academic research center. It started in Corning, New York. Is this why we're using, like, mirrors and glass to demonstrate how blood spatter happens. Let's just work in some mirror glass, because shout out to Corning. Corning Museum of Glass, pretty cool place, in McDonald's basement. Decades before blood spatter analysis gained fame in TV series like CSI, Dexter, blah blah blah, McDonald spent countless hours in his home laboratory, incubating and refining the technique. Then he spent a lifetime helping it spread. McDonald built his first basement laboratory in 1935 when he was 7, setting up some test tubes on a marble slab by the furnace in his childhood home. I had one of those cool, like, science kits when I was a kid. I'm telling you, that microscope, very, very scientific if you have a microscope, whatever you're doing, even if you're 7 years old. But it wasn't until the 1950s, when he was pursuing a graduate degree focusing on analytical chemistry, that he got a first-hand taste of real forensics while working in a Rhode Island state crime laboratory. After graduating, McDonald took a stable job as a chemist for the local corporate giant Corning Glassworks, best known for its Corningware casserole dishes. Yeah, they're not supposed to break. But in his off hours, he taught forensics at a nearby community college and began moonlighting as a consultant. So here is a picture of one of his books, his manuals. In 1968, the focus of McDonald's career began to narrow when he testified for a defendant in a New York murder trial. All right, so he's testifying for the defendant. Stephen Schaff, a veterinarian, had shot a former employee but claimed it was an accident. The prosecution said the man was sitting in his car when Schaff shot him. Schaff said the victim had thrown open the car door and knocked the muzzle off Schaff's gun, discharging it accidentally. When McDonald studied the crime scene, he found blood spattered along the inside edge of the car door, an area only exposed when the door was open. It was proof, McDonald testified, that Schaff's story was true. The jury still found Schaff guilty of manslaughter. So the jury only likes the stuff when it's going to convict somebody, not when it's going to exonerate them. McDonald was disappointed, but the case was a revelation. He could decipher a crime through blood left behind, and it whetted his appetite for more. A year later, McDonald successfully applied for a Department of Justice grant to continue his study of bloodstains. In 1971, the DOJ published his findings in a report titled Flight Characteristics and Stain Patterns of Human Blood. It would come to be known as the founding text of modern American bloodstain pattern analysis, and its author, the preeminent expert. McDonald described blood spatters as a long overlooked well of information. With a trained eye and a, quote, natural scientific attitude, he believed, investigators could analyze bloodstains at crime scenes to determine critical evidence, such as where the victim was standing during the bloodshed and the kinds of blows, punches, shots, stabbings inflicted. He documented his work in pages and pages of photographs of blood spattering on different surfaces, neat circles on a plastic wall tile, sprawling splotches on a kitchen towel. In his report, McDonald openly acknowledged the accuracy of his methods could not be quantified. Quote, final conclusions should be considered from the legal viewpoint of proof within a reasonable scientific certainty, he wrote in the introduction. Little attempt has been made to express data in this report in a statistical manner. That uncertainty did not slow his momentum. We've got 4 minutes, so we're going to flip back to court. So again, if you want to read this, the link is in the chat here. It is ProPublica blood spatter analysis. It's called Herbert McDonald, or that's the URL, Herbert McDonald Forensic Evidence. So search that into Google if you're listening on Replay Crew. So we've got, propelled by the report's publication, McDonald traveled to conferences and industry meetings presenting his research. He piqued the interest of prosecutors, defense attorneys, and police officers who heard him, then hired him. Satisfied customers spread the word of his unnerving but seemingly useful techniques. So we have a example practice problem from his, I guess, manual workbook thing. Soon McDonald quit Corning Glassworks to work full-time as an instructor and forensic expert for hire. He branded his unaccredited basement lab with an impressive title, quote, the Laboratory of Forensic Science. So just all of the forensic science, not just blood spatter. And he named himself its director. In time, McDonald would testify and publish books and articles using this official-sounding moniker. Few realize the limited scale of the operation. Yeah, it's just all of the forensic science. all of the forensic science here. I'm going to get the court playing in another tab so I can hear if they come back. Let me make sure I'm real time over there. And I still hear music, so. All right, so back to this article. A grainy VHS recording of a 1980s TV appearance showed McDonald in a pristine white lab coat speaking with casual confidence about his grisly specialty. Quote, Herbert McDonald says he doesn't work at home, but rather lives where he works. The cameras captured charts covering the laboratory walls and a battery of expensive-looking scientific equipment resting on white countertops. A sign reading, Evidence, do not remove, mostly obscured a pair of shoes in an open cardboard box. Differently shaped and sized bottles of chemicals filled the shelves along with a tiny, human-like skull. In 1973, the Mississippi office of a DOJ-funded agency invited him to Jackson to spend a week teaching police officers how to analyze bloodstain patterns. McDonald quickly realized police departments liked having their own in-house experts. I must have got good reviews, McDonald recently recalled, because they kept asking me, would I teach this for them? He began crisscrossing the country teaching 40-hour bloodstain evidence institutes to groups of mostly law enforcement officers who trekked from small towns like Estherville, Iowa, Gulfport, Mississippi, Appleton, Wisconsin, and Sanford, Florida, to attend his courses. Although McDonald would emphasize his own scientific education when acting as an expert, his advertisements assured students there were no minimum educational requirements to be accepted into the class. So by 1982, can you take this with no other background and just say you have a certification just because you took the class? You attended? By 1982, McDonald had taught 19 institutes in 8 states: Mississippi, New York, Florida, Alabama, Indiana, Illinois, Louisiana, and Colorado, turning out scores of newly minted blood spatter experts. He also gave, and we might have court. All right, we've got court back, you guys, I think. It's just the seal. It's just the seal. He also gave single-day seminars in Germany, Italy, England, Switzerland, and Canada. At the end of each course, McDonald administered an exam, handing out certificates to students who passed. He would eventually teach for 38 years and recalled only 5 students who failed. Oh. Then he expanded his offerings. He began teaching advanced courses to students who already passed the basic course. Graduates of his first advanced course formed a new professional society, the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts, in 1983. The following year, IABPA, we're just going to call it the association, published the first issue of the Journal of Bloodstain Pattern Analysis. So they're publishing their own work, so their own academic papers are coming from inside the house. Yeah, if you show up, you pass. Either that or it's like, again, if anybody can suggest these things, is it science or is it just what a person would look at and say, hey, this is what I would think would cause that? Anyway, so in the span of about a decade, McDonald was named the sole distinguished member in honor of his contributions. In the span of about a decade, McDonald had created an industry in which he became the reigning expert. Those are fun curtains. I like rooms like this, like tons of stuff to look at. Got a bunch of different, nice little thing hanging on the wall here. A growing fame in courtrooms. Oh, I hear voices. So let's stop it there.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ready for the jury. Remember, this is going to be cross-examination now, you guys, of the blood spatter analysis expert. Oh no, we're gonna have sniffles again. Oh no.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, can we publish this to the attorneys?
All I see is a white screen. Is it on your laptop? or-
Yes.
Hold on a minute, we just have to switch it over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just to the witness and the attorneys?
The witness and the attorneys, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
And this, for the record, what exhibit number is this?
Judge, if we can,
Oh, you don't have, it's not in evidence yet? Okay.
it's not an evidence.
All right, thank you.
I can identify it, however.
Sure, okay.
Your Honor, if we could identify this as defense exhibit number 80.
80?
80.
Okay, we'll identify.
I think
it.
that's a little out of line, but it's.
That's fine.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Graff. I'm John Carroll. I represent Mr. Banfield in this case.
Good
If there are any
afternoon.
questions that I ask you and you don't understand them, please ask for me to repeat them.
Sure.
Okay. Ma'am, can you see the first slide there at your station?
Excuse me?
Did you see something on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what, have you seen that before?
Yes.
Okay. What were you, in terms of your ability to see that, was that in pictures?
This object or
Yes.
this one image or what's contained in the image?
This object and this image?
The object I saw in multiple images, including the body cams, videos, and I see it in this still image.
Okay. And you recognize that?
Yes.
Now, did you work with Detective Leach from the Fairfax County Police on this case?
I worked with him in the sense that I received, I believe, reports that he wrote, documentation of what type of analysis was done or submitted various items for, and had a conversation about a particular testing that he did.
Okay. And the particular testing, was that the testing that we just talked about in your cross-examination with the, what you said was a linear drip stain on the pants of Joe Ryan?
No.
Which stain was it?
It had to do with some socks that may or may not have been bloodstained, and that was the focus of our conversation.
Okay. And so how many conversations did you have with Detective Leach during this process?
I only remember one specific meeting that he was present where we had a one-on-one conversation about items in this case.
Okay. And was that here in Fairfax that this meeting
Yes.
took place?
Yes,
And were you present for that here, or were you in a virtual situation?
and always present, physically present.
How long ago was that when you had your contact with Fairfax County PD?
When I talked to Detective Leach about this case,
Yes.
I don't remember the date, it's been some time ago.
Okay. Do you remember the date that you were previously here in Fairfax?
I remember what I was doing, I'd have to look up our calendar to see what date that was.
Did it coincide with another case that you were working for the Fairfax Commonwealth's Attorney's Office?
No, it's not another case.
Okay.
We were here doing some training
Okay. And training here in Fairfax?
in this area. I think it was Alexandria, maybe. I remember the physical facility. I don't remember the name of the location, but it was in this area.
Now, going back to this image, were you aware of, and I'll show you the next image, were you aware of Detective Leach asking for analysis for DNA on this juncture that's showing on the knife?
Oh boy.
I was aware that some analysis was done. I did not talk to Detective Leach about specifically where or how the sample was collected. I think I may have looked at the results of the analysis,
Okay.
but I did not focus on this particular object.
And is it fair to say
Christine?
in your review of this that you looked at all of the results of the analysis that were produced in these cases, or in this case?
I don't know if I received copies of all the analysis that was done.
Uh-oh.
Everything I received, I reviewed.
Okay. And in this situation, and Your Honor, I can...
Just want to mark it.
Well, what I was thinking I might do, Judge, is if we mark it A and then...
80A? Okay, this can be 80A, that's fine.
And then 80B and going forward through.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm-
and I'll
okay.
identify it.
All right, so this is 80A, the one
Yes.
that's on the screen right now? Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, just to refresh your recollection, does that look like the analysis that you looked at?
Judge, I'm going to object.
Yep. Yes,
Best evidence, it's not the full document. The document's been admitted in evidence.
all right. Well, she needs to review the full document.
Okay.
We have it available.
Ma'am, to your recollection, whose DNA was, without referring to that, whose DNA was identified on that portion of the knife?
Again, it wasn't part of my analysis. I don't recall exactly where it was.
Remember, Christine and Joseph could not be excluded from the knife handle sampling. And it's not part of her analysis.
You got to be by a microphone. What?
Sorry, Your Honor, I'm going to look at the Commonwealth's exhibits because I think it's been introduced as one of the Commonwealth's exhibits. Erin, if we could pull up Commonwealth's exhibit number 160.
I can't pull up anything.
Sorry,
I can't pull up anything.
I thought that was introduced into evidence.
Yeah, but we don't have their electronic files.
Yeah, I think it's on there.
This is not ours, this is the court's. If you want to use it, it's all here.
Ma'am, can I, Your Honor, if I may, I have the hard copy here. I'll just have her.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just switch it over to the lamp. Oh. You're just going to use the hard copy on the lamp? Is that,
Big pardon?
oh, you're just going to give it to her, or are you going to
If
use
I
it on
could
the
just give
lamp?
it to her, that would be fine.
Okay, that's fine. 160, which I have is just lab sheet DNA blood.
It is lab sheet May 22, 2023.
Thank you.
Number 160.
All right, if you want to show her that, that's fine.
Ma'am, have you had enough to look at that? Does that refresh your recollection, ma'am?
Well, again, I don't know if this was one of the documents that I looked at. I'd have to look at my listing of the materials that I received. I recognize it as an analysis report, but I don't know if it's something I received
Okay.
or not.
In preparation for your testimony today, did you review the things that you had reviewed for testifying today?
I did look at my report. I didn't like memorize the whole list of
Okay.
what I did receive.
So you're not certain of the specifics of the lab analysis relating to the knife in this case?
I don't recall the specifics of the knife, and as I said, I did not focus on the knife as part of my analysis as far as identifying patterns and as a result of that, whose DNA profiles might or might not be present.
And would DNA profiles, whether they're present or whether they were even tested for, would those be important in some of the determinations that you've made today?
In terms of the knife itself,
In terms of any aspect of it?
in terms of everything taken together, those
No, the
bloodstain
answer is
patterns that I
no.
talked about, if a DNA profile was identified, then I noted that based on the relevant analysis reports that I had.
Uh-oh.
And if there were stains that weren't examined, would those be important as to informing your conclusions?
Well,
Judge, objection is to form, I don't believe it's clear, examined by whom?
If you could rephrase the question.
Okay.
Nope.
There's, in the scenes that you've seen on the body cam, there are numerous stains, correct?
Yes,
And many of them have been tested, many of them haven't been tested, correct?
that's correct.
And in fact, you directed testing for some of them in your relationship with Detective Leach, correct?
I don't recall directing Detective Leach which stains to sample or to have tested.
Did you identify a sample that you required Detective Leach to get tested?
Not that I recall. My analysis was based on the documentation, not personal examination of the physical objects.
Would it have been helpful?
Ma'am, did you have an opportunity to review what would be 80D? Do you see that picture?
I see the picture, yes.
Do you recognize that picture?
Yes,
Have you reviewed that as part of this case in your examination?
yes.
Okay. In this instance, this is the injury to, is this the injury to Joe Ryan in his left hand?
This is one injury to his left thumb.
Okay. And the contusion and the bruising, do you see that?
Yes, I see the contusions to the left thumb.
Okay. And in terms of your experience as a blood spatter analyst, blood spatter pattern analyst, is it fair to say there's a greater likelihood of injury to the person who's stabbing than someone who's, or to the person, there's greater likelihood of injury to the person who has the knife and is stabbing versus others involved in the scene?
She's not going to want to answer.
I'm sorry, I'm not exactly clear on what the question is.
Do you
Is
expect the
there,
person doing the
let me
stabbing
see
to
if I
have
can
injuries
rephrase it.
here? Well, left
In
hand.
your experience, is there a greater likelihood of a stabber having an injury as a result of that knife?
I can't really say greater likelihood.
Okay. Have you experienced that?
Not in something measured as a greater likelihood.
Okay. Have you experienced it in some other measure?
Well, that it's not uncommon for, in a stabbing situation, especially if there's no hilt on the knife,
Okay.
that multiple impacts can cause the weapon itself to become slippery because blood is a fluid and is wet. Their hand may slide and actually get cut.
Okay. And
Mr.
And
Carroll, I just want to make sure, this is 80B, okay? 80B is in
I'm sorry,
Bravo.
yes, I was
Okay.
counting
I
ahead.
just want to get the record clean.
80B.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Would you agree that this is another view of that injury?
Yes,
That would
Appears to be.
ADC, identified as ADC.
Thank you.
Ma'am, do you see this, the slide that's before you?
no, sir.
Do you see the slide that's before you now?
Brooklyn?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recognize this, this particular picture from the body cams that you looked at?
This does appear to be a still portion of one of the body cams.
Okay, and this would be identified as ADD? Ma'am, looking at ADD, do you see my client there?
Well, I recognize that the person, there is a person kneeling on the floor, and in looking at all the videos of the first officers, that person was later identified as Brendan Banfield.
Okay, and in that picture, can you see his hands?
Are there any injuries?
I'm sorry,
on his hand?
this particular image is very dark, difficult to see, but in the overall body cams, I did see his hands.
Okay, and are you saying that you don't see his hands in this picture?
I'm saying this picture is not really clear to show his hands. I see the area that I think is his hands, but the picture itself is not clear.
Okay, and do you see the blood on his hands?
I did see blood on his hands when I
Okay.
reviewed the body cams.
And in this picture, do you see blood on the backside of his hands?
I'm sorry, this picture is not clear enough to make a determination.
Okay, well, let's look at the blood stain down to his right. Do you see the portion that we've been talking about? And just, if you need to look at where everything is situated in order to orient yourself, do you see the corner of the bed?
I can make out the area where the corner of the bed should be.
Okay, and can you make out the area where the saturated blood stains that you were talking about is?
I can see what appears to be. Again, the picture quality is very poor.
Okay.
But from reviewing all the body cams, I do know that there was saturation areas on the carpet.
Okay, so just talking about this picture right here, this comes from when you reviewed the body cam, correct?
I reviewed all the body cam footage that was given to me for review.
And this footage is from the first body cam responder, isn't that correct?
Objection, Judge. I think it calls for speculation. She's indicated she has reviewed all of the body cam, but there has been no indication as to which body cam this came from.
If she can answer it.
The body cams of the first two officers going into the bedroom had the most information about location of persons and objects before being moved by the officers or being directed to be moved by the officers.
Okay, and in this picture, which would be ADD again, you can see the stained spot that you were talking about with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury earlier, correct?
Again, the quality of this picture is very poor, but I do know where there were saturations on the carpet based on all of my review of materials in this case.
Can you see the end of the bed?
Now, if I'm not mistaken, what the defense submitted with this packet of everything that's under 80, where it's like B, D, all the letters, the subsets of Defense Exhibit 80, they were photos from the crime scene tech, like actual photos. Yet she had no trouble on direct working with screenshots, still frames from body-worn camera footage. which is not going to be the same quality as something that might be photographed with a DSLR.
See what I think is the footboard of the bed.
Okay. Can you see what's on the bed?
In this picture, you just see that it's a dark object. Based on the totality of the documentation, I know what that object is.
Okay, and what object is that?
It was a handgun.
Okay. And do you know which of the handguns that it was?
Yes,
Okay, which one?
based on all of the documentation I had, this would be the gun that was Mr. Banfield's identified as his duty weapon.
The Glock 19M, would that be it?
That sounds right.
Okay. Now, just looking at what we know about this, so you know where the gun is, even though you're saying it's a dark object, and that's, you know where the corner of the bed is, correct?
I know that the firearm, when first officers arrived in the scene, it was laying on the southeast corner of the mattress.
Okay. And so you
Southeast
know
corner.
where the blood stain is related to the southeast corner of the mattress, correct?
Blood stain was later identified on the sheet removed from the mattress.
Do you know, we're talking about the saturated blood stain that you spoke about quite often in your direct testimony, that's at the foot of the corner of the bed.
Yes, there were multiple saturation stains on the carpet.
They weren't all
One
tested.
was near the southeast corner of the bed on the carpet.
Okay. And were you also, did you also review the 911 tape of the call from Fairfax County, or to Fairfax County?
I did listen to 911 recording.
Okay. Do you recall my client's statements about shooting an unknown person in the room?
I don't remember the specific verbiage. I remember that there was a reference to an injured person and a shooting.
Okay. And I'm not that worried about the detail, but what I am interested in is when he identified himself as shooting Joe Ryan, the police said, "Where are the guns now?" Do you recall that?
I don't specifically recall.
Okay. Do you recall them telling whomever was on the 911 tape, make sure the guns are visible?
Again, I don't remember the exact wording of the call.
Okay. And so you don't actually remember that from the 911 about the gun?
I don't remember the specific words that were said. I do remember specifically reviewing.
All right, so this is really problematic to me because it's one thing, you know, we're sitting here, we're watching this trial, we heard the 911 call played. It makes sense if we don't remember every single word that was spoken, but when your job, you're here being brought as an expert witness to opine on whether or not you think the stage was seen, the scene was staged, you would be specifically looking for any indication as to when and or why something might not be in the position that it was at the time of the killings. So you'd be listening to this 911 call specifically for an indication of go get objects like towels, don't move this, move that, where is this right now? That should all be a critical part of your analysis. And she's like, no. This is critical to what she's here for. And remember, they did not swab the handle of this gun.
So you don't actually remember that from the 911 about the gun?
I don't remember the specific words that were said. I do remember specifically reviewing that there was reference to an injured person in a shooting, that was the basis for officers going to the scene.
Okay. And so would it be possible if that gun that's showing on the corner of the bed was put in the blood stain saturation that you've talked about today prior to making the 911 call?
Well, I don't know prior to the 911 call. Those are things that I can't
don't know.
know.
Okay.
I will say that the blood stain all along that complete side of the gun, the exposed side as you're looking at it, that it did have what appeared to be transfer. And certainly if the gun had been laid in a saturation or in a blood pool, then that would be a scenario that could not be excluded as how the blood stains came to be on that side of the gun.
Okay. And if that was left in the position that's in for purposes of the first responders, would that be something that could be tested to determine what the DNA was on, that gun itself?
If the gun itself, as it's laying there, someone could swab it and submit that swab for analysis.
Do you know if that ever happened?
That I don't know.
Okay. You never received any records of an analysis of what was on the gun?
I don't recall getting analysis of any swabbing of the gun itself.
Okay. But that would have been the most direct way to determine if there was blood or blood of a certain person or some other basis upon which to draw a conclusion if that was swabbed, correct?
To determine the DNA profile, that would be, I would think a preferable method would have been to swab it there as it's laying there. However, the gun was not left in that position. So,
Okay.
so there were
dicey.
some other things to consider as far as what would be tested and what would not be tested.
Oh, so when you're talking about not being left in this position that's showing here, you're talking about when the first responders moved it to the other side of the bed?
It was officers that moved it, and this gun was moved twice,
Okay.
based on the body cams. That's what I saw.
Okay, but the DNA analysis of this area, including those saturated, soaked blood stains, I think there were 2 of them. There are a number of other stains on the mattress. The only one that was tested was the one that's right underneath the gun, where on the bedding that was underneath the gun. Isn't that correct?
Okay. If I can take them one at a time. I did not see stains on the mattress. That simply wasn't included in images that I saw of the scene. The
What?
images that I saw, I could not identify blood stains on the mattress or on that sheet that was on the
Or on the sheet?
bed. There was more than 2 saturations on the carpet. Trying to remember what else you put in there.
Yeah, so I'll work with you on that. Let's go through it. The 2 big saturations on the carpet. You never saw any testing of those 2 big saturations, correct?
I'm sorry, I really don't recall. I have to go back to see
Okay.
if any of those were specifically tested. The one directly in front of the chest of drawers would really be no reason to test that, because in the context of the scene, we know the source.
Okay.
The one closest to the foot of the bed could be tested either by sampling the saturation of the carpet itself, or there was some clothing that was partially covered some saturation, but also was stained, and that could be tested for DNA. And then there's saturation over by the dog bed that's a distance away.
Yeah, tell us all the things that could have been tested, but weren't, or you weren't shown the results
Would
if
it
they were
surprise you
tested.
to know that none of those saturated positions were tested?
I wouldn't be
keep moving.
surprised at that.
But that would give you information that would be helpful in arriving at whatever conclusion you're trying to arrive at, right?
That depends on the extent of the analysis. Like I said, the one stain pattern, there's really no reason to test, because we could see in the context of the scene, particularly in the body cams, the source of that.
How do you
Because the
know?
source was laying in that area
Okay.
when officers arrived.
But you're trying to say something was staged and that people were moved. So now this witness just concluded that the stain was there because that's where the person was laying, and not that they were moved there after the injury that would have caused gushing, rushing blood to flow was inflicted. That was great for the defense. What are we doing?
Whatever conclusion you're trying to arrive at, right?
That depends on the extent of the analysis. Like I said, the one stain pattern, there's really no reason to test because we could see in the context of the scene, particularly in the body cams, the source of that, because the source was laying in that area
Okay.
when officers arrived. The other could be tested, as I say, either directly from the carpet itself or objects on the carpet that were also stained.
Now, the firearm itself, that would be something that you would probably want to be tested, correct?
I would probably have preferred that it be tested directly from that, but also consider the fact that it was moved twice by officers in the scene. So before I would look at any results on that, I'd want to know more about the officers moving it to be sure that they didn't disrupt it. That's certainly a consideration, and look at the pattern,
Okay.
if not the DNA.
And just so you're clear, you're talking about it being moved twice after what we're seeing on this picture, which is at the corner of the bed.
It was moved twice after officers initially entered the bedroom.
And is it possible that the gun in the position that you can see my client, even though it's dark, that gun was to his right-hand side, laying in that pool of blood that had saturated that carpet prior to it being put up on the bed?
I don't know where the gun was prior to being put on the bed. It is generally to his right, as we're looking at
Okay.
where I know he was positioned in the room.
Okay. And you know that he had blood on his hands, correct?
He did have blood on his
Okay.
hands.
And in fact, I know you're not happy with the quality of this picture, but in other pictures that you've seen his hands with blood on the front side and blood on the back side, correct?
Yes, his hands, both hands were blood covered.
Okay. And that would be consistent with someone who's rendering aid before first responders come, isn't that right?
It's consistent with him having blood on his hands.
Okay.
He did,
Just what?
looking at the first officer entering the room, he did have his hands on her neck.
Okay. And that was,
Oh, what are we doing, lady? What?
in fact, I know you're not happy with the quality of this picture, but in other pictures that you've seen his hands with blood on the front side and blood on the back side, correct?
Yes, his hands, both hands were blood covered.
Okay. And that would be consistent with someone who's rendering aid before first responders come, isn't that right?
It's consistent with him having blood on his hands.
Okay.
He did, looking at the first officer entering the room, he did have his hands on her neck.
Okay. And that was.
She nods at the jury. Yeah.
That was something that he did until the officer said, "We're going to take over now," correct?
Well, when the first officer arrived, he was there with his hands on her neck, and then an officer directed him to move away, and then the officer took over trying to render aid.
Okay. So let's talk about cast off. Is that what you call it?
Cast off is a bloodstain term.
Okay. And you spoke about cast off and how it could be a linear pattern, or what you saw was a linear pattern. And so cast off is coming off of if you could just remind me again, what was your definition of cast off?
Well, the mechanism of cast off is when some object that has wet blood on it is in motion.
Okay.
And so as it moves, blood comes off in a column, in a ligament of blood will come off, break into individual droplets as it travels through air.
Okay.
And because it comes off of basically one point or one area, then when it lands on a surface, those individual droplets, as they form on the surface, will make a linear or curvilinear pattern.
Okay. And so if you have a surface that has a lot of blood, say hands, and you do this, can cast off occur?
Cast off can be any object that has wet blood on it. A finger,
Okay,
if it's a hand, then usually we'll see like more than one linear distribution
okay,
for, say, blood coming off, depending which fingers they are, how many. Or it can be some other object that has blood on it that's in motion, and then
Sure.
blood comes off of that object.
and just for the court reporter, I'm just going to describe what you just did and what I did, and if I'm incorrect, please correct me. When I talked about cast off, I talked about moving my hands in a snapping fashion away from my body, or it could be downward. And when you were describing that, you were saying it could be a hand, any finger, or all fingers going off of that object, correct?
Yes, any object that has wet blood on it and the object is in motion so that blood comes off of the object could produce cast off.
Okay, thank you. Now, and I guess with cast off, what I think you've identified as droplets in a linear type pattern is the words you were saying to direct examination?
That individual stains in the pattern oriented to each other will be in a linear or curvilinear pattern.
Okay, and a linear pattern, I'm just assuming what, I guess, that's, you're talking about straight or likely straight.
Well, I say it could be linear or curvilinear, so a part of the pattern could be very straight. You could have a part where the whole line curves a bit, so it's curvilinear, but you can still, looking at it, see how they're related to each other.
Okay, and unless you actually see whatever it is that's holding that blood, you can't be certain of that, correct?
You cannot generally look at a cast-off pattern by itself to determine what the object was, other than looking at the individual stains. This came off of it's a low volume or very small surface area versus something that has a large surface area.
Okay, now, now, when you're talking about the surface, and the surfaces that you're talking about in this case, is you have the wall, correct?
I'm sorry, the surface area I was just referring to was the surface bearing the blood.
I understand, and I'm just moving on to surfaces that could create what you ultimately interpret. Like the wall, for example, that would be a clean surface if blood hit that, right?
Judge, objection to the mischaracterization of the answer. Her answer was about what type of object could create cast off.
Right, and he's moving on now.
Yeah, I'm moving
This is
on.
this is a new.
Understood, but to then use the word create, what she's talking about, I think,
Overruled.
okay.
So just so I'm clear, I don't want to confuse, we're talking about surfaces. So like a surface like this, or a surface like this, or a surface of skin, okay? So that would be like a tabletop, clothing, fabric, and skin.
So,
So I haven't asked the question yet.
okay,
Depending on what surface you're talking about, would it be easier to identify whether it's a linear pattern or even whether it's a drop pattern? Excuse me if I'm not using the right term. When you're talking about like a wall or a flat surface like this versus clothing and say denim, like what we have in this case,
He looked at the
or
McDonald's stuff.
forearm, what we have in this case, there'd be different.
Judge, objection to the compound question.
Overruled, he hasn't asked the question yet.
I haven't asked the question yet, yeah. Would there be different things that you would consider based upon the surface that you're analyzing in coming at your conclusions?
Well, in looking at bloodstains, all of them, you should consider the target surface, that is the surface receiving the blood, and how it might alter a bloodstain. And again, it goes back to things like the volume of blood in the cast-off. Even something that might be absorbent like denim, if it's a very small volume, then it may not be enough blood to really be disrupted when it strikes that surface. It really depends on several factors.
Okay.
I think there was another portion to your question, but I forgot it now.
Well, I think the actual question was in making your conclusions as to some of the things that you've said today, whether it's a circular stain, whether it's a elliptical stain, I think you talk about, or if it's a transfer stain. Would the surface have an effect on each of those different possible patterns? Or
Yes.
how you identify them?
Target surface is an important consideration with any bloodstain pattern. How will this particular surface affect the blood as it's transferring from a fluid to a drying stain on the surface? So surface is important. In terms of linear, we're looking for not just on a flat surface, but linear distributions can be identified on contoured surfaces, or a solid surface versus an absorbent. In the context of the scene, you may or may not be able to make that determination.
Now, you referenced a DLI report in your direct testimony. It was a private lab that the Commonwealth hired to do an examination. Do you remember that one?
Yes, I remember some of the reports were DLI.
Okay, well, there was only one, and the one was relating to the DNA that was being sought inside Joe's zipper in his button of his pants. You remember that?
I don't recall it being inside the zipper. It was identified to me that some sample in the area of the button or in that area was in fact sampled, and that they did find DNA profiles.
Okay.
Of whom?
And
He's always
read
volunteered
that
other
report?
times.
I think I did.
Okay. Isn't it true that the request for the analysis was actually not blood stains? The request for the analysis was around the blood stains for contact or touch DNA. Do you remember that?
I don't recall anything in it that said specifically how it was sampled.
Okay. So, but what my question is you spoke about transfer stains to the Commonwealth when they asked the question.
Yes, she did.
You spoke about inside the zipper where the button connects, all those sorts of things. And you spoke about blood transfer stains, didn't you?
He's gonna
I
change
said
it.
on the back side of the buttonhole that I could see in the image transfer stains.
Okay.
I did not say what DNA was present in those transfer stains, just that there was a report in that area, and I think it was the button side as opposed to the buttonhole side.
But my question is, did you realize that the request for DNA was not for any blood stains? It was for touch DNA around that area that was described.
Judge, objection, facts not in evidence.
Overruled if she can answer.
Did you realize that?
As I said, I wasn't a party to sampling. I don't know exactly how the sampling was done.
Okay. Well, I guess my question then is, how did it just automatically talk about transfers in that area when that wasn't part of any sort of scientific testing done by the Commonwealth of Virginia or their hired DNA person.
Judge, I'm sorry, I have to object. He is mischaracterizing what is in the certificate of laboratory
Legal
analysis.
objection, Ms. Sands.
Facts, not in evidence.
Overruled.
Oh,
I
goodness.
testified that I saw stains, particularly on the backside of the buttonhole.
Okay.
And looking at those stains, identified that as transfer stains.
And despite the fact that the DNA lab didn't deal with stains at all, was that something that you dealt with the Commonwealth in preparation? Is that why you talked about stains?
I identified the stains because I looked at the picture and I saw the stains and I said what I saw.
Picture the
That
state
is a
prepped you
separate
with.
issue from any testing that may have been done for DNA in that area.
Now, we looked at the hip stain that you identified previously, and you were testifying, it was on his, Joe Ryan's hip. You testified that there were like fingers that were going down because you could conclude that the flow was going down toward the ground where the picture was, correct?
No, I said there was a blood stain on his left hip, and there was a satellite, what appeared to be satellite with a little bit of flow from that, and that direction of those flows was towards the floor, or in terms of the body relative to his body was front to back. I did not say that that was a contact, and certainly did not say it was from fingers.
Now, did you review any evidence that informed you as to what Joe Ryan's movement was before blood was on him?
There's no way looking objectively at the evidence for me to determine what he was doing before there was any bloodshed.
Okay. If the evidence was that after he was shot, he started getting up again, so we would have blood, and he was starting to get up from his position on the floor, would that be something that you would want to consider in making some sort of a conclusion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Any statement about what he may or may not have done would not have any bearing on looking at the bloodstains and looking at what I could determine.
What? I know we've had issues with the defense attorney maybe asking confusing questions, but this is clear cut. You're saying that when someone seems to be laying on their side and they're showing the hip where like they're laying laterally, like perpendicular or parallel to the ground, and we're running downward, the suggestion is blood hits while there's already like a downward laying sideways type motion. So the defense attorney asks, okay, well, would it be important context for you to consider if Joseph Ryan was in the process of sitting up from a downward position when this happened? And she's like,
Doing before there was any bloodshed.
Okay. If the evidence was that after he was shot, he started getting up again, so we would have blood, and he was starting to get up from his position on the floor, would that be something that you would want to consider in making some sort of a conclusion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Any statement about what he may or may not have done would not have any bearing on looking at the bloodstains and looking at what I could determine, any actions I could determine based on those bloodstain patterns.
So when you're receiving this case, you're not talking about what the homicide detectives in this case would have already found at the time that you started working with them.
I don't know what the homicide investigators themselves found or thought they had found. I was presented the documentation and I analyzed that documentation.
Okay.
And I don't recall ever having a discussion with any of the homicide investigators about what they thought they had found.
Okay. Sorry, bear with me.
bear with me too. Yeah, if he got up and started running, it would not affect her blood science thingy. Yeah, this is just concerning in general for how this is used. And Slim and Bones has been talking about another case where this woman testified that there was a
It says here
staged
that
murder,
you were
and it seems
provided the
iffy.
chief medical examiner's reports, correct?
Yes,
You were provided a DNA map from Detective Terry Leach, correct?
yes.
You were provided a blood location map from Terry Leach, correct?
A blood location map, I don't recall that.
Okay, well, if it was in your report that you
Oh.
wrote and it says that you received that, would you feel like that was reliable?
It's his opinion. It doesn't have a bearing on what I do. I look at the documentation separately from any
Uh-oh.
of opinions that he may have formed.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Where are we
And
going?
so it looks as though you were provided 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You were provided 10 certificates of analysis from the Department of Forensic Science, including the DLI case of June 1st, 2023. I'm sorry. You were provided 15 certificates of analysis, including DLI, who was a private lab, and Bodie, who was a private lab. You received those, correct?
Because I would have to refer to my report, but I listed everything I received.
Okay.
That doesn't mean everything I listed had a bearing on my analysis, simply that I had received it.
What do we
Okay.
disagree
And
with?
I'm actually reading from that portion of your report, so I'm not trying to trick you and do anything like that. It says you have images of Juliana Perez Magalhaes, 31 images.
Okay?
You have images of Brendan Banfield, 180 images. Does that sound right?
There were a number of images. I don't recall the
Okay.
exact number. I have to refer to my report.
I'll go through them quickly because I know you can't just in the moment. 137 images of Christine Banfield, 177 images of Joe Ryan. You have 1,326 scene images. You have evidence examination images, 1951. Evidence images, 308. X-rays of Christine Banfield and Joe Ryan, correct? You
Yeah, if you're reading the list, then yes, that would be correct.
Okay. You have 40 Axon body cams from the police department, 37 fleet cams, Axon interview cams. Now, that's what I'm asking about, the Axon interview cams. Those would be interviews relating to this investigation and the evidence that was being compiled as they went on, right?
There were some interview cams of interviews that, when they were done by some detective to some interviewee, and yes, I looked at those.
Okay, and those interview cams, if they contained the factual predicate that I said to you sometime earlier, that Joe Ryan had gotten up from his position on the floor before he was shot by Juliana Perez Magalhaes, would that change your position with regard to what you've described on the hip, if he was in an upright position versus laying down as he was in the picture?
No, the blood stain is what it is. I simply described what it is and what that tells me about this small portion of the scene. Any statements that anyone makes, I do not take as being factual.
Okay.
That's
And so-
subjective.
So she just said that the blood stain is what it is. And she's skipping over the fact that this is her opinion, her analysis of the blood stain. She's just treating it like it just is. Just like, what the heck was that question? Hey, would that be consistent with somebody rendering aid before first responders got there, that they would have blood on both their hands? Oh, it's consistent with them having blood on their hands.
Down as he was in the picture.
No, the blood stain is what it is. I simply described what it is and what that tells me about this small portion of the scene. Any statements that anyone makes, I do not take as being factual.
Okay,
That's
And so-
subjective as opposed to objective evidence.
thank you. And so.
And what's your opinion?
Going along with what you said, the pictures of Joe Ryan laying on the bed and you, the dog bed where the saturation stain was, do you recall it?
There was a saturation on the dog bed, especially to his left and onto the carpet.
Okay, and so you ended up drawing flow patterns that were going down his neck, correct? Do you remember?
I looked at those and I showed where those were to focus the attention on them.
Okay, and that was for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, right?
Yes?
Okay, and
Thank
so
you for
let's
the
just go
super
through some of
cocoa.
those flow patterns. So when the flow patterns are coming straight down off of his chin, down his neck, that would suggest to you that he was upright?
Not necessarily. He could be laying on his back and have flow,
Okay.
depending on the position of his head, if it's to the right, to the left, or straight up.
And we're talking about a head wound to the right-hand side, right?
Yes,
Okay, and we're talking about flow patterns that would go down, and then there were some that went down and down the jawline, correct?
there was
You
some,
remember?
there were some that were kind of downward from the left side, then there were some from the left traveling over towards the right, and there were some from the right that went what looked to be pretty much straight up and down if you took the body and oriented in the anatomic position.
Okay, and so those flow patterns that you drew for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury were to show different possibilities or different, different positions, I guess, that blood would have been coming down his face?
We're simply showing what's there. This is what the flows were, and the fact that they're in different directions indicated that there was movement.
Okay, so anything on the right-hand side, would the shot through his temple and the blood and everything that came from that, would that cover what happens on the right-hand side?
If his head was upright at the time, then blood could flow from the wound down, pretty much straight down. That's one possibility.
And I know you reviewed the medical examiner's report. Did you see the portion where she opined that there was aspiration of blood? There'd been blood going down into his throat?
I would expect that there would be, and looking at the blood stains on his face, there's some stains, especially just around the lips, that look like they could be aspirated, and, I'm sorry, expirated.
Expirated, yes.
That means that anytime that there's fluid, blood, and air is forced through that, such as blood in the throat, and he's trying to exhale, then that produces little bubbles, if you will, coming up, and then they fall back. If he's on his back, they'd fall back in the same position, and you see this little kind of sort of pockmarked looks in the blood, and that's one way of looking at expirated blood.
But that could be another another source of blood for what you drew down his neck, correct?
Well,
Is it possible?
I wouldn't expect for expirated blood, as in just exhaling through blood, to have enough volume that you would have flow from that.
So
Are you
you're
an
saying that
expert
that's
in
not
that?
possible?
I said I would not expect there to be enough volume in an expirated
Okay.
blood stain that you would actually have
Okay,
in a situation where if you're talking about someone who's basically not active at that point.
okay, well, and okay. So are you saying it's not possible that any of those lines that went down his neck would not have been from aspiration blood? Are you saying it's not possible?
I would say that I would not expect expirated blood to have the flow, to present that kind of flow, especially where we look at where it's coming from the side. And I really wouldn't expect that much volume if he's laying on his back and expirating through the blood, that you have enough volume to flow down his chin.
And if he was not laying on his back, would that change your expectation is the way you want to answer it?
If he's, say, upright, then I would expect expirated blood to be going away from his face as opposed to coming back to his face.
Okay.
So I really would not expect that.
So when I ask the question, is it possible, you answer, I wouldn't expect to see it. But can you answer my question? Is it possible that expirated blood came out of his mouth down on any of those, depending on how the head was facing?
I think if blood is coming from his mouth, in a situation where you could have expirated blood, then there could be a volume of blood in the mouth, and that volume of blood could overflow and produce flows, say, down his chin.
Okay, so it's possible.
It's possible from blood
Okay, that's
to
what I
come from
wanted
the
to get
mouth.
to.
It's
Thank
not
you.
And remember, the reason, I'll rewind it so we get the full answer. But remember, this is dealing with if he was shot in the chest, could that also explain the volume, the mess of blood that was on the lower portion of his face? That's why we're talking about the expirated blood.
Facing.
I think if blood is coming from his mouth, in a situation where you could have expirated blood, then there could be a volume of blood in the mouth, and that volume of blood could overflow and produce flows, say, down his chin.
So she finally
Okay,
says it
so it's
could be.
possible.
It's possible from blood
Okay, that's
to
what I
come from
wanted
the
to get
mouth.
to.
It's
Thank
not
you.
expirated, but it is possible for it to come from the mouth.
After the fight.
Your Honor, I'm going to X out of this.
All right.
I want the state's
Are you
final
able to
witness
see
to
a
play that
picture
jail
on your
call.
screen?
It's just your screensaver.
Okay, sorry. Let me see if I can change that.
The Juliana and Brendan jail call. Yes, Thumper is thumping that keyboard. It is not me.
Ma'am, can you see those two pictures side by side?
Yes,
Okay, do you recognize those pictures?
yes,
Okay. In the picture on the right, we've taken a look at, in a different form, the Commonwealth's version. And in those droplets, you've described them as droplets of blood in a linear-like pattern.
in a linear distribution.
Linear distribution, thank you. And then, do you recognize the other picture?
Yes,
And that's also a portion of a picture that you've already looked at.
yes,
Now, the one, I guess, droplet in the left picture, you've described as airborne, correct?
yes,
But the droplets that you have on the right side, and Your Honor, I would identify this as Defense Exhibit 83.
83, you're not going alphabet anymore?
This is a different,
Okay, 83, okay.
I think, because we were at 82.
No, we were at 80, A, B, C, D, and E.
Oh, I'm
is
sorry,
first
then
up.
this would be 81.
This is
Judge Penny.
81. Okay.
Keep your exhibits together.
All right.
Ma'am, the picture on the right side, you say that these are droplets in a linear, and you just said it,
distribution.
distribution, thank you. But the droplet that in the left one is airborne distribution, correct?
Well, I'm sorry, the one on the left is not a distribution, it is a stain.
Okay, so it's an airborne stain.
All of
Correct.
those you're talking about are airborne, whether they're droplets on the, as we look at on the picture on the right or the picture on the left, airborne in that the droplet traveled through air, even if that travel is downward.
So they're all airborne droplets.
Those are, yes.
Okay, and so there's no distinction between the droplet portions on either picture in your mind?
Well, in terms of defining whether or not they're airborne, they're all airborne. That is, the droplets travel through air, even if that travel was straight down.
Now, the other part of the picture on the right was, I think you had testified, actually, strike that. I'll just leave that as that. Your Honor, court's indulgence for one moment.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to Curious Coco gifting 5 subs in the chat. She's letting you guys use the Elaine Bradehoft emojis. Thank you so much, Coco. She's just using the I did these crimes emoji. Get it together, defense attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, you can take that picture down. No further questions.
All right.
Oh,
Redirect.
much shorter than he estimated, sort of. Yeah. Oh, redirect.
George Penn? Judge, if we can display what was previously admitted as Commonwealth's 222, I believe, under seal.
222 is not under seal.
Judge, it probably, okay, that's fine.
It was in or not under seal, 222.
That's fine. Ms. Dalley Graff, hi. So let's kind of go in reverse here. Where he left off was with what you see on your screen. Let me make it big so we're looking at just that. Mr. Carroll was drawing your attention to this droplet here. Is that correct?
Yes,
And was comparing it to then the droplets that we see on Mr.
Oh, we
Ryan's
have a
arm. Is
photo.
that correct?
yes.
Okay, and I think perhaps there was just a little bit of confusion talking about blood in flight, blood in the air. When we looked at 222, the picture and the portion of the picture that you were drawing our attention to, referencing flow, gravity, and the position of the body, is this blower stain on his hip. Is that correct?
Is the one that shows any type of a flow associated with it is the one that's on the lateral side or the side of the outside side of his left hip. And it's that particular stain clearly is larger than the stains that we were just talking about airborne could be falling,
Okay.
from above, so.
Do you believe that the stain that we see to the left on Mr. Ryan's hip is part of the pattern that leads us then to the droplet of blood that we see on the right?
I don't see that as forming a pattern.
Okay. Do you believe that they happened at the same time?
Well, a pattern, if I could define my
Please.
term, a pattern is a group of stains that are related to each other that happen from a single mechanism, a single incident. These are different mechanisms to
Your
produce this, and
opinion.
therefore it's not the same. Whether or not they're simultaneous in time is a different issue.
Okay. So then let's talk about the mechanism. Were these droplets produced by the same mechanism?
But it depends on which droplets that you're talking
Sorry,
about.
let me be clear. The droplets that we see to the right of our screen on his abdomen, were they produced by the same mechanism as the area of blood, the stain that we see on his hip with the flow lines coming from it down towards the floor?
They don't appear to be the same mechanism.
Okay, thank you. So back at the beginning, Mr. Carroll asked you about your report, and we started with the knife. Let me ask you, do you recall when did you produce your report to Fairfax County Police?
I don't remember the date of the report. It's been some time ago.
Do you have a copy of your report with you?
No, I do not.
Okay, do you have any documents with you that would refresh your recollection?
No, I do not.
Did you leave it back here?
I do have a digital copy back there.
If you refreshed your recollection with the digital copy, would that enable you to answer the question about when the report was produced?
Yes?
Your Honor, if I may retrieve her digital copy. Thank you. If I may approach that. Thank you. All right, when did you produce your report for the Fairfax County Police Department?
Report date August 21, 2024.
All
Wow.
right, thank you. And you did
That's-
not examine the knife.
That is right before Brendan Banfield is arrested in September of 2024. So Juliana had been arrested back in October of 2023. She produced her report to the Fairfax Police Department August 21st, 2024.
You said it was not part of your analysis, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, why not?
Because in the body cam video, there were multiple places that showed where the knife was altered, if you will, by officers in the scene. That is, officers coming in, walking in the area where the knife was. You see the knife in one orientation, then another orientation. It gets flipped over, it gets pressed down. So based on that, anything that's on the knife could have been transferred from the floor to the knife. There's also bedding, fabric that's on the floor, part of which has saturations to it. So that could have transferred from that to the knife. So there were so many alterations that could be seen in the body cam that would confuse anything that we get from the knife. So we don't know if, say, the bloodstains on the knife were there before officers arrived, or if it happened as a consequence of the knife being moved as the officers are coming in and with their footwear, hitting it, pushing it, stepping on it, and so forth.
All right. At the same time, Mr. Carroll asked you about swabbing the gun, and you indicated that you did not observe any samples taken from the gun. Is that correct?
That's correct. I was not a party to the sampling itself.
All right. But you did receive DNA results from testing performed on the sheet underneath where the gun was resting when police entered the room. Is that correct?
If I may refer.
Yes, it's fine.
Sorry, it doesn't list it as far as, the items are not listed with the name of the report, and I don't think I included in my report anything about that particular stain. I didn't see the stain. I didn't see it in the body cam and the still images in the scene, and I don't recall getting pictures of the sheet itself where someone else looked at
Okay.
that. So that wouldn't be,
Cut her off.
I'm not going to analyze something I didn't actually
Sure.
look at.
Sure, understood. But you did receive the certificate of laboratory analysis indicating that that sheet was tested.
I remember being aware that there was testing based on a pattern that someone else saw.
What good is the lab analysis? This woman is supposed to tell us what the art of the spatter tells us about what was happening in the moments. So again, you want her to have the visuals. You want her to be able to learn and see as much as she can about where everything is in the scene. And so the state's trying to overcome their own failure, whether by mistake or a willful choice, not to provide the photo of the bedsheet to this expert witness by saying, well, you had lab reports that it was tested. That's not the same thing as seeing the visuals. Like, what are we doing?
In the evidence examination outside the scene.
Okay, and that certificate of analysis was reflective of the results of testing the sheet from the gun's first position on body-worn camera, is that correct?
Well, again, I only know that from things I've heard said. I didn't see the pattern on the sheet,
Sure.
so I didn't make an analysis of pattern because I didn't have it to look at. If someone else did that, and which I was told that they did, and that they had submitted something for analysis, okay.
All right, Mr. Carroll asked you though about, would you have preferred to have the gun tested? You indicated sure, all things being equal. But is there any reason why a test result on the gun would have been unreliable?
Well, again, I can't evaluate something I didn't look at. So one possibility is that looking at the condition of the gun as it's laying on the sheet, it is covered on the one side. If then it's had the same stain pattern on the opposite side, then it certainly could have transferred blood from the side of the gun to the sheet, and then it would be reliable to say it come from that. But not having looked at that pattern myself, I really can't say. There could be other transfers, assuming it was a transfer, and I don't know because I didn't see that pattern.
Sure, I guess what I'm asking is, you testified that you observed the gun being moved from that location, is that correct?
I observed it being moved twice by officers in the scene.
So if testing had occurred after those movements, is there any reason to think it might not have been reliable?
I have nothing to base an opinion on.
Okay, all right, so you also were asked if it was possible that the blood on the gun had come from the stain on the floor, and you answered that yes, that was a possibility, correct?
Looking at the side of the gun as it's laying on the mattress, it's consistent with a transfer front to back on the gun, fully that side of the gun. And one possibility for that is that it was in fact on a saturation stain, or it possibly could have been a blood pool or some other transfer, because it appears to be a transfer pattern on the full side of the gun.
Is it possible that that transfer pattern was created by a bloody hand?
I didn't see anything that in the pattern that would tell me it was a bloody hand, unless it's a hand in motion, and it really I didn't see striations that I could identify motion. So I don't know if just bloody hand contacting the gun would be right or not. If it's a transfer just from holding a gun in a normal position, I wouldn't expect it to have all along the full length front to back.
So they're trying to come up with an excuse why they didn't bother swabbing this firearm for biological material for testing, because they never swabbed it, so they can't do any testing of the biological material before they sent it over to the lab for firearms analysis. So state seems to say, well, it could have been, it was bloody after the fact, so it doesn't matter. It was just cross-contaminated, so that's why we're not even going to bother testing it. Just test it anyway, and then argue the conclusion that could cause that analysis, that could cause that result. This is just the state trying to rehabilitate themselves.
As long as you're holding it in the normal position, I would expect a bloody hand to transfer blood around the grips and possibly a portion of the slide, especially directly below the trigger, or just above the trigger guard. That's normally what we see in bloody hands handling a gun. In this case, it looks like a transfer full front to back length. that looks a little bit more like a broader surface, like on a saturation stain or in a blood pool. But other than that, I don't have enough information to make any further determination.
Okay, thank you. If we go back for a moment, Mr. Carroll asked you about the injury on Mr. Ryan's thumb and whether or not it was consistent with injuries sustained by someone who's using a
This
knife.
guy's face is, I feel
You
like I relate.
explained what did the injuries look like from slippage on a knife?
Typically, if you're looking at a knife slipping, a person wielding a knife, especially repeated blows, without a hilt on the knife, then their hand may slip down, usually down the blade, and they could get a cutting injury themselves. That's not an uncommon thing in multiple stabbing situation.
In your review of Mr. Ryan's autopsy, did you see any such wounds?
No.
All right. Mr. Carroll asked you about testing the blood saturation stains on the carpet in front of the dresser and the stain closest to the foot of the bed. You indicated that there was no reason to test the stain in front of the drawers because we know the source. Can you elaborate? Who was the source?
Well, I would say the source would be Christine Banfield, because when officers come in, where you see that saturation in front of the chest of drawers is where her upper body was. And we could see that Mr. Banfield had his hands on her neck when the officers first came. They immediately have him move and take over, trying to assist, and therefore knowing from the autopsy what type of wound that is and everything, then that it would be predictable that a saturation would be in that area. So when you see that, finding any other DNA profile in there would be difficult to explain in terms of the scene. Traces of someone else might be there, but the blood itself, we can see the source.
Thank you. Mr. Carroll asked you, after demonstrating with his hands a particular movement, whether or not cast off, like that found on the walls, like that found on Mr. Banfield's pants, could have been created by the handshaking motion that he demonstrated. You indicated, what, was that a possibility?
Okay, one, I did not identify a cast off on the wall. There were some elliptical stains,
Well,
just separate from anything else. I can't really categorize that other than there's some elliptical stains. Cast off can be from any blood-bearing surface that's in motion, such that blood comes off of it, where there is a single point, a point of a finger, the point of a knife, any other object that has blood on it that's in motion, that blood comes off. If it's flicking of the hands, and if they have bloody
Flick of
fingers,
the
then I would
wrist.
expect to see probably multiple lines that would show that it came off of something of a continuous space. So lines from each one that's more than 1 point. But it's any object in motion. So even identifying cast off doesn't tell you what created the cast off. Sometimes in a scene context, it could be narrowed down to one object, but many times you have to say, okay, it could be this or it could be that. There could be multiple items.
Judge, if we can pull down the photo for just a moment. And if we can look at Commonwealth's previously admitted 185. And if I can have that displayed, please.
I don't have a 185.
I'm sorry?
I don't have a 185.
Okay.
these exhibits are killing the state.
If I can have the court's indulgence for just a moment.
Penny does not miss a beat. Judge Askarati.
$186.
I have a 186, yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Dalley Graff, is this cast-off pattern consistent with someone's hands shaking away from their body?
Well, it's consistent with, for one, it's not just one pattern. There are multiple lines there, and some object, blood-bearing object, in motion so that blood comes off.
All right. Could that object have been a knife?
I can't exclude a knife if there's a blood-bearing surface of the knife and the knife is in motion. That's one possibility.
Mr. Carroll asked you if there had been evidence that after Mr. Ryan was shot, he had started to get up, would that have had bearing on your analysis? And do you recall your answer?
Yes, I said, I only look at the objective evidence. So if I had seen that evidence, it would be described in my report. So
What?
it's not based on any statement that anybody made.
All right, and so that objective evidence was not provided to you, is that correct?
Well, the bloodstains are what they are. And if I don't see a bloodstain that specifically shows me that he was upright, then I can't say that he was upright.
Based on your review of all of the evidence, could Mr. Ryan have gotten up after he was shot?
Objection, Your Honor. I mean, this is
If you
going
want to
to.
approach.
And this is after and look at the one prosecutor like smirking. So this is after she says, look, I can't say that the the additional blood on the torso and the stain on the hip form a pattern. I can't conclude that. I'm also not sure if they were from the same or a different time. So, and I don't think Penny allows recross. So this is going to be it unless they call the same witness back. The state rests and they just keep the lady and call her right back to the stand. Objective evidence is crazy.
Let me ask the question again, just so you recall. Could Mr. Ryan have gotten up after he was shot?
Which time?
Either.
Oh,
It's entirely possible that he would be mobile after the first shot because that shot went behind his eyes and did not incapacitating. That is, it did not approach the brainstem. It did not take out the midbrain. It did not destroy the cerebellum. It did not sever the spinal cord. It did not shock the spinal cord. It's simply behind the eyes. So there is certainly an open possibility that he could move after that shot.
How about the second shot?
Well, after the shot to the chest, the evidence indicates that they recovered a bullet from the spine and that the spinal cord had a concussion at that point, and that wound path included perforations to the heart, to the pericardium, and so forth. But especially that it would have hit the spine, that he would not be able to get up from that.
So could Mr. Ryan, after receiving the shot to his chest, and Judge, I'd like to share Commonwealth's 241, previously admitted, under seal. Could he have put his hands in that position?
This is it's not exactly a yes or no question,
All right.
because could a person fall back with their hands on their chest? That's a possibility. Could they do that and have all the other blood stains where they are? That doesn't work together.
That does not work together?
Well,
but you don't
he
know
has to some way have all this blood on his face and be in a different position so that you get blood on the left side of his face, not just the right side. And now he's laying here. So the answer is I don't see how with both of those together. I mean, there's a sequencing issue then, especially if we determine that the headshot was in fact the first and then the chest shot. So.
Can you explain, I'm sorry, you said there's a sequencing issue. What is that sequencing issue?
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
All right, I'll sustain the objection at this point.
wow.
To understand your testimony, if he had fallen like that, his hands could be in that position. Is that correct?
His hands by themselves could possibly, I can't say that I've ever seen one fall quite like this, but could possibly, if he already had his hands kind of in front of him, it could fall back and they just fall into that position.
But knowing his injuries following the second gunshot wound, could he have intentionally placed his hands in that position?
Once again, Judge, I'm going to object.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, that's fine. I think we've gotten there. Thank you. No further
I think we've
questions.
All right,
gotten
is this
there.
subject to recall?
Judge, just for the moment.
All right, so since you're subject to recall, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody, and you're still subject to the rule on witnesses, okay? All right, you can have a seat outside.
So the
We'll just go and take
state-
our
Okay.
afternoon break for 15 minutes.
What?
We'll come back at 3:30. Again, do not discuss case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
So, are you guys even more confused about what shot is supposed to have happened first? This, to me, undercuts the credibility of Juliana once again. Yeah, are we there yet? And we're going to skip this break. Let's just see what she says here. If anything. What if anything? What are we doing? And the state wants this witness subject to recall. The defense didn't even have to say so. Yeah, they got what they wanted because they want to be able to argue in closing.
How long that witness is going to be approximately?
Not very long at all, Judge. I would imagine less than an hour, probably 10 minutes of direction.
Okay, so we'll
and
probably
20
finish the
of
day
cross.
with, all right, okay, let's go ahead and we'll take a recess until 3:30.
All rise.
All right, now they're saying less than an hour for the 15-minute witness. All right, now they're saying 10 minutes, actually. Okay. So we'll jump ahead a little bit. We weren't behind a full 10 minutes, so... Some judges just don't allow recross. Just a matter of how a particular judge runs their courtroom. Yeah, so Mavka says, I thought Brendan hit the head, Juliana the chest, like... And not for nothing, but I also don't understand if... Like, the idea of the shot in the chest immobilizing somebody and it coming second, it's like the prosecution didn't realize the problem with that, but this witness actually did, because she said then you'd have a sequencing problem. But the state seems to think that if somebody was shot in the chest and it hit their spine and that immobilized them, that means they couldn't have been sitting up or attempting to sit up at the time they were shot in the chest. And I think the witness caught on to why that's not a good proposition, because if someone's sitting up, like, I think what the witness seemed to be catching on to would have actually kept some of Juliana's credibility intact, but the prosecution didn't seem to realize it. The prosecution seems to think because your spine would be hit, you could not have been sitting up before the shot was fired. I don't know. How would the state recall her? I mean, potentially after the next witness they put on, potentially if they do a rebuttal case, which is, I mean, maybe that's why the state thinks this is going to take 4 weeks. Maybe they plan to do a bunch of rebuttal. So what, if anything, you abbreviate on your stenographer machine as WFTG? I would never say that. I would never be able to discern that that's what that meant. Yeah, Chicken Shite says the nanny said he was breathing still, not moving still. Which is cruel, right? He's breathing, but he's not causing harm, right? Is that kind of takes away a self-defense. Like, are you really justifiably in fear of your life or the life of someone else in that room if somebody's breathing, but not necessarily moving in any other manner? And I would argue that the testimony that he was breathing helps the defense because it explains some of the blood going in different directions coming out of the mouth area from expiration of air after the shot in the chest, and not just solely caused by blood leaking from the head wound. I don't know. I think the state just wants the sound bites to argue in closing, and I think it'll be really interesting to see if the prosecution tries to tack on, because the witness said something is objective. I wonder if they're going to argue that in closing. I think that'd be a huge error if the state in closing tries to lean on the objectivity of blood spatter. And I don't have confidence that they won't try to do it. I don't know. I don't know. Did this blood spatter evidence make this clearer to anybody? Also, side note, but we did a Courtney Clenny update the other day. The state was late on responding to a motion to compel, what are the video evidence? Do you have a response on the admissibility of certain surreptitiously recorded things that you want to introduce at trial? State didn't respond, and Courtney had filed a motion to compel and for sanctions. There's another motion to compel and for sanctions. It's written pretty much the same way, except it's a similar motion to compel 90.404A materials, which is character evidence of the accused. So the state in the Courtney Clenny case is late again in relation to a different motion. So just so you guys know, there was a docket update over there. But again, same text. December 5th, the court said, get this stuff done by January 9th. The state has not communicated with us and they have not filed anything. We've wasted resources filing these additional motions because they haven't done their job. So we want some sanctions and we want you to force them to finally provide this stuff. Because remember, trial, April 27th for Courtney Clenny. Finally. And there's a hearing on Friday. So I think Friday, you guys, if there's a stream for the hearing, sometimes the Courtney Clenny hearings are uploaded after the fact. But whenever we see something available, I'll go live Friday and we'll watch the hearing. I imagine some of these issues will be discussed. And then, I don't know, there's a few things that I feel like I want to talk about. But I really think I want to talk about that Andrew Hayes case with the Stephanie Tinsley podcast, the Everything They Missed. And I think I can get myself to listen to the whole podcast by Friday. And I won't read the motions until I'm live with you guys. But I think Friday might be a good day. Because as you know, if this case still has, if the defense is still presenting their case, Friday, no Friday court for Judge Penny's courtroom. So, yeah, this has not made you clearer on what happened. Miss Kels is clear as mud. Mofka says, I think the defense should have held their cross. Laura, get her to trip up. You notice that she had that objectivity thing about the stain on the hip. She did, say those same words twice. She is adamant about her interpretation of how she looks at the objective. It is what it is. Bloodstains. Just crazy. Yep, and the last witness is about to come up. Where's Cassie? So where's the digital expert? I would die laughing if this last witness that's supposed to be a 10-minute direct is what the state just estimated is going to be a digital forensics, digital expert, because that means they're narrowly constraining what they want to ask the digital forensics person about. I expect defense is going to put on that digital forensics expert that worked with the Fairfax Police Department and then was transferred. I expect that will be a defense witness that's called. I don't know what this last 10-minute witness is going to be, but if the state really only wants to talk about the digital footprint for 10 minutes, that is not going to be a good look for the state. In fact, I think it's a bad look that they're not going to call somebody at all. We didn't fingerprint the laptop. The last witness is going to be the husky. Aw. The direct examination is going to be like, you want to tell the jury to convict, don't you? Good husky. Good husky. Oh, goodness. Yeah, and what if the second shot was after the 911? Well, that's the thing. It's not clear to me. We heard a lot about the 43X. Let's see. That's what they did with the muzzle to target distance examination when they were looking at the defect in the Backstreet Boys shirt. So Commonwealth Exhibit 83. So there's a hole in the t-shirt that seems to line up with the entrance wound. And they were asked to perform the muzzle distance. No pattern of residue was found. So Juliana wasn't right up against, or whoever was shooting wasn't right up against Joseph at the time that that shot was fired. Which, again, I think if there's going to be an issue with that, that's an issue of credibility for Juliana. If you're supposed to be in that room and you see him moving, like, the room, it looked like a nicer house with a spacious bedroom, but it didn't look like there was all that much room. If you're in the middle of chaos, I would think that you'd be pretty close. But this to me seems more like, well, maybe you were in the doorway. And I still don't get how Joseph was in that room for like the 7 to 10 minutes after Juliana calls while Brendan's at the McDonald's taking his McPoo or whatever in the McBathroom. And then Joseph Ryan had already entered the house, according to Juliana's testimony. That's why she's calling Brendan like he's here, like Operation Go Time. How did you keep Joseph Ryan, if this was a patsy plan, up in the bedroom with Christine? Did a legitimate, like, Christine, there's an assailant here, but Joseph, for those 7 minutes, is just up there thinking that this is part of the grape fantasy? And that's what they're doing for the next 7 to 10 minutes? Or did Juliana go up in that doorway and make sure they stayed in there, either by force of firearm or by standing there with the firearm and they didn't want to get shot until Brendan got there? Like, how did they stay up in that room without other issues? Yeah, and Mavka says Joe didn't notice her lack of accent. I'm not sure I believe the Juliana's testimony about, well, he called and he asked about my accent. I think that could have been made up. The husky was in the yard when the cops got there, by the way. And yes, EDB is on day 1 of this case, so... Oh, man. What a trial. Let's see if EDB can make sense of it. Oh, boy. Yeah, Joe bleeding on the dog bed. Although I do think it was a good point that this blood spatter expert made. Like, you don't know the angle, like the head laying on the dog bed. I mean, some dog beds are really thin, like a layer of fleece with a thin layer of padding and then another thin layer of fleece. And then when you sit on it, you might as well be on the floor. It's basically just fuzz. So, and I don't remember, I know they showed a picture where there was like a part of the dog bed in the picture. I don't remember thinking it was particularly like plushy and thick. But maybe it was. Maybe it was. Yeah, so the dog being outside, one of the officers testified to it, that the husky was in the yard when they arrived. So. I don't know why I always think I have Court TV paused, even though their banner's moving at the bottom. While we do that, let me link again to the Everything They Missed podcast. If you guys want to check out the wrongful conviction story, the podcast that got the recorded confession that helped bring forth the call for innocence. They only have 313 subscribers, which is just crazy to me. I think that's growing since yesterday. Actually, let's listen to their trailer real quick. Don't strike me.
An October afternoon in 2007, Memphis
really
deputies were
fast.
called to check on a tenant who hadn't paid rent. What should have been a routine welfare check quickly spiraled into something far more disturbing.
You have some blood around the house. You have disheveled paperwork.
The AC was blasting. Dozens of candles were burned to the wick. Air fresheners dripped from outlets. Then they saw a towel jammed under the bedroom door.
So the police go in, and what they encounter is a horrible crime scene.
A man was dead, and within 2 days, multiple arrests were made. On paper, it looked like swift justice. But when I started looking, things didn't add up.
This was one of the most poorly investigated cases I've ever seen. don't have no dealings with them. Don't let them live with you. Don't let them come in your house because they'll rob you blind.
This is more than an investigation into a murder. It's about who we choose to believe, what gets ignored, and the fact that looking the other way is still a choice. I'm choosing not to. I'm Stephanie Tinsley, and this is Everything They Missed.
So she's going to talk about a problematic investigation. So again, that is the Everything They Missed podcast. I'm going to be trying to watch all of the episodes before Friday, and we'll go through all of the appeal. We'll watch oral arguments, and we'll read the petition for writ of error coram nobis. But the district attorney in Shelby County, Tennessee, is on board with innocence for the wrongfully accused Andrew Hayes. All right, and we're back.
All right, are we ready for the jury then?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Right? Very cinematic
Hold
trailer.
on, Deputy Johnson. Either the microphone or, yeah, go. Well, you can, but there's no jury here.
I guess when you went off the bench,
Okay.
was it, I've heard that you were going to have their last witness?
Their last witness, and we'll see where we are at that point.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. If it's only going to take a half hour, I assume you have a motion. So
Motion
we
for
would do that
DD.
outside I can let the jury go home early. We could do your motion.
Okay.
And then start tomorrow with your case. Does that sound
sounds
okay?
good. That sounds good. I just
Good.
wanted to make sure.
There you
that we
go.
were making, because I think there were people here
Okay.
that I had ready in the event.
Yeah,
but
I
we're-
understand, but I think if it's
we
going
let
to,
them go.
if it's going to take till 4:15, I mean, I
Yeah.
might as well just excuse them.
Yeah,
at
no,
that
that's
point.
fine. I just want to be certain.
Okay, sure. No, I appreciate it. All right, thank you. All right, now.
I can't wait for tomorrow to see the defense case in chief kick off. I want to hear from the digitals. I want to hear about it. Yeah, this is the last witness, and they're saying, like, not too long on direct, 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah, I'm assuming there's a tomorrow.
Can you look while we're sitting?
Yeah. Where's our aha
right,
moment?
your next
This better be a
witness.
slam dunk.
You're going to call Gary Benson.
Gary Benson?
Not Olivia.
Stand here, please, Madam Clerk, raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law. I do.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your full name and spell it for the court record?
Yes, it's Gary Benson. It's Garrybenson.
Mr. Benson, are you the father of Christine Banfield?
Yes, I am.
Who was Christine Banfield married to?
Brendan,
Do you recall when they were married?
yes, they were married in June 12th of 2010.
Okay. Did they have a daughter?
Yes, her name is Valerie Ava.
All right. And when was Valerie born? Do you recall that day?
March 30th, 2018.
Thank you. Were you present for her birth?
Absolutely.
All right. Where did that occur?
It happened at the hospital in New York, it's Good Samaritan Hospital.
New York.
All right. Remembering Christine's childhood, did you observe any medical symptoms that gave you concern?
Yes, several bruising, bloody noses.
Were they more than the average child's
Yes,
experience?
yeah, it was a concern to a pediatrician as well.
Judge, I'm sorry, I'm going to object about medical testimony.
objecting to medical testimony.
Your Honor, at this point in time, he hasn't testified to medical
Okay,
information.
I'll overrule the objection at this point.
The child abuse charges are under another case number. So
Tell me about the nosebleeds. What
They
did you
were,
observe?
they were frequent and very hard to stop. So the doctor was, why we brought it to the doctor to go over that reasoning.
All right. Did you have to do anything to help her with these nosebleeds and bruising?
Well, yeah, we would do normal, put ice packs on the back of her head, keep her elevated so that, until it stopped, which was prolonged. Took quite a long time for them to stop.
And after these experiences, did you seek help of a medical professional?
Yes, we took her back to the pediatrician who suggested that she be tested by a...
Without telling us what the pediatrician
Sustained.
told you.
Oh, you just asked me what I did.
I
I'm sorry.
understand. So let me ask you
Okay.
that question. What did you do?
We took her to the doctor.
Okay. Did you take her to just one doctor?
No,
Okay. How many doctors did you take her to?
my recollection too.
All right. And after taking her to these doctors, did you form an understanding of why Christine bruised easily and her nosebleeds were difficult to stop?
Christine.
Yes,
Okay.
Judge, I'm going to object. That's informed by the medical professor.
All right.
We should have here if we're going to.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection unless you have a different.
Yeah, Judge, if the
foundation.
objection is hearsay, there's an exception. If the objection is foundation, we can go farther into how he formed his understanding.
What's your exception to
Approach.
hearsay?
Sure, Judge.
If you want to approach.
yeah.
You can approach, please.
Yeah, what's the time frame? And we're talking about pediatricians too, so like is it to explain like more about the blood on the scene? Like, this is why her blood was all over Joseph, was because she had profuse nosebleeds? Yeah, I thought he was talking about the child, but then he said Christine. Or maybe the prosecutor said Christine. Somebody just said Christine. But I mix up. My grandfather will call me my aunt's name, so...
As a result of Christine's easy bruising
Christine.
and nosebleeds, did she need to take any precautions?
Did she take any precautions? Well, as a parent, we took precautions to safeguard when she rode a bike. She had to wear a helmet, knee pads, hand pads. Same thing with rollerblading. She was one that when she was little, she liked to do all that stuff, but we restricted her from doing that because of all the injuries that she was getting like that.
Is this going to be that she
And,
wouldn't be into
so,
knife play?
that continued for quite some time, keeping a close eye on her.
Did you provide her with any medication to take?
She didn't take anything on a regular basis. There was no medication for it at the time to take on like a maintenance drug or anything like that.
I'm sorry, there was not a maintenance drug?
There was no maintenance drug for what was the cause of everything.
When she was little, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Was there a treatment drug?
there was a treatment for the blood disorder, yes.
And did she receive that drug from you?
Not from me, only it was administered by a doctor.
Okay. To your knowledge, did she continue to have these issues as an adult?
Yes.
And what, if any, precautions did she have to take as an adult?
Well, she always had to be cautious and not take any contact sports, anything that would prolong any kind of injury.
This is definitely no more
internal
sex.
or excessive bleeding would cause a problem.
When she was pregnant and due to give birth to Valerie, were you present with her
Yes.
when decisions were made
Judge,
about?
I'm sorry, I'm going to object as to the medical care aspect of this, because I think we're getting into medical care.
I don't know if we are or not. I'll overrule it at this point.
When she was preparing for her delivery,
Yes,
were there any precautions that she took for that event?
yes, she had to take medication.
And again, you were present during the delivery, is that correct?
I was in the hospital at the time, yes.
All right. Judge, I don't believe I have any other questions. Thank
Okay.
you.
Cross-examination?
All right, that was it.
One more.
Sure, yes, yes, sir.
Closing arguments are gonna be, she couldn't be into BDSM even if she wanted to be.
Good afternoon, Mr. Benson. Christine, as an adult.
Can you speak up a little bit more? I can't hear you.
Thank you. Christine, as an adult, would play kickball and volleyball, correct?
To my knowledge, she did play sports.
Okay.
Non-contact sports, yeah.
Did she
Kickball
take
is contact.
any precautions like wearing helmets or anything like that, like when she was younger? In those
When she
sports?
was younger, she did. I don't know what she did as an adult when she didn't live with us.
Okay, so you weren't certain of her as an adult. How long had it been since she'd lived with you?
When she graduated college, she moved out on her own,
Okay, and so probably 15 years?
thereabouts.
Okay, and during that time, were you aware of her like competing in obstacle course type things called a mud run?
Wow.
No, I'm not familiar with
Did you
it.
ever hear about it?
I'm not familiar with it, no.
Okay, it's kind of like a obstacle course where you're jumping over fences and.
Judge, counsel's testifying objection.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question?
So you haven't heard about her doing any of those sorts of things, correct?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay. Erin, one moment.
Sure.
So he has no clue. I can't believe they put this on. This is all just so they can argue in closing that she couldn't have been into
Can I go through
BDSM.
questions, redirect?
Just one redirect. Mr. Benson, you were able to testify that precautions were taken at the time of Valerie's birth. Was Mr. Banfield present at Valerie's birth?
Yes, he was in the room with her.
How is that redirect?
How is that redirect? All right, I'll
Withdrawn.
sustain the objection.
Thank
Any other
you.
questions?
And yes, he was
All
there.
right, Mr. Benson, you can have a seat in the courtroom. Thank you.
What? What is this hot mess? Let's see her face.
Mr. Benson.
Oops.
All right, next.
What? And then he says he was there. Were they going to make him look like a bad father for not being present?
Mr. Benson, you were able to testify that precautions were taken at the time of Valerie's birth. Was Mr. Banfield present at Valerie's birth?
Yes, he was in the room with her.
How is that redirect?
How is that redirect? All right, I'll
Withdrawn.
sustain the objection.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions?
No, thank
All
you.
right, Mr. Benson, you can have a seat in the courtroom. Thank you, Mr. Benson. All right, next witness for the Commonwealth.
Commonwealth would rest at this time.
All right,
Oh
the
my
Commonwealth
God.
rests.
Without asking Ms. Chrysler, if I can take that back for just a second.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
Sorry. Judge Commonwealth, rest.
All right, the Commonwealth rests. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a few housekeeping matters I have to take care of with the attorneys at this point, and that, based on the water issue, I'm going to go ahead and let you guys go ahead and go home a little early today, okay? So please do not look at any of the media, do not discuss the case with anybody, don't do any outside research, and we'll see you early in the morning, okay? We'll continue on with the defendant's case, okay? Thank you.
Hey, Allie. I think there was laughing because she was uncomfortable with that being a mess of a redirect.
All All right, yes, sir, your motion?
Yes, thank you.
Well, not what the hell is that redirect? How is this redirect? Is what he said. They usually
Your
start
Honor,
at
this
10
comes on our
a.m.
motion to strike. You currently have before you a 5-count indictment that was returned on September 16th, 2024. The makeup of the indictment was designed to cover a whole series of circumstances. The 5th count was use of a firearm in the commission of a felony. In addition, there were 2 additional indictments relating to child abuse and child neglect that were then sought through direct indictment again in December. I'm moving to strike all of those charges. What we have up to this point in terms of evidence, Judge, we haven't heard a single word from a single detective that was involved in the homicide division. We haven't heard any sort of credible evidence relating to what was espoused as a theory of catfishing for years now and had been working toward that. In fact, you have the only person that has even suggested anything, and this is probably the 3rd or 4th time that story has changed, is Juliana Perez Magalhaes. She's now testifying to what appears to be intended to fit right into whatever the Commonwealth's theory was regarding that, but doesn't even make it that far. She can't answer any questions with any sort of detail. In fact, without the absolute direct and oftentimes leading questions related to the Commonwealth, she wasn't able to answer a single thing. We went through in painstaking detail the numerous messages that at one point she might have said something about, but now she doesn't remember. In fact, I'm not sure her testimony is worthy of consideration, because she got to the point when I would ask questions, she would say, if you keep asking questions like that, I'm just going to tell you I don't know. And that happened numerous times, despite the fact that we patiently went through the evidence that we needed to go through in order to test and challenge her story. That story doesn't amount to, even in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, something that's sufficient in order for these charges to go ahead. The charges themselves are an interesting, and I'll paraphrase essentially what needs to be shown, is that my client killed Joe Ryan after killing Christine Banfield. And the alternative, my client killed Christine Banfield after killing Joe Ryan. Then the next set of charges, which at least scream out that they're just a catch-all, is that my client killed Joe Ryan and within 3 years killed Christine Banfield. My client killed Christine Banfield and within 3 years killed Joe Ryan. We don't have any sense of what happened on that day, even in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. There's no indication of who was killed and then who else was killed. There's no evidence to support that even in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, under that statutory or that indictment scheme that was presented by the Commonwealth's office. As to catfishing, there's no indication, and there's certainly no evidence that would be credible toward that. And the Commonwealth committed during my motion for bill of particulars in September that was the theory that they were going on. Obviously, that doesn't appear the case because there's just not sufficient evidence. So we move on then to the evidence of Ms. Graff and the testimony. She tried desperately to paint a picture. Crime scene reconstruction, though it may be available all around the world, is not available in Virginia. And one of the reasons why this testimony has probably not met where the Commonwealth needs it to meet is that there's no indication as to timing. And those 4 indictments are all about timing. And so this isn't something that, hey, if they get close with their evidence, this is about in the light most favorable of the Commonwealth, they have to have a prima facie evidence as to, even in the light most favorable of the Commonwealth. And I believe that there's an obligation.
Hold on, it jumped. So let's run it back like 30 seconds. make sure we get the full context here. Oh, now I'm causing a buffer. There we go.
And so this is the time when you're in a situation where you have not heard from a single homicide detective, though there were at least 12 in place at the time. You haven't heard a single thing from any of the command staff about this investigation. You haven't heard anything from the people that were doing this investigation except for Detective Leach. And Detective Leach has a specific purpose in this, and this is to introduce the items of evidence that he took photos of and the items of evidence that he sent away to the lab. There's nothing in any of the lab analysis that's been said that would implicate my client. And in fact, in listening to all of the evidence, it appears the testimony, the identification of any blood, if it was even done, would show that Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield are the contributors. This, Judge, is not surprising given the horrific situation that was there, but it was a situation not of my client's making and was not something that he did. And so, Your Honor, I don't believe there's sufficient evidence, even in the light most favorable of the Commonwealth. And I believe that there's an obligation when you have someone who has changed their story so many times on the part of the prosecuting authority to take that into consideration. But let alone those issues which will be taken up, I guess, at a later time, we have these indictments, and those indictments are the indictments that they chose to seek. They're the indictments that they had to work toward in order to be able to present the prima facie case, or in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. Your Honor, I'd respectfully suggest that they've missed their target. There's not sufficient evidence, and I'd ask that you strike the five count indictment and even less evidence regarding what was indicted later on, which are the child-related charges. And thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am?
If there is anything specifically the court would ask the Commonwealth to address. If not, I would simply point to the court that in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the evidence has been presented that Mr. Banfield shot and killed Joseph Ryan, that he stabbed his wife Christine, that all of that was done while his 4-year-old child was left in the basement unattended in a home where weapons were not only present but were in use, that the event in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth was in fact staged by the defendant in conjunction with the assistance of his nanny, and that at this point, I believe the evidence is sufficient to meet the standard before the court.
All right, thank you. Anything further your motion, Mr. Carroll?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And the factors of this case, just for the record, there's two different numbered indictments. The indictment 2024-666 are the indictments with the 4 counts of aggravated murder and a use of a firearm. As far as the 4 counts of aggravated murder, 2 of the counts are under Virginia Code 18.231 subsection 7, and 2 of the counts are under 18.231 subsection 8. As to the evidence in this case, in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, I do find that there is evidence that can be considered by the jury for each of the elements of aggravated murder as they are outlined in the indictments count 1, count 2, count 3, and count 4 of 2024-666. That's based on the co-defendant's testimony, crime scene testimony, blood evidence testimony, and DNA evidence testimony at this time for those 4 counts. And as shown in Virginia, the Commonwealth can indict a defendant under subsection 7 and subsection 8 for the same murders when each of them constitute murders occurred as part of the same act or transaction, or in a 3-year period. So they don't have to choose at this point during the guilt or not guilty phase as to those 4 indictments. As to count 5, the firearm, there is evidence to go forward that the defendant did use a firearm in the commission of these acts. As far as indictments under 2024-873, count 1, child endangerment, and count 2, child abuse. In these matters in Virginia, it has been found that you can put children in situations that would constitute child endangerment and child abuse. In this case, we have evidence from the co-defendant's testimony that the child was brought into the house, brought into a crime scene. And the light most favorable to the Commonwealth would be that she was there during the occurrence of the events that had happened to her mother and to Joseph Ryan. And therefore, there is evidence for child endangerment and child abuse. And it is clear in the Virginia law that you can go under both the child endangerment and child abuse, and it's not double jeopardy because each statute requires proof of additional facts not found in the other. So that's two distinctive offenses. So based on that, and as far as the co-defendant's testimony, I cannot find as a matter of law that her testimony was incredible. The weight of the evidence is up to the fact finder, so I'll deny your motions at this time, okay? So we'll go forward
but if
tomorrow.
I could-
Anybody been discussing jury instructions with each other, or?
I don't think with each other, Judge, we have ours prepared, and we can certainly exchange.
All right, if we could exchange those at some point in the next 24 hours and maybe talk about them. And if we'll see where tomorrow goes. You have at least 3 witnesses, correct?
I have,
Could you just use the microphone? I'm sorry. I have trouble sometimes hearing you.
I'll have a couple witnesses available beyond 3, so maybe 4 or 5.
4 or 5
I
for
also
tomorrow.
have evidence to introduce, Judge.
Okay,
And so and this is good that we're talking about this, is I wanted to, at some point, when it's appropriate, to introduce the first 70 exhibits.
okay, and you have them in electronic
I've
format,
given it
just
to- I've
one
given it to
file
you.
each? Okay, perfect.
Um,
Okay,
And so, but I also will want, because they didn't see it as we were going through it, I want to be able to introduce them, have that, a reasonable period for which they can read their sheets, you know.
well, if there's not objections, I assume.
Yeah, well, I guess as we go through objection,
We're
but that's
gonna
what
have to
my
go through
thought is,
objections.
which could take up some time.
So would you rather do that first before your first witness?
I'm thinking that.
Well, is there any objection first to him doing that before his first witness, going through all his evidence?
No.
And then we'll just go one at a time, and if you have objections, we can cover them at that point. Is that okay?
Yes.
I mean, if you can get with it, if you agree upon some that are not objectionable, that's fine.
Yeah, if counsel could provide them to us.
Yeah, could
that
you
would be helpful.
provide, I think I have, and let's just make sure for the record, for defense, I have, let's see, I have 1 through, oh, gosh.
Thank you for the
1
super
through
sticker sunshine.
71, and that's all the letters and jail mail, 1 through 71.
Oh.
So if you can get those to the Commonwealth, and then I have 80.
Yay.
80A, 80B, 80C, 80D, as in Delta, and then 81. That's what I have for the defense. So if you can get those to the Commonwealth tonight so they can review them, and then they can tell me tomorrow morning which ones they have objections to as we go through them, that would make it faster. Anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can we do that?
Yes.
All right, and you can, and so you'll go through tomorrow and possibly the next day as well, correct? With your
Yes.
evidence?
Yeah, I do believe so. And
Okay.
possibly into the next week.
And into next week, okay. I just want to make sure I get it straight, but yeah, if you could start working on jury instructions, though, I'd appreciate that. Yes, ma'am.
Just a question for Mr. Carroll, if he knows the time that we might receive those files.
As soon as I go back.
Okay,
As soon as we go back.
thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Judge, the only, thinking through the exchange
Yes.
of jury instructions.
Okay.
Certain instructions will be relevant based on what Mr. Carroll
I
presents.
understand, and if you, I
And
mean,
to
we
this
might have
point-
to add to the stack at some point, but if you
Okay.
could maybe just get the bulk of the ones we know are going to be.
Yeah,
part
we
of the
certainly have
case.
the charging instructions
Okay.
and all of the standard Commonwealth.
Are they going to be
instructions.
waterfall? I mean, it's.
Yeah, I believe so,
Okay,
Judge.
so, yeah, so you got to get all those, so we can
Waterfall?
get that taken care of. And maybe start thinking about a verdict form too, because it's going to be rather lengthy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, anything you have, Mr. Carroll? No. All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that was the end of the state's case in chief. And I do have to say, so this poll, the first 50 votes, the poll is, has the state proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt? Put it up right after the state rested. It was a 98% said no for the first 50 votes. And only 2% said yes. But then after the directed verdict started, the motion to strike, all of a sudden the balance shifted to 86-14. So I think hearing Judge Penny's reasoning and denying those motions to strike might have impacted that poll. But it was initially 98-2 with the first 50 votes. And I'm shocked by that. I'm shocked by that. And again, the question of did the state meet their burden? Did they prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt is a very different question than do you think Brendan Banfield is guilty? Right? So if someone's new here and is wondering, how could that poll, he's obviously guilty. Again, we treat that as a very different approach here. Whether you think gut feeling somebody's guilty versus a question of whether the state did their job, they might overlap. They might overlap, but they're different questions. So I thought that was very interesting, that poll right there. So there we go. I did also, and we'll be back, so 10 a.m. tomorrow is when they kick off these court hearings. Defense is going to have 3 witnesses that they plan to call tomorrow, but an extra 1 or 2 available in case things move along quicker than they expect. It seems like some of those 70 exhibits, we're going to hear more about the letters and the jail mail. So I'm wondering what witnesses are going to be called, what they're going to be, who's going to be testifying to those things. I'm ready to see and hear more about that stuff. What was this flip? What was this flip? Nina's like, I don't know. There's a lot. And again, I mean, I think it's really hard to expect that jurors will just not already have it in their mind that these individuals were having an affair. One of them says, hey, we planned all of this together. Why would she lie? Okay, yeah, maybe she's trying to get a lighter sentence, but she could have stuck it out. She turned down the misdemeanor. Like, I think people could weigh that. And either she was innocent and sticking to her guns because she's innocent, or she was trying to hold out because she was still hoping to get away with it entirely, even though she was guilty, and or hoping to maintain a relationship with Brendan Banfield. I don't know. But we do have this. We're not going to finish reading this entire thing, but I wanted to show, we looked at this over lunch, this really cool graphic that shows the expansion of the use of blood spatter. So we have this one state highlighted, and it says in 1880, the Supreme Court of Mississippi is the first to mention the use of blood spatter at trial. And this is all just an infinite scroll. And still, this is the only state highlighted. It says it will take another 77 years for the forensic discipline to begin gaining acceptance by the courts. And then look how they highlight this, showing you how the use of blood spatter expands. In 1957, the Supreme Court of California, now in red, is the first to accept bloodstain pattern analysis as reliable enough to be admitted at trial. Alaska turns red. In 1973, Herbert McDonald teaches his first 40-hour course on the bloodstain pattern analysis. Over the next 45 years, appellate courts in 36 more states decide that the bloodstain pattern analysis is reliable enough to be admitted at trial. So watch this go. Watch this go. Very, very cool, I think, the way they put this together. Because again, the title of this article is How Dubious Forensic Science Spread Like a Virus. Or wait, do we not accept it? We got one state hanging. Either that or the animation wasn't coded correctly. There we go. Thank you, Adventure Erin, for this article. Very cool information, but also very cool presentation. Right? It's so cool. I think it's such a cool presentation. So with that being said, you guys, Emily D. Baker is starting on day 1 of this trial. So let me double check. I would imagine she might still be live. Let me see who I see live when I go into the back end. I see Defense Diaries is doing the Zach Adams trial. I don't think they've gotten to Autry yet. And Who else do we got? The Uvalde trial I put in the chat. Closing arguments are tomorrow. Coco says, of course, Mississippi is first. All right, so other live videos showing for me right now. I have Defense Diaries with the Zach Adams. Oh, Broken Baker is doing the au pair trial, so he's live right now. Take It to Trial is doing the firefighter trial. What else do we got? Recovery Addicts also doing this. I don't see Emily D. Baker coming up. Oh, she doesn't allow redirects, so that makes sense. So sorry, I can't send you over there. Let's go to Defense Diaries for the Zach Adams. Guys, the Zach Adams case is one where I am not confused. I mean, I'm confused how the jury convicted, even though I kind of understand. I think the defense was hamstrung in their defense of their client in the 2017 trial for Zach Adams. But I have no confusion. I think Zachary Adams is factually innocent. He did not kill Holly Bobo. He has a solid alibi that the state is desperately still to this day trying to ignore. So, Defense Diaries has been doing the deep dive, getting familiar with the case. So if you're wondering on where to jump in, they're in the middle of what looks like day 3 of the 2017 trial. So great time to get in. We'll choose that. If you want to watch more au pair coverage, you'll have to navigate on your own out in YouTube. But that will be the redirect. The podcast is Everything They Missed. That is the case of Andrew Hayes. I think I still have the podcast link open. Okay, so here is the Everything They Missed podcast, again, linked in the chat. Get them up there. I mean, again, I'm only getting into their coverage, but I was reading articles about, the wrongful conviction and the work to raise awareness of the wrongful conviction. And maybe we could read one quick. Let's read one quick. Let's do a quick one so you get some context. We'll go to Fox Memphis. So District Attorney Mulroy says wrong man was convicted in the deadly beating in 2007, and then they've announced a new arrest. This was on January 15th. So again, this is the Memphis area. Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy announced Thursday that a man who was imprisoned for a deadly 2007 beating in Cordova was wrongfully convicted. Danny Harris, that's the victim, was found beaten to death in his apartment, leading to the conviction of Andrew Hayes and Tammy Vance. Vance has since died. During a news conference Thursday, Mulroy said Hayes was wrongfully convicted, adding that he believes the real killer is Vance's daughter, Sarah Lucas Rydell. The DA announced that the woman was arrested in Stevens County, Oklahoma, and charged with Harris's murder. She's fighting extradition to Shelby County. Mulroy said Hayes was interrogated for 27 hours, leading him to falsely confess to killing Harris. That confession was inconsistent with physical evidence from the crime scene. And Vance testified Hayes did not help her, the DA said. Fox 13 talked to Hayes' aunt, Carlotta Carter, who said he's not capable of that, she added. We've never known him to do that. You know what I mean? I think he was set up. Mulroy said his office would allow a petition filed by Hayes' lawyers to vacate his conviction to move forward. According to the podcast Everything They Missed, the wrongful conviction of Andrew Hayes, Harris was a 55-year-old Air National Guard veteran when he was killed in his apartment in 2007. The podcast says Hayes, who lived with an intellectual disability, confessed to the murder after a 27-hour interrogation and later received a life sentence. So that's the quick background of it. One of the things I heard on the podcast is when they found Harris, the victim, when they found him decomposed, they thought he was black because of the decomposition. So their initial investigation, they didn't even know who they were looking for. They went out to the property for a wellness check after it was a rented house. After the landlord said, we haven't been receiving rents. The rent is usually paid on time. This is weird. And it essentially became a wellness check. Well, lo and behold, it turns out that Danny Harris had a son that was in law enforcement. And I think they found his card. I forget where they saw his name somewhere, the son's name. And they go like, hey, do you know this property address? And so they take him there and they're like, well, crap, this is where my dad was living. That's my dad. So a lot wrong by the time they're already getting to the scene. And then there's a whole bunch of issues with the investigation that proceeded from that discovery. So that is one we're going to take a look at later in the week. Once I get caught up with the case, I'm going to try to reach out to either Stephanie or Jeff, the attorney, and see if they want to talk to us about it. And I've also got a Brevard County wrongful conviction case. Kevin McCann was the attorney. So that's really local. And let's see, overturned conviction. Jeff Abramowski article. I'm not finding a quick article, but I did share it over on X. We'll probably talk about that a little bit on Friday as well. Also, Free Zachariah Anderson, I do think closer to April before the Courtney Clenny case, I might want to rewatch that trial. I only sparsely paid attention to the trial watches, but maybe before his post-conviction relief hearing that was moved to April, we could do a trial rewatch over there. So, and then there we go. Autry says, Autry's fake accent says, Cat chat and those who are all that, I'm behind. Just got to the dad's testimony and I have a serious question. Was the prosecutor trying to suggest that Christine had a blood disorder because she had to get Rogam shots at Valerie's birth? Oh, is that it? Couldn't that just be because you have A negative blood? And you don't want an immune response? If the baby isn't also A negative blood? Is Rogam the same as RH shots? I get confused. But yeah, that was confusing. So with that, you guys, I'm going to send you guys over to Defense Diaries. Make sure you hit the like button here and the like button over there. I think YouTube makes you agree now that you want to be carried over on the redirect. So if you're wondering, if you're watching live, you have to look at the chat and hit that redirect button. And we'll get over there, you guys. You guys all have a good one and see you in the morning. Bye, guys.